and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am. Unbreakable. I don't think you understand. Watch me escape.
Good evening and welcome to League Night, the show that features diplomacy leagues from around the globe. It's spooky season, and quite fittingly, this is the point in the year when the ghosts of failed alliances come back to haunt players who thought, I'm sure they won't stab me. Tonight is the final tune-up before championship season begins. Nerves are high, alliances are as sturdy as a cabin door in a slasher film, and many of our players must score well tonight, or their season will end up like the guy who says, I'll check the basement alone. Badly. We're going to begin with boards from the Virtual Diplomacy League, which has classic negotiation and the sort of betrayal that gets mentioned at weddings and funerals. Then we're going to rip off the handbrake and launch into the Nexus Speedboat League semifinals and finals. It's the same game, but far less time. Deals are made, broken, and repaired faster than Donald Trump negotiating tariffs. 3 boards from 2 leagues. 1 broadcast filled with hope, chaos, and questionable decision-making. This is League Night. My name is Brian Pravel. I am one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast League. And tonight joining me are 2 wonderful co-hosts and analysts, Michalis and Patrick. We will also be joined later on in the stream by another analyst, we hope. And we are going to have a great broadcast tonight. Patrick, Michalis, welcome.
Hi, Brian. Always a pleasure to be here.
Hey, Brian. A Russian fleet in Black Sea isn't that scary, right? He's not going to stab me with that.
No, not at all. Not at all. And I would like to thank each of you for joining our broadcast, whatever time of day it happens to be for you. We are a global hobby, and we got global games today. That's one of my favorite things about this, especially for those of you that are joining us in Dip Chat. Dip Chat's one of my favorite parts of every single broadcast. We really want to thank our audience for joining us. Looking good, Hal. Glad to see you. And sure, we'll put this on Let's Go Blue Jays. I'm sure there are some folks in Los Angeles that might beg to differ with that. That's a Major League Baseball reference for those who are not aware. And with that, let's get into our own games. We're going to go ahead and start covering 3 Virtual Diplomacy League, 3 Nexus Speedboat games tonight. Michalis, what are you looking forward to for tonight? In what are we going to see?
October is sort of, you're getting towards the point where the top 7 places start to get locked in. So you're looking for people. This is the time to make your big moves, and there's going to be a few people who are already in that top 7 looking nervously over their shoulder. There's going to be a few people just outside of it thinking, right, this is my opportunity, and I've got to capture it and not let it slip.
And Patrick, how about you? At this point in the season, what's going through your head?
Well, as someone who's skipped the last couple of weeks of EDL but is in that top board fight, it's definitely one of those times where you're constantly monitoring, right, everything that's happening. Do you need to play again? When should you play? What can you do to avoid the weird politicking that can go on in games at the end of the league, sometimes in December and sometimes November? I don't think we'll see too much of that today. October, from last year's experience, should kind of be the last month where people are playing quote unquote normally, just with a mix of playing to win and to have fun. But you never know for the rest of the season.
Michaelis, you've got some experience with some success in this league. What was going through your head at this time of the year?
Depending on the season, obviously I've made top board a few times. One of those times I'd soloed, so I didn't really care. Like that sort of locks you in quite early on. Other times I had to make my move a bit later on, and yeah, October is often a time of year where I have started playing and look to bank some big scores. I think a couple of the years that I made the top board, I did it in this month, and you sort of look at the top 7, you try and work out how many are safely in, and sometimes there's 2-3 people who've already soloed or have like a string of great results, and you go, right, they're in. And then that means there's this many places that are still up for grabs, and you have to sort of adjust your goals accordingly. If there's still 5 places up for grabs, you don't need to take quite as many risks. You can just go, right, bank in a nice board top, and probably going to be in fine. If there's only 2 or 3 places up for grabs, 2 or 3 months left, you have to aim a bit higher. You have to take a few more risks.
Here's a look at what our top standings look like coming into today's leagues. And we've got our DB&I ranks whenever we get to those showing up as well. But this is the important one for the Virtual Diplomacy League. Justin Lohr leading the league right now with 13 boards played, 471.9 points. Probably pretty safe. I would guess the same for Jamal Blakarli. Michaelis, Patrick, either of you have any predictions on what our cut line might be looking at? Who are the players that might need to be a little bit nervous and who feels safe right now?
I think Patrick can speak about how nervous he's feeling, so I'll let him go.
Yeah, I've, as someone who's done a bit of research on this, gone back to previous seasons as well and seen what the cut line is like there. I believe last year was our highest ever 7th place cut line for the VDL top board, and it was above where Jason and I are right now. Not by much, but in the high 300 range. Based on what we've seen so far, with I think a bit more dispersion in terms of who's doing well at different months and different games, it might be a bit lower this year, but not by much. Personally, I plan to play one more game. I think Jason is playing today, I saw, so I think he's wise to do that. And then Christian, Cody, Darcy, they definitely got, I think, a little bit more work to do if they want to make sure they get in, because 300 points seems a bit low, even if we are going a little lower on the cutoff than previous years.
Yeah, I think 5, 6, 7 definitely up for grabs. 364 for Jason is the sort of thing that you can quite easily see getting in 6th or 7th, or if there's a lot of games played and a lot of big results come in, just missing out. 353, I think if I was you, Patrick, I would be playing again. I would not be comfortable on that. Some years it would have got you in, but all it takes is like one solo happening in a random game, and that's one spot just gone because they'll be up there over 400, and all of a sudden that 4th place is not quite as good as it was before.
Yeah, and I want to shout out Manitoba and Empire's comment here real quick. It seems like not lots of notable players from last year haven't played or barely played this year. That is true, but there are a couple of important things to note about that. Of course, there are a lot of talented players who are not up here, who probably should be, or maybe who tried to play a little earlier but decided not to continue, like you, Michaelis. I have no doubt you could have made the top board if you kept playing after August, but it's okay. You don't have to. No one's forcing you, and no one's forcing any of the other guys who get sick of virtual for whatever reason or just decide to take a break. But the thing about that is virtual is all about highlighting up and coming players, I find, right? It's about finding those breakout hits like Justin Lohr was last year, like Micah Blom was last year, like Jason Gray, I think very much is this year, and Darcy. They're really establishing themselves as big contenders for the first time. So I think the skill level is kind of similar to the last couple of years. And of course, there are other people who also come in the last few months of the year and try to disrupt towards the end. Christopher Ward does that a lot. I wouldn't be surprised to see him playing today. He got onto the top board last year after not playing until October.
Yeah, the other thing to point out with that is just the pure talent of this. It's not a rookie class, but I'll call it the up and coming class. We definitely have some extremely talented players in this top 10 right now. And I think that just speaks to the growth of the hobby and to just generally how good and how competitive the hobby has gotten overall. So what I'm going to be watching for tonight is who's playing. because we only have 3 shots left. And for those who may not be familiar with the Virtual Diplomacy League, they take, I believe it's the top 3 scores, and then the average of the rest of your scores is your 4th score. And that means that with a solo or a couple of really good tops, you don't have to have 4 games and you can still qualify. That happened last year with Jordan Connors coming in and making it into that top board. And it was on the strength of 3 games, I believe. So with 3 months left to play and players being able to play a couple of rounds per month, if they per weekend, game weekend, that if they like, there are still quite a few opportunities. They're running out, but there are enough where we could still see some movement. So here are the top 10 players based off their DBNI scores that are playing today. So we've got Darcy, Jason, Claire, Christian, Joshua, James, Liam, Karsten, Richard, and Michael. So very interesting that we don't have some of those bigger names. I was kind of expecting that. I do wonder somewhat if that's impacted by for at least in North America, we've got the Carnage Gaming tournament going on this weekend. I know there's a lot of players choosing that event that only happens once a year over Virtual Diplomacy League, which happens monthly. So shout out to all of our Carnage players for sure. If you haven't had a chance, check out they've got a post up on Reddit that's showing the massive Imperial Diplomacy board that they're playing. I'll see if I can find that later in the broadcast. It's very, very impressive to see a variant of that size and scope being played in person. So if you haven't had a chance, you're North American, to go to Carnage, highly recommend it. That's one of the best venues for a face-to-face tournament in North America. But as far as our storyline goes tonight, a lot of those heavy hitters not playing. So that means more opportunities for some of our up and coming players, which should make for a very dynamic end of season, which I'm really, really excited about. Michalis, what is your takeaway based off of this list of players? What do you think the goals, objectives, help set up some storylines for us?
I think, first of all, it's not just the fact that Carnage is this weekend. Like, we've had a tournament every weekend in October, and it's been great fun to schedule that for DBN to cover all of them. But it basically all around the world, there's been a major tournament this month, and there's a couple more coming up next month. So it's not too surprising that there might be a little bit of a game fatigue getting in, and then a few players taking this week off, prepping maybe for EDC in a couple of weeks. Looking at this list, this is a big opportunity for those players, the top 4 names in particular, who are already highly ranked in the league. Like, Jason Gray just needs another good result, really, and he's pretty much safely in. He's already sort of on the cusp, so get one more big score, and that's basically season done for him. Darcy, Claire, Christian, they're sort of all in that 5 to 10 position that they need a big score and possibly 2 big scores. So big opportunity, but also if there's fewer games being played, it means they're probably going to be playing with each other, which makes that a little bit harder.
Yeah, I think Michalis covers the main storyline well, but I'd like to shout out to, I'd say, dark horses for tonight. Maybe not for the DBNI, but definitely for VDL. First is Joshua Crowther. He's a very good Australian player, also known as the Beast. He's a bit more active in face-to-face than virtual, but he's been expanding into this space more recently. And I'm not surprised to see him making a few more boards, trying to push for the top board. I think he is someone who, if he does well today, has a really decent shot at getting up there. And also Karsten Bratt Fotenhauer, who's not really that well known outside of the virtual space, I would say, because he just travels so much around the world and changes residences all the time that he can't really do face-to-face that well. But he is a bit of a sleeper hit. Every time I play with him in VDL or I see him play in VDL, he's constantly one of the most dynamic, smart guys on the board. I think he's someone who is absolutely of a top board caliber. I just wish he played more, really.
If I understand correctly, Carson is an actual real life diplomat, which explains the global travel. So always fun to have that little piece of commentary there. All right, so before we get to our games, I did want to preview something that the commissioner of the Virtual Diplomacy League, Isaac, has put together that I thought was a little entertaining. And it took me a second to kind of understand it, so I am going to try and explain it. But then I'm going to ask for a little bit of analysis. What can we learn? So this image right now, I'm going to go ahead and go full zoomed in here. Every game to this season has been named after a supply center. So there were 34 games, one for each of the supply centers. And what this represents is the position that like when the game ended that was named after it. So for example, the game that was named after London, who controlled London when the game ended? So ignore the year. That doesn't matter. This is just representative of at game end, who controlled London in the game that was named London. Who controlled Edinburgh in the game that was named Edinburgh? Who controlled Sev in the game that was named Sev whenever those games ended? So I thought it was kind of an interesting little exercise here, and it reminded me somewhat of the like path to a solo. I've seen some of those charts both on Brotherboard's website and on the Diplomatic Pouch back in the day. But this is kind of an entertaining look. What are some of the takeaways that you see, McCallus? Like anything that stands out to you?
It's been a very good year for England. If you look off of this map, that is an awful lot of centres that have ended up being owned by England. Not only all the ones from their starting home centres, so those 3 games, but also Scandinavia, St. Petersburg, and half the French ones as well. So that is good year for England, good year for Austria as well, and judging by this map, a pretty terrible year for Russia.
Yeah. I've definitely noticed that AT feels like it's been a pretty in vogue alliance this season. So many strong performances from a really wide variety of players with that alliance. Russia's been having quite a poor time. England as well. I would say England and Austria are kind of underrated in how their success is often linked on a board. I feel like all the time I see when Austria is eliminated first, England is eliminated second, or vice versa. I think they have they desire a lot of the same circumstances on a given board for their country to thrive. So it makes a lot of sense to see them both very strong here towards the top of the pile. And yeah, surprisingly strange year for France. You would expect to see them a little bit stronger, but they haven't been outright bad, unlike Russia.
I'd say generally in the meta, France has not been as strong this year, both in VDL and in face-to-face. There was an episode of Deadline that came out recently. I think it came out yesterday or the day before. And there's an interview with Adam Silverman, and he's talking about the success that France had at WDC this year, the World DipCon. And I believe it had the highest elimination rate out of all of the powers played that weekend. France is still doing quite well. Nothing wrong with it, but it has not been as dominant, which in the world of France means that it's a lesser year for France as well. But I did find it interesting. They are the ones ending in Tunis, and Italy has definitely not done as well. And I think that also speaks to your AT analysis. Anyway, that was quite a bit of fun. Appreciate Isaac putting that together. That was analysis that I never thought to do. And I did find it quite entertaining. And on that note, let's see some other entertaining stuff. We are going to get to our first game. While I bring that up, anything else anybody would like to go over before we get into our game?
Yeah, real quick. Of course, it's league night, so we got to shout out all the different leagues that are coming up for virtual face-to-face in particular. Snake Pit, first of all, the Australian League is coming to the end of their season. They operate on Fridays and Saturdays now, by the way. Fridays with a more Western-friendly time, American-friendly time. I think a lot of people haven't really heard about that. They haven't been able to promote it that much. I took a while to hear about it as well, but it's really helped the accessibility of the league. And if you're interested in that, in playing with the Aussies and doing their negotiation and build phase shenanigans that they have allowed, the last round is on Saturday, No, November 7th and 8th, that Friday and Saturday. And then the top board is the following week. So if you haven't played in Snake Pit before, you probably won't get on that, but you'll still have a fun game. And ultimately, what more could you ask for? And then besides that, 7 Years War is also going on tomorrow morning. That's mainly European League that does 1907 games in Sea Diplo. So always a great time. That was where my first virtual game was, and it hooked me. So yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one as well. And then of course BDL next couple of months. I think Isaac's already released the dates for the last 2 months, so check that out on the BWDC Discord server.
I think it's November 15th. I don't know about the December one. Also coming up, we got EDC in 2 weeks' time. Final major tournament of the year in person. That will be hosted in Leiden in the Netherlands by Jelte Kuiper and Michael Blom. Still time to sign up. We've already got over 10 boards. So let's see if we can get maybe 1 or 2 more, maybe 4 or 5 more. Who knows? A huge late rush of players. After that, I think we've also got the Australian Open, which will be a couple of weeks later in November. That one will be hosted in Canberra, if I remember rightly. Brandon Austin is organizing that, and apparently will work through breaking his leg and tearing ligaments in it to just keep organizing and doing stuff for diplomacy. So feel free to contact him. He's almost certainly going to be awake doing stuff for that. So those are, I believe, the last 2 major tournaments that DBN will be covering this calendar year.
Yeah, nothing stops Brandon Austin. And just to shout out the next American tournament after Carnage as well. We have BlazeCon coming up on January 17th and 18th that weekend at the start of next year. It's a brand new tournament being hosted by prolific tournament player David Miller. I believe this is his first time hosting something, but he's a great guy, and he's working very hard to get a local club together once again in the DC, Maryland area, which was previously so strong, but has struggled in more recent times. So go try and support that if you can afford to. I'm sure it'll be a great event, even though I don't think I'll be able to go myself.
Yeah, Dave Miller's just a stand-up guy, and I know on Countdown we made a joke about BlazeCon, but that is about the name. But Blaze was, I believe, a dog that was very near dear to him, and I think they're even talking about doing raising some funds for a charity for canine cancer. So it definitely just that's a good testament for the kind of person that David is, and I fully expect that to be a great event. So if you're in the East Coast especially, but anybody interested in going to Baltimore, it's a beautiful city. My grandparents used to live up in that area, so I've spent some time over there. It's a great place to go. So, all right, let's get to our first game of the night, and let me go ahead and bring up our players and transition us over. All right. So Michalis, I'm going to have Patrick take our lead. So Patrick, why don't you introduce our players, and then Michalis, you'll set up the storylines, and we'll get started.
Sounds good. All right. In Austria, we have Ryan Talbot from Melbourne, Australia, who I have heard is a new face-to-face player who made an appearance at Fandango recently, and at some local face-to-face games. So excited to see him. Karsten in England as well. I already shouted him out as a dark horse, so I stand by everything I said there. James Denholm in France, another new Australian player who had a pretty good performance at Fandango, actually. I was impressed by what I saw on that stream from him. Jason Gray, Germany. He's course already very established in VDL at the moment, on a bit of a hot streak. I think he's only had like one bad game all season, so I'd expect him to be a big factor here as well. And then Joshua Crowther, God, all my picks are here. How wonderful. In Italy, the Beast, and Stephen Kumar in Russia, another Australian player, and Claire Bradbury in Turkey, who I have not played with, but she gets rave reviews from just about every Australian I talk to who's been on a board with her. So
Karsten doing a real tour of Africa. Just last time I saw Karsten playing a game, he was playing from Niger. Now he's playing from Rwanda, apparently. It's great to see people playing from all corners of the world.
It really, really is. And it's apparently 6 Australians. So this is going to be a fun one. And let's get right to it.
All right, so Spring 1901, this is a fairly typical set of openings for the most part. In the West, the only thing to note is that nobody went to Burgundy, but with an opening as neutral in standard as the Picardy opening from James. It's hard to tell if that was explicitly agreed or if France just didn't feel like moving there. And then in the east, we see bounces in Galicia and Black Sea, so no crazy amounts of trust being thrown around at this early stage. I do want to shout out the Turkish move into Syria. Claire clearly taking a page from one of her mentors, Andrew Goff, who popularized that opening, and it's my favorite Turkish opening as well, so really glad to see it here. All right, and then moving on to the fall, we see some suspiciously Western Tripoli moves, or at least some attempted Western Tripoli moves, as Karsten misordered the convoy to Norway, but does go to Barents Sea. Germany gets 3 builds. France moves the fleet to Spain's south coast. So all signs point towards a Western Triple alarm here. Now, it is worth noting, Jason did let Russia into Sweden, so he hasn't actually annoyed anybody so far, unless Karsten explicitly asked him to bounce Sweden. But what can Karsten do about it? He's not building. So it's possible that this could turn into an FGR instead from this position. We'll have to see in 1902. And then in the east, we see a self-bounce in Trieste from Austria. So Ryan seemingly trusts Turkey more than he does Italy, because Greece does not get supported, but still gets in as Turkey bounces Romania, and Ankara moves to Khan. So I assume it's just RT trusting but verifying at this stage.
Yeah, Russia also getting into Galicia there, so definitely Ryan feeling a bit of pressure early on. This might not spell great things for him. 6 Australians on the board and a Western Triple forming will surprise nobody.
Yeah, I don't really know because I haven't been as much of a player, but I know in face-to-face club play, there's usually a tradition to not necessarily gang up on the new player unless they attack you first, kind of thing, to try and work with them unless they prove untrustworthy. In this case, though, Ryan is probably known to a lot of these players, so I doubt they are getting any sort of that kind of benefit. No newbie benefit here on this board, it appears. All right, take a look at those adjustments. Putting down 3 for Jason.
Yeah, so the real thing that I want to call out there is Army Marseille, which is a very interesting build by France. I don't really like it. It doesn't give you a lot of flexibility. It means that England will be very happy because France is very unlikely to come at England from this position. But usually a lot of armies means you're going to pile into Germany because the army attack on Italy is just not that good. Maybe it'll work. Maybe you'll have a friendly Turkey will help you out. But this sort of leads James to be relying heavily on other people to make his attacks easier because a one-on-one fight against either Germany or Italy in this position is not one he's particularly well placed to win at the moment.
Yeah, again, James is a newer player, so it makes sense that this Army Marseille build might be intention towards a Western Triple, because having that immediate pressure in Piedmont can be nice. But at the same time, it just limits you so much on the naval front, which is really the front that you need to master in order to break Italy open. So Jason is not going to be happy about that for sure, because that can't threaten England, but it can threaten him. And it seems my theory about this becoming an FGR in the West has been blown out of the water as well. So
Karsten may be putting some of his diplomatic skills to work. Definitely a set of builds he probably preferred.
All right, so spring of 02, and it looks like James did have Jason as his target in mind. So Jason did have something to worry about with those army builds, but Jason covers Roy. Like, he makes sure that he isn't easily attackable. He has gone to Skagerrak as well, which leaves him like options on who to go after. Karsten, rather than pulling into Norway and risking being bounced out, goes back to Norwegian and maybe looks at Norway in full, which I think is sensible enough. Elsewhere, you see Italy pushing up to Tyrolia and Venice. Germany has come to Bohemia, and Turkey's in Aegean with Italy and Ionian, which is about as many units around the Austrian dots as there could possibly be in spring of 1902. Maybe Ryan can pull off something off diplomatically. Looks like he was supporting Italy up, but that second army coming up behind is not something I would like to see if I am Austria.
Yeah. Claire, for sure. Yeah, McCall must be overjoyed at Bohemia. I am too. I love that move, getting involved in the East early as Germany. But the thing I want to point out, can we go back to spring just one moment, please? McCall gave a good summary of what happened. I want to show what didn't happen, which is Austria moving basically for their 5 units. A common response to being uncertain of your diplomatic situation as Austria, especially as a newer player, I've definitely been through this, is to just support hold everything until you know who to trust and which direction to go in. But more often than not, if your units aren't moving, if you're just being defensive, then that's that means you're not really useful to anyone, which means people are going to come after you and be encouraged to come after you because you're doing that. Going defensive can seem nice in concept, but unless you've got a stalemate line set up, it's usually not the best thing to throw all your eggs into. So this is a learning moment here for Ryan.
All right, David.
All right, full 1902, and Jason chooses to go after Russia in the north. It looks like he has sided with England. England takes Norway, Germany takes Sweden. So good stuff for both of them. France still doesn't really get anywhere, makes a poke at Munich, which doesn't succeed. And Jason uses that army in Bohemia to support Russia to Vienna, which does suggest that Sweden might be some arrangement. You see it gets blown up rather than retreated to Baltic Sea. So possible that deals are being cut and a trade was made there. Meanwhile, Austria, yeah, this is a game that all of us have had at some point when we're playing Austria, where you just roll it and then everyone attacks you, and it is not a very quick game. And I suspect this will not be a very quick game for Ryan. Oh, a very long game rather for Ryan. Italy takes Trieste, Turkey takes Greece, Russia takes Vienna. You're down to 2, and the question then will be what alliance forms from it, because RIT is very unstable as a triple going forward. As an IT lover, I don't love seeing Turkey with a fleet in the Aegean Sea. The fact that there's a bounce in the Black Sea doesn't tell me that RT are really fighting. This could very much be an easily coordinated bounce. If you're Italy and you're working with Turkey here, you've pretty much got to be demanding fleet ank, force Black Sea, and get that fight going, because if there's no fight between RT, this attack on Austria rarely goes well for Italy either.
Yeah, I want to point out real quick that as a more tactically minded player, I notice this a lot. Germany, Russia, Italy, and Turkey combined to create the only moveset that guaranteed Austria losing 3 centers this year. There is absolutely no mistrust between any of them. Turkey knew Italy was going to support them into Greece, et cetera, et cetera. Russia relied on the support from Germany instead of going for Budapest. So clearly a lot of trust here, and it makes it difficult to tell which way the alliance will break in. But a lot of tactical grit here being shown by the GRIT alliance.
I would say that it wasn't guaranteed if Austria had done something other than support holding. Like if Austria goes out on their limb to start attacking some centers in this position, they could have minimized it too. There was an attack on Rum or an attack on Bull, both of which could have worked, but they didn't go for it. And if you just sit there doing, this is another reason not to just sit there doing support holds. Defense isn't even the best form of defense.
I'm going to bring back this comment. So then we've got another 3-person alliance, apparently. And then actually 4-person. You're like, hold my beer, Western Triple. We're going to work together. And then I do also want to call out Clear saying Ryan making all the right pitches. So good on Ryan. Rough start to the Virtual Diplomacy League, but love to hear that the pitches are being made. Winner of 02, McCallus, you said keep your eye on Turkey. Will they build Fleet Ankara, which could signify a Kraken and IT? Otherwise, we are thinking that it's a juggernaut, and we get an army there. So, Patrick, what's your take on these adjustments?
I really like that build from Turkey, actually. I think having 3 armies in the Balkans is very sensible, either from an RT or an IT perspective. And of course, the army, rather than the fleet, is pleasing to Italy. So it really keeps Claire's diplomatic options open in a way that I don't think any other build really does. And I'd expect her to just focus on going after Serbia here while looking for any fault lines diplomatically between Italy and Russia, or in the West. The thing I'm a bit less stoked about, I will say, is the Army Rome from Joshua. I think that's sort of the worst of both worlds in that it is the least valuable unit for the following year, right? Army Naples can get into the Balkans more quickly. Fleet Rome can give you a quick jet towards France, quick thrust towards the West in a way that nothing else can. Fleet Naples gives you more anti-Turkish options. So it might take a little while for that army to really make its presence felt. So I'm interested to see if Russia, Austria, or Turkey, or some combination thereof, can take advantage of that.
I will say in Italy's defense of that build that if you think that RT probably is the alliance, but that Turkey isn't going to commit yet, that army to give you the extra power projection into the Balkans before IT have finished cleaning Austria up is very useful. Like you've seen the Austrian armies come off into Rolia and Albania, which is 2 places you could now like start sending your armies from Trieste or Venice into. and the backfill behind means that you can then try and hold Trieste whilst using your 2 fleets to hold Ionian. So you've got a little bit of time because Turkey hasn't built the fleet in Smyrna. Obviously, if Turkey had built a fleet in Smyrna, that build in Rome would have been pretty dire, but you've got a chance now to make the most of it. From Turkey's perspective, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Smyrna just convoy straight to Greece behind when Turkey takes Serbia. And again, Italy has to be demanding those fleets go back, because you can't IT with those 2 fleets in the Aegean and Con just sitting there forever.
So, Michalis, you called out that Sweden disbanding could be a sign of some kind of negotiation. This army build in St. Pete, is that, do you still feel that way based off that adjustment?
Yeah, I mean, it's noteworthy that Germany took Sweden from Denmark rather than Skagerrak, right? It means that Germany has the ability to push on Norway, do something about Norway if they so choose. I don't think that's what Jason will do here, given that France has attacked him. I think that Jason isn't really going to want to go and attack both England and France at the same time. And it's just so hard to turn this into an FG when France only has 1 fleet. But I think he's keeping his options open, and I think that there's sort of going to be a watchful peace in the north this year, is what I would expect.
Right. Patrick, take us through spring of 1903.
Well, England doesn't feel that way, Michalis. I think he'd rather go right into Helgoland and turn this into an EF, which I think makes sense. You know, you got a 4 army, 1 fleet France, who's already made himself Germany's sworn enemy. So it's not the worst idea to go in now, especially with Sweden being taken from Denmark and the arrangement to rebuild in St. Pete, right? There is reason to suspect Jason's intentions here as England, and I think that move has possibly come back to bite Germany at the moment. Another move that I find a little unusual for the situation is Bohemia to Tyrolia, so that Italy has to support themselves up. If France is your 1 sworn enemy in this game, who's the best power in the south at helping you with France? Italy, right? So you want to stay out of their way. You might even want to help them into Vienna here, make some deal with Russia where they take Budapest, Italy takes Vienna, something like that, and get a wintergreen going. But this feels like Jason's sort of been caught off guard and has misplayed his hand diplomatically a little bit. Denmark is guaranteed. Holland could also fall. So it's suddenly a pretty precarious situation. But that Russian army in St. Pete, if the relationship there is good, could still be an asset to him. Meanwhile, in the south, we have the support to Tyrolia, as I mentioned. Turkey takes Serbia. Russia takes Budapest. All very much expected. We see the convoy to backfill Greece, which is notably not bounced by Joshua. So he's fine with that 3rd army in the Balkans. And another bounce in Black Sea. So still a very, very neutral position from Claire, just keeping her options open and focusing on getting that guaranteed build, as I mentioned before.
Yeah, I mean, Denmark is guaranteed for England here, but Norway is completely at risk if you go for it. And so I don't know about this English move. This English move seems like it's going to give France a lot of opportunities, and England, they're going to be relying on a bit of luck to start actually getting builds out of it. And at the moment, France has covered Brest with that fleet, which is really nice for England. I don't know whose diplomatic work that was, whether that was James deciding to do it by himself or Carsten convincing, but that does help a lot, because if France can't build a 2nd fleet in Brest, they're probably going to have to keep fighting Germany, whereas it wouldn't be too difficult otherwise for this to turn into you can have Belgium, just put fleet Brest down and we'll attack England together. So while Brest is covered by the fleet, it's harder for Germany and France to kiss and make up.
Yeah, I will say, there are a lot of difficult tactical things for England to keep track of here with Norway and the various German centers. So strategically, I like it, but tactically, there are some problems. We'll see how he navigates them. And in the fall, Holland is taken, but not by a convoy, which I find a little strange. There's no French threat to the back door right now to Irish Sea or now, so I feel like getting that army out into Germany would have been really good here. We also see German-Russian cooperation over Norway. I expected Germany to offer Russia support into Norway, but actually, Jason pulls off a diplomatic masterstroke here and gets his support into Norway for his fleet. So he's now threatening North Sea and is not disbanding. So taking a difficult situation and very much turning it on its head. Great job, Jason. I've seen him do this in a variety of games over the course of the season, so not too surprising. Meanwhile, in the east, we see finally the RIT breaking into some form or another. It's an IT. Serbia supports Trieste to Budapest. Turkey gets into Black Sea this time because Russia issued a superfluous support hold on Romania with Sev when Ukraine would have done on its own. That's unfortunate. So all of a sudden, we've got a couple of pretty powerful alliances here, GR and IT against an EF that hasn't really gained anything overall this year. So Michalis is rejoicing. Carson and James, maybe not so much.
Yeah, and Italy, that extra army they put down has got somewhere relevant, right? Like they managed to follow it up to Venice and now follow it into Trieste and get that power projection into the Balkans. They've retreated to Piedmont here, which suggests they might be thinking building another army in Venice as well. So,
Yeah.
like you say, I'm a bit puzzled by this German-Italian fight that's happening. I guess Germany is allied with Russia, so they're doing it to help Russia, but I'm a little surprised that Munich had nothing better to do than support Bohemia to Tyrolia in that position. I think that the guarantee on Belgium was very nice. It was Jason made his moves in a way that Belgium could not be defended, cut every support, and moved him from Holland. So Belgium was always going to go to him there, but he did it in a way that France has ended up having Brest free for the rebuild. And if France puts that fleet down in Brest, then again, as I said before, as soon as France has 2 fleets rather than 1, they can flip this to an FG. If another army comes down, then James is definitely making his bed and lying in it.
Winter of 1903, some interesting choices for these southern powers that all have adjustments. Patrick, I'll go to you. What's your prediction for each power?
I think for Italy, Army Venice just makes sense here. You don't need another fleet. France is not a threat. Turkey is not a threat because they've now committed against Russia. So just get another army into the Balkans, take care of Vienna, take care of that rogue German army that's still harassing you for some reason that's beyond my comprehension, and just solidify our position that way. For Turkey, I would expect probably Army Yank. Yeah, Army Yank, Army Smyrna doesn't make too much of a difference here, but you want to go after Romania and Sev now if you're going to stick with the IT.
Yeah, you need an army in Armenia, so an army is the right build for Turkey.
Yeah.
There we go. Armies all around. And spring of 1904, Patrick. Or I'm sorry, McCullis.
All right. So Jason, once again, showing his diplomatic prowess and his tactical prowess, blowing up that Holland fleet, again, doing it in a way that was guaranteed to work. So very nice moves from Jason there. Taps north, goes to Helderland, and just piffs the unit straight away. Knows he's probably going to get knocked out of Burgundy, but just gets to retreat it to Munich, so no piff for him either. So win-win-win all round. Really nice turn from Jason. Yes, Sweden is now incredibly vulnerable, but he solved a problem of today, and he can now start looking about maybe he can try and make a peace with England. Maybe England will give up on this attack. Yeah. Elsewhere in the east, you see what looks like... Wait, this is full. You've got
Sorry, I went too fast.
All right. So spring, Russia now takes Budapest back from the Italian, Turkey following up behind. Sort of standard moves you'd expect from the IT all around. Tyrolia also getting forced from Piedmont, which will make France feel a bit better. James is playing a nice diplomatic game to not make either Italy or England concerned by him with that one fleet, but it's whether he can get the growth opportunities to actually make use of it.
Yeah, I will say Claire's making a good point in the chat right now that I forgot. Here's why Russia should never trust Claire in Turkey, because Claire has a unique obsession with the province of Armenia that she has demonstrated many a time in Australian face-to-face and elsewhere.
All right, so full 1904, Jason makes the wrong guess in Scandinavia, which is unfortunate for him. Not quite as good a turn, as also lost Belgium whilst gaining Holland, so is down a net 1 for the year. Meanwhile, the IT retake Budapest and keep hold of Romania. Not the best of turns, not the worst of turns. But the GR has definitely had a setback, and it's EF and IT who've made the most progress. And overall, that's +1 for Turkey and +1 for England. Italy stays even, and France has still not got anything.
Yeah, this is sort of how Turkey often pulls ahead in an IT. They just get those tactical situations where they can get a build, while Italy is maybe dealing with a Russia that's angrier at them, and that can snowball very quickly into a bigger advantage that could set Claire up really well for a board top here. So I'm going to be watching that in 05.
I'm going to go through chat a little bit. There's a couple items I did want to call out. First, I completely agree with Claire that Karsten's really impressed coming from a very, very weak position. This is looking far, far better from my perspective. And then the second item is we have been putting in little nicknames in our are names for things that are scary to diplomacy players. So one of which is the classic alliance player. So I was just noticing Claire talking about having her one lie per game or rare lie kind of situation. So everybody only tells one lie per game. It's one of the scariest things you'll hear from any diplomacy player. So right on theme, Claire. Good on you. Winner of 1904. Take a look at these adjustments, and then let's play Who Do You Like? Patrick, it's your call, so you get to pick first.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna bounce off the comment that I just made about where the IT is right now. I'm gonna pick Turkey. I think, given the fact that Claire is one ahead right now, it's already dangerous for Turkey to be one ahead of Italy in an IT at this point in the game. But the fact that she has the second fleet down in the Aegean Sea and that Italy's seemingly okay with that, and her position just seems so hard to roll back right now with the minimal Italian fleet pressure and the distractions with Germany and Russia. Like, it feels like a really well set up position that isn't going to get worse at all. Whereas Italy's could still get worse if this EF starts getting some momentum and France gets builds down and goes south.
Nicholas?
I think I'll pick England here. I think you've got France. They put another army down when they had the rebuild chance. I think that England has France. As long as England doesn't make a bad stab on France, it's hard to see France turning against England. And that's a sort of pliancy that you can really ride to a big score when you're England here. Yeah, you're in a tougher immediate fight with Germany, but you've got the first blood drawn. They've had to make a disband. The relationship between Germany and Italy we've seen throughout is quite bad, which is also a problem for Jason. So I think that you pull one or two more units from Germany here, and England's going to be the big gainer. Like, they're probably going to get Holland, Kiel, Denmark, Sweden, St. Petersburg as centres that are quite viably theirs. Maybe Berlin as well. France, Munich.
Yeah, France's unit composition is going to make it difficult for them to stick with the EF and make gains that could keep up at the same pace as England. And then Turkey's a little interesting because they're going to rapidly run out of centers. Well, likely England, it will be up to England, but England can make it so that Turkey rapidly runs out of centers to take without taking them from their ally. So there could be some slow play from that perspective also, but there's a lot of game to be played. Most games in Virtual Diplomacy League go to 1910 on average, so roughly halfway through as we go into spring of 1905. We've got Turkey in the lead at 7 centers, got a tie for second between Italy and Germany in 6. We go to you, Patrick.
All right, so Jason gets the Silver Star for Valor, or whatever the Australian equivalent is, for prioritizing the defense of Vienna over the defense of his own home center. I would be very touched by that right now if I was Stefan. It makes sense from a board balancing perspective, but Kiel supporting Holland is just an unfortunate bad guess there. I will say Jason does offer his support of France into Belgium, which is taken. And actually, France goes to Irish Sea as well, so. That's the thing about a one fleet France. I have seen a one fleet France successfully stab England before quite a few times. It's not the most common thing, but it is made better by the surprise factor and just the desperation for Germany to find a friend anywhere at certain times. Because Russia isn't really a real ally in the north; they don't have the resources to be one. So that it was kind of Jason's last resort to offer that support. But now, Claire, okay, Jason invited.
I was going to say.
Get him to play.
Yeah, that's probably why Bohemia does that. Like, that looked very arranged to me in terms of the deliberate not covering of Munich whilst you put them into Belgium.
Yeah, so if
they make those moves.
Yeah, if that's deliberate, then clearly Jason's willing to make some pretty big sacrifices here in order to stay in the game somehow. If this goes wrong, it could make him a really very small G in this FG. But if it goes right and he gets into Norway, for example, and keeps it like we see here, then this could actually be the revival of his chances that we've been looking for. And of course, some people really like people who have a good eye for balancing the board in their alliance, and Jason's doing that right now with the IT. So maybe France doesn't stab them for the rest of the game because of that.
It's also from a from a league perspective, Jason probably doesn't really care if James in France tops this game. Like, James is not really in contention to steal a top board spot from Jason in a way that both Joshua and Claire in the South are. So if you can mess with the IT, you might be seeing some league play going on there, and that is why he's made so much of an effort to defend Russia.
Yeah, and in the fall, this is an electric turn. Hold on a minute. So France moves out of Irish Sea, which is pro-English, but moves out of Belgium for Germany to walk in, which is pro-German. And based on Holland's order, that might not have even been expected from Jason. And then, wow, this is a really strange north all of a sudden. So Germany keeps Norway, but they lose Sweden to a convoy through Skagerrak, which I absolutely love, by the way. Such an underrated place to go. Convoying from the English mainland to Sweden. Every time you do that, it ends up being really fun. And it's actually for a good reason here, because Karsten is clearly more angry at Germany at the moment for how they've, or not really more angry at Germany, but they've struck a deal with France that they seem to trust James about. So that's a really good move from Karsten again, just showing that his relationship with France is really making the difference for him this game, allowing him to recover from the no build. And then this again, it's like he's got 9 lives right now. And then in the East, we've got more IT stuff, but it's mostly red arrows. So Brian wants us to speed up. So I'm going to gloss over that. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this suggests that stab on England wasn't really a stab in the first place. Like, England didn't even cover Liverpool. They convoyed straight to Sweden. It all looked a bit theatrical.
But then why doesn't France stay in Belgium?
Well, it was English, right? I think they were walking out so England could keep it. And that Germany, that's why they support held it, but also moved to it. They thought France would be staying, but wanted to cover their back in case France did walk out.
That would be clever. Very clever.
I understand this. It could work out, but there's also part of me that looks at what could have been. Like, it could have gotten into Liverpool, could have kept Belgium, could have gone up +3. We'd be looking at a very different board state. But in winter of 1905, looks like that EF is sticking together with that fleet build in Marseille, most likely. And McCallus, what are we looking at in 06?
Well, the next stage on an IT, once you're sort of busy beating the Russian and the Austrian, is Italy goes west. And here we see Italy try to go west, but France, having built that extra fleet, means it's not a very good attack west yet. For now, it's bounced Lyon, France is into west, and Turkey gets to backfill Ionian, which is delightful if you're Turkish and terrifying if you're Italy. I don't really think Joshua should be agreeing to that, but it looks like he did. Also puts Turkey up to Galicia. That I do like. Like, if you're in an IT, you need Turkey to be moving in a direction, and so making Turkey the mover up to Galicia gives them a path forward to stick in the IT and still take some centres. Elsewhere in the west, Norway is blown up and chooses not to retreat to St. Petersburg with the sort of game-long alliance between Germany and Russia that we've seen. I'm not sure that's actually helped St. Petersburg be defended, but either way, that is nice stuff for Karsten, who also defends Belgium from the French.
Yeah, Galicia, the support to Galicia is sort of a deal with the devil here, if you're Joshua, right? Because Germany's actions are clearly unbalancing the IT in favor of Turkey at the moment. Italy did not have clear growth prospects for quite a while, and that's put them behind. They're getting Vienna now, but even though Claire is going to use the Galicia to take the guarantee on Sev now, because that's an easy dot that'll help her position long term, it gives her it improves her position to stab Italy later so much, especially with Ionian as well. Either Claire is going to stab next year, or she's going to regret not stabbing next year, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, in full here we see England does that failed to support France into Belgium was a sign that they are thinking of stabbing. They're not doing it in cooperation with Germany, so they don't care that Germany loses Belgium this turn. They just move straight to Channel, straight to North Atlantic, also walk up into St. Petersburg and Norway. So a very nice turn for Karsten. Germany retakes Munich at the expense of Belgium and at the expense of having already had Norway blown up. So not great turn for them, but what is a good turn is that France, their retreat to Silesia is blown up with the double retreat from the Turkish army that was in Galicia. So that is very good news for Germany. It means that one of their flanks is essentially now safe and secure. Further down in the south, you see Italy taking Vienna, Turkey taking Sevastopol. Turkey will be building 2 because of that rebuild. Italy will be building 1, which you would assume is a fleet Rome, given where France has moved their army. But yeah, it's definitely the power has sort of flipped towards Turkey and that alliance. And if Turkey puts a couple of fleets down, or even just one, and says, "Hey, look, you need it. I'm going to come and help you against the French. That's why I'm here." This could well be, like Patrick said, the time to start lining up that game-winning stab.
Yeah, and I will say though, your pick is looking better and better, McCullough, because Jason seems okay with England keeping Sweden here and Norway, which means they're building two, which means they all of a sudden have that amazing impervious northern position that I love to work towards so much when I'm playing England or when anyone's playing England. So all of a sudden, they have a really good position to just do a witches race here, especially with the guarantee on Mid-Atlantic. So we'll see where that goes.
All right, winner of 1906. Take a quick look at those adjustments, and then Patrick, talk to us about spring of 1907.
All right. Sorry, I forgot about the French rebuild. So it's not a guarantee on Mao. It is a fleet Brest coming down, but still a very good position. And that fleet Liverpool is going to put even more pressure on the French position at the moment. In the meantime, we've got Germany breaking into Burgundy, so more EG progress. I assume we'll see that English army convoyed either to Belgium or Picardy in the fall. Meanwhile, in the east, we've got Italy actually propping up the French in Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So good balanced power move by Joshua to make sure that the West doesn't suddenly come back and take away the prerogative that the IT has had pretty much ever since they formed when Austria died. But that's going to benefit Turkey. Again, that's going to benefit Turkey way more than Italy because Turkey is the one with the growth prospects right now, whereas Italy is sort of forming a line for the sake of preventing other people from growing only and not having much growth themselves.
I also want to call out, I said before, Turkey being the one in Galicia was really important for the IT. I can't help but notice this time it's Italy that's in Galicia. What's Turkey really moving? They're not going to get into Moscow. They're not moving any other unit. I think that the clock is ticking for Joshua at this point.
Yeah, the Italian army in Galicia is actually better for the perspective of Turkish stab for this turn, but it doesn't happen. It does not happen. Turkey gets into Ukraine. There's a three-way bounce on Armenia because, as I already said, singular obsession with that province. You're seeing it right in front of your eyes. Italy piss Bohemia. Italy, they also get kicked out of Galicia, so a lot of movement along the line, but the long and short of it is that Germany is coming under more pressure in the middle of the board. Meanwhile, Italy gets support into Mao from both themselves and the French. So even further measures to slow down the English progress here. I think it's pretty clear that IT both realize England is easily able to get out of hand here, especially with Jason giving them such generous alliance terms. He's giving up Denmark there too. I'm not surprised at all if that's agreed, along with Belgium. Like clearly, he is playing more to just reward the person who treats him the best in this game, and that's great because he doesn't really need a huge score to improve himself in the standings. He's already in a decent position. So if he just gets a few more points out of this game and makes a friend out of it, then that's great.
And what I said before matters. Like Joshua and Claire could steal a top board spot from Jason. Carsten probably isn't going to do that. So I think Jason will be playing the lead standings here, and that is why he's being this generous. He wants someone to top who isn't in the IT.
Yeah, and that's just part of league play, and I think it's very important that players understand that a league is a variant, and one of the main aspects of that variant is that it is one giant game, one season-long game, and we see Jason playing it right here. Winner of 07, we get double armies from Karsten. I usually like that a lot, but I like it less in winner of 1907 in a game that is going to end in 1910. McCullough, what's your thoughts on that army build? Is that the right ones for this board state?
You're not going to make a fleet breakthrough into the Mid-Atlantic, not now that France has sided with the IT. So those three fleets are just going to sit there doing nothing. The question then is, you're obviously going to build one army. Are you going to build another fleet to go and take North Sea and then start convoying that army? Or are you going to pull Denmark back and just convoy that way? And if Jason is being incredibly pliant, maybe you feel like you just want to get the armies onto the continent as soon as you possibly can.
Yeah, I really like this because I feel like the EG can really benefit from two armies in two specific spots right now, Picardy and St. Pete, and you need English armies to get there. So good stuff.
All right, spring of 08, we see an Italian attempts to take Munich, fails, but it does result in a German army getting blown up as Germany fails to bring that army out of Burgundy. Beyond that, Russia pulls back to Warsaw, IT push up to Galicia, and again, it's Italy in Galicia, it's Turkey with all the good stab opportunities. There is a 3-dot stab on here with Budapest, Trieste, and Tunis. And I don't know. If I'm Italy, I think I would probably pull North Africa back to Tunis at this point, because you don't actually need that extra support that's on Mid-Atlantic at this stage. So yeah, I think Italy is leaving themselves very, very vulnerable, and that Claire has a very good stab opportunity. England's convoy to Belgium, they've gone back to North Sea, and I think England is going to be handed Holland and Kiel. Whether they get handed anything else, I don't know. Whether 10 centres is enough, if Turkey gets a good stab on Italy, that's probably not the case. So, work to do.
Yeah, Turkey stabbing Italy is really the only realistic way that someone besides England tops the board at this point. So I expect either Turkey to stab here, or Italy to throw dots, or for the game to draw once England's been given another German dot.
Well, Claire already used her 1 lie per game, but she said it was 1.5. So we'll find out, is this the game with the half or not? Probably this turn. What do we see, McCallus?
Well, Turkey gets into Warsaw. The wrong guess was made by Livonia, so that's not insignificant. That is a dot taken. But also, England gets Munich, which is a centre that I didn't think they would get. So it's sort of equal blood drawn. England, unfortunately, doesn't get to backfill onto the continent, though. They had to tap Burgundy, which means that they couldn't get the second army there. So Munich is still quite vulnerable. Yes, Germany has a safe disband in Holland, but the English position is quite stretched, and Turkey now has a guaranteed force on Moscow next year, because Russia is going to have to disband one of those armies. So yeah, it looks like Turkey will get to 10 without stabbing. They're still in Serbia. They're not in Romania anymore. So at least they've got some movement, which should help Italy a little bit.
Yeah, this is a seismic change in the game because of that misguess on the Russian centers. How much more can Jason really give to England? Because the only real growth left for England to keep up with Turkey is through German dots that Jason gives away. But how many more can he give away before the center of the board just breaks, because there's not enough army power between the two to keep that position stable? So all of a sudden, Turkey looks much more like the favorite than England compared to a year or two ago.
Well, England putting down another army with the hope that they can fill that gap. Spring of 1909. What are we looking at?
We're looking at a PIF in Moscow as Turkey takes the guarantee on it. Good stuff there. We also see Bulgaria being supported to Romania, so Claire getting an even better stab position once again on Budapest if she wants it, if she wants to use that half lie that she's still got stored up in her tank. Meanwhile, on the center of the board, we've got Italy actually getting into a center as well, getting some love from France with the support into Munich, and this is exactly what I was talking about before. How much can Germany really give away without the center of the board just collapsing? And here we're seeing one bad guess on what Berlin was going to support hold there, once again, that just cracks open this game in new ways. So, gotta say, it's a bit of a run of bad luck, I'd say, for Karsten in this game for sure. He should not be buying any lottery tickets for the next at least week or two after this. But he gets into Holland, so there will be counterplay options for sure in the German centers with all those English armies coming down now. It's just his advantage has faded away completely at this point.
He did get a huge diplomatic win in getting Russia's final action to be to move to Livonia and block a move straight up onto St. Petersburg. So Stefan, knowing he was going to die, to the end decided to try and help England here. So that is a pretty big diplomatic win. It gives Karsten the ability to now do a convoy to Norway and at least prop that front up. And he is still +1 overall with Holland and Kiel and the loss of Munich. So not out of it yet. And if he lost St. Petersburg in this position, it probably would have been game over. So I think that Moscow to Livonia move is crucial.
So classic, I don't know, parlance is the wrong word, but just it's more common for players to go for position or blowing up units in the spring and then centers in the fall. So I get that guess from Jason Gray, but here we've got Joshua. Maybe Joshua and James knew that that's the tendency and played against type in order to win that 50-50. That's the kind of stuff that I think is one of the differentiators between a good player, like a great player and a good player, is being able to get a read in those 50-50 situations. And we've got Claire saying they're starting to get all these 50-50 rights, and that is not an accident.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. In the fall, we see Silesia falling to the Italians. Turkey follows through into Galicia and into Livonia now. So St. Pete won't fall, but at the same time, they have a really good position to continue pushing into Prussia and towards Berlin and Kiel in those areas. And there's still potential movement there in 1910. Meanwhile, it's just England shoring up their position with their armies and getting one into Belgium and just solidifying everything else, protecting Ruhr. Jason takes Denmark. I assume that's to keep both Berlin and Prussia on the board to slow down the IT just that little bit more. So I'd expect that fleet to come off in the winter. And then in the elsewhere in the Med, still not a whole lot happening with Mao, just support holding, and Aegean to Ionian. So if Claire wants to stab at the end of this game, she's got the stab of a lifetime. Well, maybe not stab of a lifetime, but still a really, really good one that she should take if she wants to make the top board. But she's Australia, so who knows if she actually will.
It's a case of if she's not going to do that, Italy's got to start asking themselves what on earth's going on. Why is Turkey in Ionian Sea with that fleet? This looks like Italy is just hand-waving the top to Turkey at this point, because they're not really defending against a stab.
If Turkey's not interested in stabbing, I will say it makes sense for the game to draw here.
Winner of 1909. Get down 2 more armies, and the question, yep, it does.
There you go.
End right here. There you go. So, winner of 1910, we've got a 10 center top by Claire Bradbury, turning down what could have been a massive, massive stab. That is not necessarily a bad thing, especially in a league environment. It's always a balance between should I go for the points or should I work on reputation. And here, Claire clearly picking reputation over those points. We'll find out at the end of the season whether that comes back to bite them or not. Patrick, this was your game, so I'll go to you. What is the story of the game here? How does Claire come out ahead?
She just negotiated really well with her ally, first of all, and took those little positional advantages that built up to a better position. Figuring out who needs to go to Galicia at the right time to help her chances of the stab and help her chances of getting Russian centers in the most effective way possible. And also just having faith in yourself to get those guesses right? Like ultimately, this game was enabled for the IT in the end by some lucky moves tactically, but they played the better game all throughout. I would say they were organized from the start after Austria died in a way that the West just didn't quite get until it was too late. So I would say overall, Claire, she played her alliance well while also playing the whole board well by keeping her side of the board going when nothing else was really happening in the West.
I wonder how calculated Jason Gray walking into Denmark at the end there was. Like, he could easily have just let England have it so that England could put the build down. They wouldn't needed a fleet London to protect English Channel if it went into another year here. But by taking Denmark, Claire was 1 center ahead. And that meant that Claire already had the board top. And if Jason thought Claire would draw early, that could have been deliberate. It could have been a case of, all right, if I make her draw now, she's on 100 points. If I make it play another year and she takes the stab on Italy to guarantee the top, she might be on 140, 150. So I wonder if Jason was thinking about that when he walked into Denmark, because I was quite surprised that that's what Helden did in the final turn there. We'd already seen what looked like a lot of like lead standing play from Jason. This could have been another example of it.
Yeah. And one last thing, I need to correct this as I take pride in my tactics. Taking Denmark there was not to keep Prussia on the board. It was to keep a fleet next to Baltic Sea that could stalemate Berlin. So just something small to note. But Jason made the right disband there if the game kept going.
All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. I do love, I think one of my favorite things about the Australian meta invading the Virtual Diplomacy League is that it has kind of unlocked this north-south instead of constant east-west alliance structures, and north-south alliances do tend to be a little more dynamic. That one, I feel like Claire was ahead from kind of the start and managed to hold on. But yeah, get some of those 50-50s wrong and we would have been looking at a completely different outcome. So really close game. Great way to start off our broadcast tonight. And with that, we are going to give Patrick a break. Thank you, Patrick. And we're going to welcome to our broadcast our third analyst, our fourth member of the team tonight, Andrew Pixie Zick. Welcome, Andrew.
Evening, y'all.
Good to see you. Any comments about the that game?
I really enjoyed how much context y'all brought with the league scoring standings, particularly you, McCallus. Glad you got your shout out at the end for being too smart.
I'll do my best.
All right, well, let's get to our next one. McCallus, this will be your game. So introduce our players, and then Andrew, I'll give you a chance to help set up some storylines as we enter into the game.
All right, in Austria, we have Richard Bolton, who is a British player who played at the UK Championship and has also played a fair amount of extended deadline. So good to see them making the step into virtual. In England, we have Claire Bradbury playing back-to-back games. In France, Stefan Kumar also playing back-to-back games. Germany, Liam Bennett, who we've seen have some great results as part of the Armada crew in Denver. And then in Italy, Russia, and Turkey, we have what looks like three new faces, Julian, Florian, and Seth. I see Florian has a place, so must have played before, but I wonder if they are new to the scene or if they've played some face-to-face and are also making some steps into virtual.
For what I'm immediately seeing here, I think I saw Seth try to get chased down for something in Speedboat, so this might not be the only time we see him today. And then I'm very interested in the fatigue factor. Some people are more motivated than me and can easily put up 2 games in a row, but I'm going to be paying attention to their moves, particularly their efficiency, see if there's any slight slip-ups that might slow them down.
Yeah, I mean, this is middle of the night games for Australia for Claire and Stefan.
I believe Claire is right. Julia and Seth, great to see you. Glad to have met you at Weaselmoot, and I'm excited to see these virtual games. Here we go in Spring 01, McCallus.
All right, Spring of 01, we see a bounce in Burgundy, but it's not between France and Germany. It's between France and France. That's quite an unusual opening. It basically says, I don't want any say on what happens to Belgium, so we'll see whether that works for France. We'll see whether it doesn't. Germany moves to Ruhr. England makes the standard opening. In the East, meanwhile, we see some interesting openings. We see a full-on Sundstrom from Seth, perhaps belying his Chicago nativity. So with that bit of background, I'm a bit less surprised to see it. So you see the Contaball, the Smyrna to Armenia, and a bounce in Black Sea. You also see Austria with the opening that I am contractually obliged to say has the highest board top rate for Austria when it works and the highest elimination rate from when it doesn't. Vienna to Budapest. So they don't cover Trieste and they don't cover Galicia, and to a degree, they've got away with it. So no one's moved into either of them. But when I'm DMZing Galicia as Austria, I'm really hoping to see Russia Open North. So Warsaw Hold is a bit of a shaky position.
Stephen doing the anti-Hood Hog opening. I think this is about as opposite as you could possibly get from the Hood Hog. And I love it. It'll be fun to see how it plays out.
All right. And for the second... No, you go.
No, I mean, it gets this, supports them into Romania, so it sort of instantly solves the question of, is there a good relationship between Russia and Austria? That's pretty clear coordination. At least Turkey gets into Black Sea. This will be some play, and then they convinced Italy to go west and into Trieste. So not a bad little pairing there. I'm curious to see how that shakes out. Then for the northern half, see now Norwegian spending all of its time making a signal rather than doing something else is interesting to me. I wonder if the North immediately read this as an air and but I mean, I guess you can't make the move to Spain, but giving Germany 3 builds and not moving too much out of position to fight seems like maybe it's a Western to counter an air. That's what I'm squinting at.
Yeah, I mean, the air moves, 2 of them could be airish, like the Russia-Austria coordination, but the Italian moves, yes, you can see it's a Trieste loan, but a Trieste loan isn't usually combined with Ionian moving to Tunis away from the Turk and the other army following up behind. This looks to me like Italy has just made an attack on Austria and is siding possibly with the Turk.
Second game in a row, we've got 3 builds from France and from Germany, and this time we get a wave and double fleets. This is spicy. along with Steven's double fleet moves. Claire not looking the safest is my read on this. Andrew, what's your take?
That feels a bit risky not to put down a third army is my immediate thing, to be honest. There's sort of no reason. And I think this really invites people to look at it and go, oh, well, that's an FG that I can just send a raider unit to go mess with. And Russia, you know, if in England with no friends is going to be fairly friendly towards Russia. I think it's kind of reasonable just to invite them to Silesia and just be like, see if you can get one.
This is an open invitation for, if there wasn't an heir, to form an heir, right? This is saying, hey, form an heir and you guys can easily take Munich. And I don't really think that that's going to work out too well for Germany, even if you manage to convince some of them not to move there. But for now, I guess we're doing spring fall flip ups. So we do see the FG attack on England. Germany puts the fleets to Helgoland and also doesn't even go to Baltic. So it's not a case of attacking England and Russia. It's just a full on let's all attack England. So tough position for Claire. Stefan maybe getting a bit of revenge from the earlier game. Also moves up to English Channel and Mid-Atlantic, and doesn't have to worry about Italy coming west. So that move to Tunis wasn't a sign that Italy was about to come and attack France. They've managed to square it off. Marseille goes to Spain, and Italy still unclear exactly what they're doing. They go to Ionian Sea, but also to Apulia. Like the move to Serbia could be part of an AI where you're just pushing through as a sort of delayed key Lepanto. You see AR cooperating for Austria to take Bulgaria, but then there's a bounce into Rolia. Again, could be arranged. And then there's a fleet move to Apulia, which is, that one looks very sus to me, and it still looks to me like Italy isn't really on board with Austria. There's just a little bit of chaos going on. Turkey makes the wrong guess in the corner, loses Bulgaria, but they're still in Black Sea. And given that Italy doesn't really look hostile to Turkey at this stage, Seth's position isn't too bad yet.
Yeah, I think I'm actually a big fan of Seth's position. Maybe a little less with losing the Black Sea, but without a committed fleet army like trying to flip you over, it really, you could play out a lot of years and then see how the North develops. But with losing the Black Sea, I really like it a lot less. Granted, you'll get the rebuild and you can put a second one down in Ankara, but with Italy just going full against Austria, I think you don't really benefit from that. And then I think the opportunity for a wintergreen is going to be there because you've got nothing on the southern side of your little peninsula. In the north, looks like reasonable defense from England. There's only so much you can do. Rotating the fleet into Holland, taking North Sea, all that seems reasonable. I will say that the thing of Moser's suggestion here is, I think Russia's made an excellent deal here with Germany, negotiating the move to not happen to Baltic, sending all the fleets to the west. I think it really positions Germany to, take the builds from killing England and just keep pushing west and see if they can 1v1 France in a fair fight. With Italy fully commanded the other way, it's not like you're not getting a bunch of help to have it collapse, but I think it's a good deal from Russia if that's what's happened here.
Yeah, it's good for Russia as well, in that the south it's very chaotic. They're not really getting builds. Yes, they've got into Black Sea, but it means that they've also got the ability to build whilst that chaos happens, which, as you say, at the moment, it's still sort of an AR versus IT. Italy did tap Rum there to make sure Turkey got Bulgaria, but this could easily flip to a wintergreen, and the more viable the Russian position looks, the more units they have, the more Italy might be tempted to make that flip to a wintergreen.
Yeah. I think it's really about who gets that next unit in the north and where it looks like that's going to head. If it pulls Italy away, then I think the wintergreen could be pretty nice because you just kind of need to clean stuff up and go deal with that. If it looks like France and or Germany is just going to actually go fight each other, maybe you can throw your weight around as Italy and force like a vulnerable IT or something like that where you have the control.
England pulled North Atlantic there, which also is a way to sort of seed some tension between FG, because it really says I'm going to defend more from Germany than from France. So that might be a sort of way to trigger Germany into making a preemptive strike on France if they feel like they're not going to get their share. You see here in spring, France gets the walk up to North Atlantic and gets the convoy into Wales, which isn't really defended from. England does attempt to put Germany to English Channel, but it isn't taken. They just move up to Norwegian and North. Elsewhere, you see sort of still not a lot really happening. Russia, if this was a GR, you'd expect them to be trying to swap Sweden up to Norway and doing something to get those fleets around. So they haven't done that yet, and that could be make it a bit tougher for GR to be a sort of pliable forward alliance in the midterm. But in the east, Turkey retakes Black Sea, Italy takes Greece, Austria takes Bulgaria. Italy just seem to still be all out attacking Austria, even though Austria is mostly focusing elsewhere. Italy every time is like, nah, you know what, I still want your dots, and I want a bit more of your dots, and after that I think I might want your dots. So Richard's making all the diplomatic plays, and Julian's just like, thanks, but I'll just take the dots.
Gonna agree with Tanglewood. With France heading so far north, I'm like the Italian position more, because this is a stable enough Germany that they're gonna feel like they want to actually fight to hold this position. And oh, goodbye, England. I'm so sorry. You did great in the first game. I'll tell you that. I had the pleasure of watching the end of that and then watching the end again. It's Norwegian moving is nice, but you're right about rotating the fleet, and I'm just getting more and more nervous as Russia here, as I continue to not make any serious progress in the south. I was really hoping, I think, that somebody got the edge on somebody and I could offer crucial support from Romania, just crack something open. Instead, Italy is just slowly dragging themselves across, but not really progressing much. Looks like Turkey's pretty much going to hate me the rest of the game, and also they have the position to force negotiations now that my fleet's gone. And I'm feeling a little like vulnerable in the north. I'm not convinced this Germany is gonna be like, hey, it's my side, but maybe FRG and convince them that I'm a worthy power just because of my southern booze. What do you think, Carlos?
Munich's Bohemia is a crucial move here. Like this, that is a move that signals you're not going after France next, as Germany. You've really said that I'm not going after France, and I really like it. It gives you a lot of influence in the East. You could still do it, as you say, as an FRG, work with Russia, but if that was happening, you'd have expected Warsaw to Galicia. Russia does have a rebuild. Their fleet's just been blown up in Armenia, so they're not as vulnerable in the north as they look at first sight. Germany's only building one. So there's not likely to be a big coordinated attack on Warsaw and a big attack on Scandinavia. Germany would be leaving themselves incredibly open to France if that's what they did. So maybe the FRG is the way to go. I think that Russia's just being a little too cautious holding Warsaw if that's the case. Because the thing is, even in an FRG, you don't want to be left behind. So yeah, I think Russia, it's not doom and gloom just yet. The fact that the Southern Fleet's gone means that if you can try and make peace with Turkey, this is the chance. Turkey's going to be disbanding probably Fleet Ankh, because it's quite a useless unit now. So it's possible for those two to make up. It's possible still for some sort of deal to be cut with Italy, who for the first time made some moves that Austria should actually like. But even then, there's still a possibility that Italy just does it to take Bulgaria, right?
Yeah. It's...
If we are looking at an FRG, I think that's an interesting structure that I don't see very often. Germany's builds are coming through the like Vienna, Venice, Trieste. Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, you see it a lot more in draw size scoring. I remember when I went to Dixie, FRG was actually quite a common alliance, as was EGR. So, but in both cases, a GR combined with one of the other Western powers, just all three of you moving south, splitting things up. It's a way to actually have quite a sort of sustainably balanced board for quite a long time. Because no one is likely to make huge significant gains while the other two get nothing. It's much more likely to be sort of, you pick up one, I pick up one, they pick up one. Maybe I get two in 1 year, but it's really hard to turn that into I pick up 3 or 4 in a year and get to snap. So in terms of a triple, it can be quite sustainable. In terms of a system that doesn't really reward that in such a way. Like, this is open tribute. This isn't about getting a freeway draw. It's not clear who that would favor most. I actually think France is the one who's really in the good position at the moment. Because if you can get Germany to commit to east, south, anything like that, while you just don't, you can really sort of start to dominate the north if you're Stefan here.
So we'll go ahead and do who do you like early then. McCallus, your pick being France. Andrew, if not France, who would you pick?
If not France, I feel like I'm leaning heavily towards France. It's maybe I could see the other argument here for Liam and Germany. If you can actually get France to turn south and Italy gets a couple, like a guess or two right and manages to not stalemate the Med, but it's like stop them at losing Tunis, you're going to pick up Norway, Sweden, St. Petersburg. You might have some play on Warsaw. And so looking from like a sneaks out the top by one center perspective, Germany is, I think, second place there.
I think what I will say is I like France, but even though I'd make these builds either way, I don't actually want to take stuff from Italy. I want to be attacking Germany here if I'm France. I think that's the way that Stefan gets the board top.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how you convince them that it's not a good idea.
Yeah.
We've got Tanglewood, FIR, get Russia on it. That adjustment with the St. Pete North Coast build makes me think that might be what we're looking at. Let's keep an eye on that as we go into spring of 1904. Andrew.
Well, I mean, FR is not a terrible idea, but you do, I think, cause what you've just seen, which is Germany decides, oh, okay, well, if you're going to squish me between the two of you, Russia, you will simply get nothing from me, and France will get everything. And that's, I think, what makes me most nervous about that kind of a build and destabilizing the North, is you really needed to, I think, earlier convince Germany to either move towards the middle and like help out attacking Austria or something like that, like moving to Galicia, like Colin said, or be like, no, GR is the way to go. It's going to be slow, but you're going to have to grind them out. In the meantime, I'll control the south. I won't let Italy sneak aboard top here, that kind of a thing. But with this, I mean, I'm seeing actually a really solid reaction from the south, I think. This is some really excellent coordination, given how much they were fighting, supporting moving to Tyrolia, positioning the fleets. This is something where all of a sudden Italy does not have a terrible position against France, and a fairly convincing argument, I think, to form an heir. I guess I don't know if it still counts as an heir this late, but I'd be worried if I was Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, I think Turkey is like Aegean Eastern Med, which unblockable, is pretty bad. But you see Russia's flipped. Like, Russia supports Serbia to ball, as does Italy. So it is just a full-on air against Turkey, and Seth is going to struggle. I want to give a real shout out to Richard Bolton in Austria here, who's played this really with a back against the wall pretty much the entire time, when Italy was just making hostile move after hostile move. And Richard didn't react, didn't just go, right, screw you, Italy, I'm going to send everything into you. We're both going to burn. He's managed to craft a diplomatic situation where still not a great position, but he might get some out of it if he gets a build this year, maybe, potentially from Caen, maybe from Smyrna, then or Trieste even. All of a sudden, his game could really come to life. Like, GR are about to lock up against each other, which means those Russian armies are probably not coming into Austria. So that is really patient play from Richard being rewarded. So I love to see it.
I like that analysis, McCallus, and you're probably right, because you usually are. But if I were Julian, I would be screaming right now that Julian needs a build. Like, they need another fleet to go stop France, because if they don't, who is going to be able to if they don't move right now? So I'm really curious to see who ends up with one of those adjustments this turn.
But what's awkward is it wasn't even guaranteed that they could get something off Turkey. Crazy as it sounds, I didn't notice it in the spring, but there could have been a brace in either Smyrna or a support hold on Caen with nothing to come Black Sea. Thankfully, perhaps Julian has been sated. gets
Yeah,
that build
they
and
did do it in the guaranteed way. So Sev tapped Armenia there, which meant that they couldn't brace Smyrna. So Con and Armenia were both bounced. But it did mean that Bulgaria was actually at risk doing it. So yeah, as you say, even with the guaranteed way of taking a dot, it wasn't guaranteed you wouldn't like be +1, -1. This is another great turn for Richard, actually. Like he gets, Italy has taken Smyrna, but it's by convoy, which gets that army away from you. Great. He also just walks into Trieste. It's like, cool. It doesn't look like Italy expected it. Italy looks like they were supporting him into Bohemia. So Richard has decided, you know what? I've got rid of that army. Now it's my time to make some moves. So that's good to see. He's going to try and craft a position. And given that France and Italy do nothing, this isn't really looking like a real war at the moment. So they don't even bounce in Western Med. All of those fleets just hold. One French fleet comes down to North Atlantic, which you could say, well, it's probably hostile to the Italian, but it's not really very committal. And France has also now got Edinburgh. Like, yes, they've made sure that Germany gets a build in Scandinavia. So it was a clever way to... Finland can only defend one of those two provinces, so let's support an attack on both. Germany's guaranteed to take one, but it's really just Germany staying even and France getting the net build. So another really nice turn for Stefan as well. Russia, their position is getting quite shaky. That retreat to Skagerrak, I don't really like. I think I'd have rather retreated to Bothnia here. You're going to sort of invite more pressure on St. Petersburg. Skagerrak is just a place where you can get easily piffed if you don't just pull it off the board right now anyway.
So winner of 1904, we've got Stefan Kumar's France in pretty commanding 8-center lead, and our number 2 player, kind of getting the chatter from our analysis or from our analysts, is not 7th place Germany or 6th place Italy or Russia, but 5th place or 5-center Richard Bolton. Really like that position. See if they can capitalize on that opportunity. Put down the requisite army, disband the fleet in Skag, spring of 1905. What are we looking at?
I think this is Andrew's turn, right?
Well returned. I mean, I'm excited. Thank you for the honors of the convoy to Denmark. I guess that plans to end up in Livonia is the idea. But I mean, at this point, this is France's game. They're in the driver's seat. They decide what they want to take. They decide, as long as Germany stays happy being the front line and is happy, either staying even or, probably going down one as the years go on, there's really nothing to do about this game. The moment that Italy decided it wasn't worth coming after you, that was the end of that. It does appear that Italy's decided that what Richard did is worth coming after, which I don't, there's no such thing as fair in this game, but I think you made your choice when you didn't go after France, and you have to realize that Austria has to play for their game too. I think it's reasonable to try to collapse them here in response, but I don't think it's going to end up leading to a board top. I think it's maybe better timing to organize a bounce in Western, seal the centers around Turkey, then close the jaws, eat up, and see if you've delayed enough such that Germany is maybe on 6 centers, but they're not willing to go down to 4. Something where France would truly have to stab, and maybe you'll have play to just sweep north and clear up Russia. I think it's a little early to just, fight right back after one little easy Trieste. It's just Trieste. It's not a big deal.
If Italy's not going to fight France, then France will win this game. There's just nothing's going to stop them. Germany is making it clear that they're not going to stop them, right? So, yeah.
Claire, I don't understand the Denmark at all. I don't understand it either, but I love it. I am so
right over
glad.
Livonia.
I've done it as Germany before, actually, where I've convoyed France to Denmark. But it's been because there's been a hostile fleet in Skagerrak, something to sort of try and disrupt. I don't really get it if there's not one of those. In full, yeah. Well, in full here, this French position is just monstrous now, right? So Germany gets into Norway at the expense of Sweden, while France keeps Denmark and is in North Sea and gets to stay in Norwegian. He's also up in Ruhr because, of course, that's there to protect Kiel against all those hostile units that are surrounding it. France has kept Marseille open for a build. They've also moved to mid-Atlantic. So now that Italy is committed to a big fight in the east, France now has the ability to drop 3 fleets down and go, ha, I'm going to take Tunis as well. This is the sort of position, actually, it's only 1905. Stephans needs to start counting centers because this can turn into a solo very viably. The East is a complete mess. So Turkey is back onto 2, retaking Con. Austria's lost ball to the Italian as well, but is still working with the Russian, but has also retreated to Romania, which takes a dot away from the Russian. So this sort of completely chaotic East, whilst France is getting everything they need, and Germany is just walking away from them. All of their units are away from France now. This is a very, very viable solo position.
I think the only thing I'd say is I wish Ionian had done something. I think it could have gone left, it could have gone right. It just needed to do something just to help out, because either you're thinking you're going to race, or either you're thinking you're going to, put some brakes on.
Question is not who's going to top, but how big will Steven get spring of 1906?
I mean, I guess there's no reason to go south as France. So I've got no qualms with just sitting in Mao in Spain. Tunis will always be yours whenever you want it. Even if they end up building Fleet Rome and move to Tyrrhenian, you'll just put something in Lyon. Eventually you can force that. I guess y'all said it was 1910, so you don't have forever ever, but you've got long enough that's really not the question. The question is how big of a bite of this sandwich you can take in one turn and then say, all right, let's just draw. I don't really want to solo on y'all, but I could. But it's just better for everybody if I don't, right? And it's just like the position. Count him, Collis. It's pretty close.
I mean, there's 17 right in front of him right now. You look at the German dots, which are all 6 of them, which can easily be taken by France in this position, and then the 2 Russian dots in Sweden and St. Petersburg, which are guaranteed to be forcible by the end. Then it's an 18th, and Tunis is right there. And the problem, if you wait too long on taking Tunis, is you do allow Italy to pull the fleets back to defend it. And then the 18th becomes a lot more difficult, actually, because Italy has so many armies that you're probably not going to get an Italian dot that isn't Tunis. The mess in the East might open up Warsaw, might open up Vienna even. And if the East are mad enough at Italy that the AR decide to throw, then of course that gets even further. But I think I would probably drop in on Tunis this turn. I think you drop to Western Med, to North Africa, follow up to Mao, and then build another fleet. 4 fleets in the south. Tunis will be yours, and Italy will never be able to retake it. Then you have the rest of the game. 3, 4, maybe even 5 years, because it's a 6.5 hour time limit. So usually 1910, sometimes 1911, 1909 if things are running slowly. It's not a guarantee on how many turns there are, but you can, even from this stage, be looking at the clock and working that out in your head. And if you're going for a solo, you should be doing that.
So I am trying to move us forward, but I am going to pause here because I think this is a fascinating board state, and I want us to talk through, like, if you are going for the solo here, you're saying, Michalis, go for Tunis. Completely agree. So what would your priorities be if you are Steven and you want to try and force this solo? So in addition to Tunis, what should your goals be here?
The harder the center, the better it is to take it early, right? So Munich, you're probably still trying to keep Germany sweet. You don't want to stab Germany yet. And if Germany is going to keep doing this, then you can keep doing that. So I think my next priority would be to get the position around Sweden. Germany has 3 fleets. Sweden isn't easily taken later. So the sooner you do it, and then Germany probably pulls some fleets off the board, the better. So France is actually lacking a little bit in the north for forcing St. Pete as well. So that's where I'd be looking. I'd be looking to get myself in position to take Sweden and St. Pete early, then focus on the central dots later.
Yeah, my concern would be those 3 German fleets. Like that is the one thing that I think could stop that solo. So I guess the question, Andrew, is if you're in Steven's position, are you prioritizing just taking those centers now, trying to force those to be disbanded with the theory that you'll be able to get it later? Or, like Michaelis was saying, do you go ahead and try and focus on Scandinavia and then take those later?
Weirdly, I'm kind of more worried about the armies. Maybe this is just recency bias from my experience at Moot, but I had a fairly bad experience holding on to Munich and Berlin and also Kiel as Germany. I came to refresh my respect for how much of a mess it can be when you've got hostile armies from the south determined to make it so that you don't own those centers. So I think I really like McCall's suggestion of it's a fall turn that's a stab without any dots, but drop the hammer around Tunis because maybe you get a little bit lucky in the moves and Italy fumbles the defense and you can get a little bit more. Even just one more center beyond Tunis in the south. Maybe Austria is like, I didn't deserve to be treated like that by Italy after how this game went. I'll support you. I'll tap Venice because I don't think you're going to solo, right? But then you can exchange like one of Munich or Berlin for something else. And that really opens up, I think, the tactics in the middle to be much more flexible.
I think the other argument in favor of dropping on Italy now is the sooner you do it, the more players in the East survive. And the more players there are surviving, the harder it is to coordinate, the easier your solo is. If you just don't drop the hammer on Italy and Italy kills Austria, kills Turkey, the solo becomes a lot harder because then Italy can move all of those units to counter you. At the moment, there are 4 Austrian units that are screwing with Italy. There are 2 Turkish units that are sort of just playing to survive, but could easily look at Smyrna and trying to retake that. So I think that the sooner you move on Italy, the better for France. I think that's the move you should be making this turn.
All right, fall of 1906. Here we go.
Fall of 1906, France does not drop the hammer on Italy. They drop the hammer on Germany. So they take Sweden, Belgium, Holland, and attempt to take Munich. 3-dot stabs. Great stab. Game-winning stab. Probably not solo-winning stab. They haven't got into Munich. Italy actually helped Germany defend it, which is very clever play by the Italian. Italy has taken Com, but not lost Bulgaria, so pretty good turn for Italy, who can now just drop a fleet in Rome and go and defend Tunis. France, the Tunis will still be forcible, but Berlin's going to be very hard to take, and St. Petersburg isn't going to be easy with this many armies on the board. This is game winning, but not solo inducing, I think.
Yeah, I think it also really, I'm really glad that you paused this in the previous turn, Brian, because it shows how much potential can build up in one turn just for people to be like, I don't really want to get sold on. And it's like, it's all gone.
Well, winner of 1906, is it time for the rest of the board to start pitching a draw? And if you're Steven, would you accept it?
No. You gotta, I play a lot of gumbo, but you gotta prove to me you can hold a line.
But I think if he was going for the solo, he'd have dropped into the mid, right? Like, he hasn't done that, so I don't know. Like, you can still force Tunis reasonably easily. Like, you just build Fleet Marseille, but it's just going to be harder, and it's going to take time. And I don't think you have enough time to force the mid and force the center with Italy and Germany working together. So now, really, your only hope for solo is if Russia is pissed enough to throw it, which might be the case.
All right, winner of 1906. Take a quick look at these adjustments, and let's move into 07.
Germany pulled Kiel. So if Germany wants to throw a solo, that's still on. Okay. France wants to Munich, wants to Kiel. Germany is helping them take a lot. Now, maybe the argument here is Germany is saying, I'll put you to 17 and we draw. Like, this is what you're going to take anyway by the end. But the problem with that is it's a time-limited game. And if you just force them to slog their way to 17, there won't be a solo. If you just give them all the centers, you're going to give them time to go and force the solo. So I don't like this really from Germany. I don't really like that from Italy positionally either. Like, they're going to hold Tunis one more turn, but they're going to lose Ionian Sea, or they're going to not hold Tunis it's like the 18th is now French, whether it's this turn or next turn. They also haven't moved in a way to kill Turkey, but have moved in a way to annoy them. So there's maybe a Turk that's going to be screwing with them. Austria and Italy still can't agree.
Whoa. All right. Game ends here. Was not expecting that. Okay. Well, first of all, Stephen, congratulations. 13 center top. That was a dominant. I would say that's one of the strongest French performances that we have seen all season. And I would say it's probably one of the top most dominant French positions that I've seen in any game that we've been covering over the past 5 years. Really impressive result. But there is a lot more here. But going back to that previous comment, like, are we playing the league? Are we playing relationships? Or is it time to get points? What is your take, McCallus? This is your game.
I think this is the wrong move. I think that the solo, it's not guaranteed. There's still guesses around St. Petersburg by a 1910 game. But it's very doable. And if Germany was handing you Munich and Kiel, presumably you could then get Berlin quite easily as well. Tunis is guaranteed at this point. So it's just a case of, can you get St. Pete and Berlin by 1910, 1911 maybe? Just go for it. Well, what's the downside of going for it? You're not going to lose the top. Nothing can go wrong in this position as France. You either get a slightly higher score or you get a solo, and a solo will get you on the top board. That's, yeah, Stefan should have taken that.
It's definitely a question of what are the relationships here. As like an overall narrative, I thought it was interesting that France played the FG such to push the G out of the way and to never truly go after Italy. It makes me wonder if maybe there's just Italy pulled some little like, I know you could, but just not today. This is like maybe my best result in the league. And it's like, let me have this something. There feels like there's something else preventing them from just taking what is clearly theirs to have and what they clearly earned, because you negotiated Germany to be that far out of position, or like that trusting of you, or that angry with other people. This is a solo that I think is quite earned. Sure, Germany's supporting you into their dots at the end, but I mean, the South made a mess of everything realistically, and you probably had a hand in that too. This is yours. If there was any time to take it, I think it was this.
Well, a couple things I want to shout out here. First of all, Seth, well done hanging on in Ankara. That was a lot of scrambling to survive this game, so well done. And then I do want to also just, again, like, Stephen, this is an incredible result. So well played. Don't let the potential loss overshadow the fact that this was a really good result. I don't know if this is true or not, but I was listening to Dan Lester's interview on Deadline yesterday, and it was very good. Highly recommend you check it out if you haven't had a chance to yet. But he was talking about players, especially players like myself that have been playing a long time but not had the big results, or newer players that they get to a point in the game where they just start to get overwhelmed and they don't get those points. And he was saying how the thing that he had to remind himself to help him overcome that hurdle and take that next step into becoming a great player, a world champion player, was to recognize, hey, I put in the work to get here. I put myself in this position to have success. I don't need to overthink it. I just need to keep playing and do what I did to get here and just do it more. So Stephen, this is an opportunity for you. I think that you could take what you did that was working so well and do it more. But that doesn't take away the fact that this was a really good result. All right. Well, thank you. We are going to go ahead and pause our coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League. And we are going to bring Patrick back on. Patrick, anything? Whoops, Patrick, anything you want to add to as we close out this game and transition over to our feature league?
Yeah, wow, big mix of emotions that game. I want to point out one particular strategic thing that I noticed with Germany. I think a result similar to that, something that looked like that, was mostly assured once the wave in Munich happened in 01 and how that was used by Liam, because it showed, first of all, that he wasn't really interested in working against France in any circumstance, which probably alienated him from Russia in that dogpile on England process in the north. And also, sending it to Bohemia so early and still not building it even after 02. And then the fact that he didn't build that army in Munich in 01 meant he didn't have any influence over the East when he really needed it the most in 02 and 03 when things were still very fluid. And as a result, if he had that army in Munich to do something as simple as like support Italy to Tyrolia in spring 02, then suddenly he is doing much more to empower Italy in the East and create an alliance structure that's favorable to him, so that if France does come knocking and starts dabbing, then Italy becomes a much more effective counterweight to that, which improves the German position as well. So just an example of how waving has a central power tends to be counterproductive, I would say, for reasons like that, when you can just go across the stalemate line and be so influential instead.
All right. Well, I saw a lot of chatter in Dip Chat. I won't go through it all right now, but talking about nerves from players that were on the bubble for the Virtual Diplomacy League top 7 standings. So they were a lot of sighs of relief is what it sounds like from some of those players. What a great way to start out our coverage tonight. 2 really exciting games for very, very different reasons. But now we're going to pause from the Virtual Diplomacy League and we are going to bring up our feature league. So go ahead and transition us over.
Bore.
All right, so the the Speedboat Nexus League. There we go. Words. The Nexus Speedboat League is our feature league for tonight. This is a format that I really, really enjoy. Patrick, I believe you've got some experience playing this. You want to kind of set this up for us, talk through the structure of the league and the format, what makes Nexus Speedboat unique?
Yeah, Speedboat's just a ton of fun. It's a really good way to just get your reps in for Gunboat really quickly, because if you don't like those 24-hour phase games, you don't like committing to them for weeks and months on end, it's such a great, accessible way to get into the format. But there are also a lot of really, really good Gunboat players that frequent it. So it's not like it's just a new player breeding ground. It's also a place where you can be exposed to a very high-level play and really improve your Gunboat game in a very short amount of time. In terms of how the league works, we've changed scoring systems almost every season so far, but the long and short of it, at least for this season, if I remember correctly, was it's the average of your first 4 scores, I believe, and the scores are calculated with points per supply center plus a topping bonus. Pretty simple there. It's changed. It changes constantly. I'm sure Eber can give a more succinct summary of it in the chat. But the gist of the format we're looking at today is that the top 14 players proceed to a semifinal stage. The top 5 get a bye to the final. Then there's a tier of 5 players, 6th through 10th, that get to play both semifinals games. So they have 2 chances to get into the top board. And then there are the bottom 4 seeds who each get slotted in as the last 2 slots on one of the 2 semifinal boards. So they only get 1 shot to top and make it in.
So what we're going to be covering tonight is a 2-month-long season, I believe. So I think this is the July-August season. And then at the end of that season, they begin the semifinals. Semifinal games are play-in for the championship game or the finals. So the finals, the top 5 players will automatically progress, and the remaining 2, the winners of the 2 semifinal games will both end up in the finals game. So it's kind of like the wild card in baseball to kind of circle back to the top of the show. It's a really exciting format. I believe 5-minute turns. Is that right?
Yeah.
And the players, do they negotiate via text or is it all gunboat?
No, it's fully Gunboat. Yeah,
Yep.
blitz is the press with 5-minute turns, and
Got it.
that's more of a Diplo strat thing.
Yep. So what we're looking at is no press and lots of speed. And I have not watched these games, but I have heard that they are very dynamic, and I am looking forward to it. So great players playing lots of games. And our first one, McCallus, you get a break.
Oh wait, aren't we doing the semifinals first?
Yes, I am. I picked the wrong game, so no spoilers there or anything. Give me a second.
Patrick, is there a sound effect that comes along with the boar? I haven't gotten a chance to find
No,
out.
just the boar emoji, as far as I know.
Okay.
Maybe Captain Gaming is innovating our board technology to give us a sound as well, but I haven't heard it yet.
All right, so July to August semifinal board 1. McCallus, we're going to give you a break, and Andrew, let you lead off, introduce our players, and Patrick, you'll set up our storylines.
Let's see. It's always a game of who I recognize. I'd say I had the pleasure of playing an in-person club game with Tristan on the University of Washington campus a couple months ago. Kingrid is an absolute staple of the Nexus server overall. Not surprised, but also congratulations for making the semis here. Roy is an old school staple. Not stale though. He can get an edge on you. Like he's still got it. I'll say that much. Moletsky's Moletsky, big sombrero. The others, Patrick, you got anything for me on the other two?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'll just say King Red is probably one of the top 7 gunboat players in the world, I'd argue. He's been a gunboat league champion before. But then, Dave Moletsky, frequenter of the league, Jonathan Frank, Jonathan Sun, both very solid players. King Red it's worth noting he's Soham Shinda, who's an Australian face-to-face player. So just covering our bases there, I think that's a double thing in the database. As for Catherine, obviously that's not her real last name; that's her Discord name. But she joined very recently. I think she got into diplomacy mostly through the Speedboat League in the last couple of seasons, and I think she's improved at a pretty solid, rapid pace. So I believe this was only her second season where she appeared, and after only a few months playing, and she's already again progressed really, really strongly in a short amount of time.
All right, and shout out to Dave Moletsky, who is tournament directing the Carnage convention that is going on right now. For the joke of the location, Big Sombrero, Moletsky is famous. Besides running a fantastic, the premier diplomacy tournament to feature a hot tub, they also are known for wearing a giant sombrero. If you go to a tournament, and Dave is there, you cannot miss him. So with that, here's our map, and we're going to move quickly through these games. Just alternate turns. Try to keep the minimum when it's not your turn, or the chatter when it's not your turn, to a minimum. Call out something that somebody else missed if you just absolutely can't help it. But otherwise, we're going to try and, in the spirit of Speedboat, go quickly.
Sorry, Brian, I'm going to slow you down right away. Patrick, could I ask for a little heads up on what the current meta of Speedboat is? I assume you've been playing recently.
Actually, I got into the finals of this season pretty early with some good results, so I haven't been around in a couple months. But generally, I would say there's been a lot of anti-French play for sure. I think we're sort of moving out of a more pro-German meta right now that has a lot of German-sided EGs, and moving into more of an EF focused meta right now, which is pretty rare. But at the time of this game, it was still very much German. I would say German dominated in the West, at least. And then as for the East, Italy going to Trieste, quite common. There's been a lot of AI conflict depending on because a lot of it depends on how Austria reacts to that immediate move into Trieste, and quite a few people have started to react quite strongly to that. The houseboat opening, where Trieste holds, has become more popular as a result of that. So that's something to watch out for, maybe in the other semi game, but not here.
Thank you. That was perfect. That's what I was interested. I say go to the fall because I just found out that a bunch of things that should be happening aren't. So I'm more for the consequences. All right. So see, and then a contested convoy to Belgium. That's pretty interesting to me. But this is like classic gunboat speedboat. You can't talk. Just turns into a bit of a mess. Roy bouncing everything in the north, but still picking up Romania is a nice grab. I think it's really interesting to see frequent openings to Trieste benefiting Russia a lot. As a huge fan of Russia, I'm a huge fan of that in general. And I also am curious. I've always been curious if a stronger Russia would just help put a lid on a lot of the like AI EG meta that used to haunt my growing up days on WebDip, and why I always kept opening north with Russia.
Yeah, my philosophy in all of Gunboat really has always been just stop bullying Russia as much as other people do, because a strong Russia is often good for whatever meta problems there are at the moment.
I'll
All
change
right.
my headline then. Strong Russia solves all your problems.
Especially when I'm Russia. All right, we see builds that I'd say were pretty standard for what the word state is at the moment. We in the West, we see seemingly more EG movement. Germany says, actually, England, you can have Belgium, but England, again, not sure if that support's going to come, says, you know what, Germany, you can have Belgium, I'll go straight to Picardy. It's a bit of a clumsy set of orders there, but ultimately, Germany does get into Burgundy, so there is progress. France, interestingly, retreats to Paris instead of Belgium, which makes sense because they don't want to use Spain to cover Marseille. They want to have the two armies that can just cover those two home centers while the fleets move in, presumably against England. Meanwhile, Russia is stacking up armies into Scandinavia, so clearly they are going to argue the point about the North, try and stop this EG before it really gets going. Of course, they were really thrown a lifeline there by that bounce in Belgium, meaning England hasn't built yet, so they're a bit weaker and easier to attack. And then we see something that I think has been pretty common in Speedboat lately, which is Italy taking advantage of an Austria that initially accepted a Trieste loan to work with Turkey instead, as they support Turkey into Serbia, go up to Adriatic, and everything is just coming up IT immediately. McCallus is going to be kicking himself that he didn't insist on commentating this game. And that's going to make Russia pretty vulnerable in the south if Austria takes that walk into Warsaw, but at the same time, they might choose to defend Vienna instead with support. I think that's what I'd do here if I was Jonathan, just to keep some hope of a core position alive.
So I am going to, from time to time, pause as a player that does not play a lot of Gunboat, but is always interested in how the how much crossover there is, what lessons you could learn and apply to face-to-face and what you shouldn't. My question would be to you, Andrew. Why don't we see this borrowing of Trieste and then supporting Turkey into Serbia more in face-to-face?
Face-to-face. I don't know if I'm necessarily can speak for all of face-to-face. I think it's because people get more mad and it can get turned against you. I do want to point out, I'm going to assume that Turkey thought Russia would be helping them into Serbia, not necessarily Italy. And I think that actually demonstrates the problems that can happen in face-to-face is if you do this sort of immediate deceitful thing on Austria, they're going to go talk to the other people at the table and be like, screw this guy, just get me Trieste back and y'all can have Greece and Serbia and negotiate from there. Granted, we just saw a VDL game where Austria did a lot of hard fought work to prevent what that happened. You know where it got them? It got them attacked by Italy again. So I think it's all about norms. I think it's the last thing I'll say. Now, if Trieste loan becomes so normal that you don't blink an eye at it, you end up making moves such as Galicia, which will get to go into Warsaw, I assume, in the fall. And then it's defense is different. It's all about what's accepted. I think it doesn't go the same in face-to-face, maybe just because it's that much more egregious.
All right, fall of 1902.
Okay, so we see Russia taking the logical continuation of what they were going for in the spring, which is taking Norway off of England. They were probably hoping to build from that, but they aren't because Austria has taken the walk into Warsaw instead of defending Vienna. So clearly, Jonathan is just saying, all right, well, I'm kind of out of this game, so I guess I'd better pick the best odds to survive instead of picking the best center to keep that might enable a comeback later because it's a home center. Fair enough. I think both are valid decisions. Great turn for Germany, by the way. Did I mention Germany's pretty strong right now? I think I mentioned Germany's pretty strong right now. They get into Belgium. They get into Sweden. England's still not building. France is going after England because they're the easier target. And there's an IT, which is the best southern alliance for Germany because it takes out both of those army powers that could otherwise threaten them, Austria and Russia. So pretty wonderful turn for Tristan, I would say, above all else. Although you can't deny Turkey going +2 is pretty darn good as well, especially with Black Sea already theirs, which is arguably just as valuable as any of those dots in the Balkans. All right, we see double armies from Turkey. Makes sense. So they're doubling down on the IT. Interestingly, Warsaw comes off instead of Albania for Austria. Not really sure what that indicates. I guess they want to contest Trieste more and annoy Italy. And then the third fleet for Germany, so doubling down on the FG now.
Patrick, remind me, what's the situation for people? So they got to make top what in this game? Because pulling Warsaw seems very much like I am going to, like, I have no reason to continue playing, so I'm just
That's
not
true.
gonna
It's
take
winner
Russia's
take all.
game.
Only the topper advances to the finals. Because again, the first 5 are already set, so these 2 games only can take 1 person.
Yep.
Thank
Win advance, the rest go home.
Yeah.
Then, I mean, I think it's reasonable to pull Warsaw at that point. Russia is the person that didn't do anything wrong to you. See if you can delay. I think double armies was a little ambitious from Turkey. I might have gone 1 in a wave just because I need to see Italy do a little more from me, maybe just see how the North develops before I really commit. Because as Turkey, I've been given a beautiful position, especially Gumbo Turkey, where it's a lot harder to defend. It's all about, the way I would play this Turkey is just don't attract attention. You need somebody else to become the problem. Once they're the problem, you're going to top this board easy. It's all about finding a way to make someone else the problem.
I like that Turkey put both armies down here, actually, because I think they don't really need... Putting both of them down helps put Italy's mind at ease, and it doesn't really hurt the flexibility of your position when you know you can get an easy next dot and run without too much fuss.
Fair enough. And it facilitates the taking of Sevastopol. And maybe at that point, you just end up going so fast. I don't know, because is Italy, I'm just going to get nervous and I feel almost incentivized, like, for this Turkey. Because if Turkey gets bigger than you, I think that's, if it's winner take all, that's kind of the end of your game. And this is also a France that's just kind of sitting there. But maybe I'm already shifting too soon, but I'm now looking at the viable powers in this game. If it's winner take all, I'm looking, Italy's still there, Turkey's still there, France is there, Germany's there. The rest is kind of like, I think Germany maybe could have done a better job setting up on Warsaw. I think you could win that race, but at least they hold Sweden. It feels very stalemated in the north for what is a very like settled south already.
Yeah, much like I think what we saw in that round 1 VDL game that you caught the tail end of. It just feels like the East is so organized immediately, while the West isn't really doing the optimal moves to move everything forward. And sometimes you can't do what's optimal because you don't trust people. That makes a lot of sense. 2 more armies for Turkey, so doubling down on the IT again, tripling down, you could say. All right, spring 1904, we see Turkey going up to Ukraine, Italy going up to Galicia, so just continuing to roll through Russia. Although I will say, I think Italy might see that they have to fight Turkey now. Otherwise, Soham is never going to be bigger than Miletsky in this game. And I think it makes sense to do it now because you don't have any realistic prospect of getting stuff off France, and France just kind of called off the attack that they looked like they might have been signaling in spring 03. So they line up in Albania, they line up in Trieste. Galicia will probably be used to cut Romania and take Serbia. So I think this is the right time for Italy to do something that maybe they don't want to do, but they have to do. And Soham's one of those players who will recognize when he has to do something to prevent someone else from winning outright. Elsewhere, not too much. The German position is pretty static besides lining up on Norway, which they won't get this year. And France gets into Liverpool, but that was guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that the only thoughts I have, do you have to leave Western then? Talking about things you have to do. I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to at any point. It's up to France to force you out, to decide that you don't belong there. And I think you maybe have to move to Eastern because of the inevitability of the tactical moves there. You don't need the Aegean to make progress. You can sort of just like stalemate the pieces, but Eastern really says like, I'm going to win this out. Because if Turkey, accidentally picks up Moscow, could happen. Maybe Austria is like, Italy, you attacked me. I'm going to guess in the support correctly. They put down a fleet in Smyrna or something like that. All of a sudden, you're going to end up losing Tunis in like 3-4 years, and you'll never have that board top chance. I'm a little worried about that.
Yeah, I think I actually agree with that about West, especially because if this IT war is suddenly going to drag on somewhat inconclusively, like they often do when they're relatively evenly matched like this, that can put the ball in someone in the West's court, and staying in West just helps slow down France from becoming the favorite that little bit more. So yeah, we see Turkey getting into Galicia. They lose Greece, but that's not a huge deal in the end because it's just one disband, and they're kicking Galicia out ensures that they have a good counterattack against Budapest for next year. So they still have plenty of play. Germany also rushes for Warsaw. They could have taken Norway in the end because Russia chose to cover Moscow, but Tristan not even taking that risk, just going for the more solid positional gain of North Sea, which I think is going to help their position a lot vis-a-vis France. I think he's also recognizing that this IT war benefits France more than him at the moment. So just taking steps to make sure that he can get that cut of England and keep up in a race if it comes to that.
Yeah, I like that play from Germany. Good call, good position there.
Pretty expected across the board.
And then running backwards. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I feel like I've been neglecting the North a lot, but this is a pretty easy cleanup of England. Even they decide to just disband Edinburgh, which again, if the game is the game, then it's all about who your dots at that point. Coming to London, I'm impressed by the guess or the braveness to just do it raw like that. Ultimately, now they have a play on Norway. This has really turned around for Germany in a way that I didn't expect. And additionally, the bouncing of Burgundy, covering what they assumed would be the jump there. This is a surprisingly good turnaround for Germany and a position where they should be picking up 2 builds to then fight further with. So probably end up with a fleet and an army. And what's that? That's 9 centers. That could be enough because of the way that the South is turning out. The previous turn was one that I would have loved to have 10 minutes to look at the tactics, particularly around should you make a guess on cutting Albania. Here, I think it's a little bit simpler. You've got to put a little bit of a brakes on Germany at some point, or maybe ally with France. So Tyrolia makes sense. Losing Budapest is the cost of making such a move. I think the rest of it just really shows how valuable Eastern would have been, that you could have just already shoved out and started to get around the edge, get around into Bulgaria. Maybe Serbia wouldn't have been lost last year, that kind of position. So I'm really curious to see if Germany is now going to be the favorite here.
I love every move that Germany made this turn except for Prussia to Berlin. I don't think there's much reason for that to back off, especially when you can move it down to Silesia and still have just that little bit of critical influence over the IT war that could decide a lot of this game.
Well, Andrew, someone else that would have liked 10 minutes to analyze this is the players on this board. That's the beauty of Speedboat, though. 5 minutes, and they have to decide quickly. Fall 1905, what are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like this board's going to come down to a race between France, Germany, and maybe Turkey. The Italian having to actually settle for that loss there is pretty rough. Tactically, now you're going to build an army Ankara that locks up Smyrna. Khan and Bulgaria lock up each other. The 3v2 where the 3 Turkish armies. The extra factor then is what Russia decides to do. I think they've been given a decent amount of power to possibly kingmake this game because of where their units go and the pressure that can come from that. I'm not saying it's impossible for this Russia to top this board. I think there's some choice. I think the answer is not going after Germany. So I'm appreciating that they're not trying to send units north. I think the answer is pick up Sevastopol, maybe fight for Romania. Maybe you can have a game from that. But besides that, I think they're the ones that's going to cause the effect, and I think give the game to somebody, whether they mean to or not.
So, Patrick, in Speedboat and Gunboat in general, there is no press negotiation, but sometimes players do use signals, such as we're seeing from North and Munich, for example, to communicate. It's an invalid order, and then the expectation is that the other players can read that and infer what that might mean. So what are you reading here from some of these signals that we're looking at?
I think France, based on their move, sees Turkey as the big threat and wants to leave Italy alone to counter that. But Germany, with their signals to have France go into the Med, they want France to think Italy is the big threat so that they'll counter them instead. And that would allow Germany to take advantage of their best growth now, which is all through Russia. Go after St. Pete, go after Warsaw with your full force. But you can't do that if France is turtled up in Picardy, Burgundy, Eddy, English Channel like they're about to be. So it's pretty obvious, what Germany wants here, but France just doesn't see it the same way, and as a result, Tristan may regret not doing something more concrete with those units, like say bouncing the support to Burgundy, and then of course there's the support from Vienna to Russia, which is very simple. Hey, get Seb back, please help me.
I want to bring back a point that you made earlier, Patrick, about a quick IT. We could see the winter. A quick IT eliminates the two army powers at the biggest threat. I think that's really shown here, and I think it backs up your point of, Tristan, maybe just go fight France. Just go line up against France, because are there really going to be probably necessarily 3 free armies to take Munich and or Berlin from you in the next 3-4 years that you're not going to get a lot of heads up about?
Yeah, I think especially after Turkey got that piff on Budapest in spring 05, it was pretty optimistic for Germany to think France would go into the Med. So it might have been better to just commit against France at that point, because Germany can commit against either France or Russia and win in fall 05 and from there, but not if they wait. And now this crucial one turn of waiting might benefit France immeasurably.
And that's the beauty of Speedboat, to be honest, is negotiations can change everything about the game. I mean, it was originally made like that, but it really hones you in on what is the position encouraging me to do? What is the position telling me to do? Where will these units end up? And, what does my neck dot actually look like?
Yep. So now the alliance structure is IF versus GT, essentially. That's in effect, which very interestingly leaves a 3-center Russia behind the lines of both with not much to do right now. So I'd love to see where Roy's head's at right now, if only he kept a journal in this game. Germany now sees that they have to fight France. They've come to that realization, but only late. So now they've lost Belgium, they've lost London. They've lost Eddie, because Germany has the guarantee on that now, although they could retaliate by taking London, but then the retreat to Wales makes things messy and makes defending the English centers quite hard. So overall advantage France here. I'd say still advantage Turkey in the south as well. Taking Vienna, Seb to Romania means that Budapest is easily retaken, and the piff on Aegean is absolutely huge, because it means that Smyrna, Khan, Bulgaria, all those centers are no longer under pressure. And Greece is guaranteed. Should probably mention that.
So
Turkey could be going +2 here.
Tanglewood saying Russia picking Turkey is interesting. My read on that is, if I am Russia and I see Fleet Kiel and Army Berlin by those adjustments, I'm assuming that they're coming for me. That would be kind of a classic anti-Russian position. That's not what the moves kind of indicate, though. So I am curious to see if that relationship continues as we move it into the fall.
Yeah, I will say, Robert, Russia picking Turkey is interesting. I mean, Roy didn't really pick anyone in the south, did they? They just held and saw what would happen. And now they see, I think, that Turkey's going to absolutely run away if they don't intervene. So they are intervening. They're taking Sev back, but a bit too late. Okay, so Turkey actually isn't. They're not building. Yeah, because they lost. They lost Sev. They take Vienna. They don't get Greece because they did not take the guaranteed move set, but there would have been guesses to protect Serbia if they did take the guaranteed move set. So fair enough. So actually not that great of a turn for Maletsky. I thought that after the spring, maybe this would be a situation where Turkey really makes his break, but it's still wide open, especially in the West with all this dipsy doodling, as the kids say, like myself. Germany gets into Eddie, France gets into London, so no change there. But France gets into North Sea, which is the price to Germany for them taking Belgium back. So this is, I would say, a really good turn for France positionally. The army in Wales is annoying for them, but the fleet in North Sea is way worse for Germany by comparison.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a pendulum situation because Liverpool's going to get picked up, so there might be some compensation there. But generally, I agree. As the France, I would probably take this position. I think the other positional question that's interesting is, like you said, Greece was guaranteed, and they decided that it was worth trying to defend the guess around Vienna instead. And I think you have to assume Russia's going to walk into Sebastopol. I don't think it's the end of the world, to be honest. I think it's more about, do you want to try to pull yourself away from those centers such that Russia can, slowly maybe eat 1-2 behind, but eventually I'll put down Fleet Ankara and I'll get them back when it matters, when I need to top this board. I think getting Greece out of the way, you'd rather have Italy go down than basically anything else. But I mean, I know it was a guess. Everything's a guess.
These games are time limited or year limited to 1912. So we're roughly halfway through. We'll play Who Do You Like? Andrew, you were calling this game, so you'll get first pick. You said that Germany is kind of the lead in the meta right now. Would that be your pick or someone else?
I mean, I stole that information from Patrick. I think I'm gonna hedge and I'm gonna pick Turkey because it's just hard to keep a Turkey under control. And they've done, I would say they've done like a B minus job so far. It's absolutely like a passing grade, but it can all fall apart at the end when it matters. So I think it's like even with Russia getting a bit back into this game, they're not, like they don't have any real fleet pressure. I think at the very end it might be 1912. Turkey's going to pull this one out.
Patrick?
I'm going to say I like France here. I think with Russia taking Sev back, presumably they're going to build Army Warsaw and solidify stalemating Sev and try to just pester the Balkans in any way they can. I find it difficult to see how Turkey gets much bigger from here if Italy and Russia both stay committed to suppressing them. Whereas France, they have the two raiders in Northern Norwegian. That gives them so many growth opportunities. It gives them potential guarantees. Not guarantees, but play on Belgium, Eddie, Holland, Norway. All of those are realistic grabs that they could get. And sure, maybe Wales sneaks into Liverpool in the meantime and negates something. But I don't think Germany has enough positional leverage on them to negate every gain they could potentially make from this position in the next few years. So I think France will slowly creep forward and ahead of Turkey. And of course, they're growing at Germany's expense. So ahead of Germany as well.
All right, and I will invite those in Dip Chat to put their predictions in as well if they don't know the result already, and take a look at these adjustments and move into spring of 07.
Wales to London. No. At the last minute, I was like, Wales to London, Belgium to Ing. I think you could do something fun. Alas. Sorry, Patrick, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I will say I am in the finals, so I do know the result here, but I'm not basing my opinion on that because I forgot a lot of what happened in these games, honestly. All right. So interestingly, I wanted to point out the Russian moveset first because Warsaw to Livonia is a bit strange. If you wanted to have play on the north and help Germany or hurt Germany, then Army St. Pete is probably better for that, or something in St. Pete. Whereas Warsaw, you want that unit because it can go to Ukraine and shore up your defensive position against Turkey, but it hasn't done that. So that seems like a bit of a missed opportunity for Roy. But thankfully, Turkey is so preoccupied dealing with Italy right now in the Balkans that it doesn't really matter. And he can just support Sev and actually gets into Rum here. So his position is still improving. Whether Turkey lets him keep Rum in the fall, we'll see. Maybe Molesky thinks he can buy an ally with that. He won't disband from it because he's getting Greece. So it's not the worst thing in the world for Turkey at all. And he's keeping that pressure on Trieste as well, tying up those armies, which is super, super important for keeping a position solvent. And he protects the Aegean Sea, which Italy no longer has a way to get into because Greece is gone. So I'd say this is more positive than negative, actually, for Turkey, as well as for Russia. As for the West, Germany takes North Sea back, but at the cost of leaving Eddie. So France is going to have a guarantee on Eddie in the fall, and they'll also play on Liverpool. Belgium is going to be safe for now, though. That Maginot line looks pretty stagnant. Actually, they could have gotten into Burgundy if they wanted to, but they don't. They choose to go for English Channel instead, which they get into, but only after the fleet gets piffed in Belgium. So France does go up 1 from this total because they take Liverpool back, so Eddie stays the same. So it's a net +1 for France. And that Raider in English Channel will be annoying, but again, Helgoland, Bight, and Norwegian Sea are more annoying. So still advantage France in that war, I would say. And Fleet Brest will easily cover Mao. Meanwhile, in the east, actually, Turkey does kick Russia out of Romania. And I don't know. It's hard to judge Russia's intentions with that army in Romania, right? It's gunboat. You don't know what they're doing. You just see them walking into your dot and you're scared. But I really think that Molesky needed to rely on Russia being happy with just getting a dot every year because Italy is your committed enemy. Italy has nothing else to do for the rest of the game besides fight you because you're always the bigger threat to them than France because France and Turkey, similar size. But again, all of Turkey's units are on Italy's border. So Italy's always going to be your enemy. Russia maybe is your enemy. So you should cater to Russia because they're also maybe your friend. But that hasn't happened here. And as a result, Vienna is lost as well because Budapest was offering that support. So I think this may be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Turkey's top chances.
100% agree. 100% agree. You got to get the centers off Italy. It's fine if Russia has them. You just need them off Italy. Oof, that's a bit of a mess. I don't know how I feel about pulling English Channel back to North Sea. It's just so valuable to make them kick you out and make them guess, especially in 5-minute turns. The cognitive load is so much more important. 24-hour gunboat turns, you can figure that all out. Backstabber gives you sandboxes. You can think about all the things, you can make your guesses, you can really read. But like here, when you can just be like, well, what if they dive? What if they dive? Because deep inside all of us, we're like, but I should probably cover my dots, right? Right? And you just need to let that eat at them. Just let them take it up and then go from there.
Yeah, especially because France built Army of Paris here, so it's so hard for them to actually kick you out of channel without giving up momentum elsewhere. So all the more reason to stay there and just take your chances with North Sea for the time being.
Yep, and then maybe you can get some, like, you can put it back into Belgium. Maybe you can do this, you can do that. I think what's more interesting than that, not much, to be honest. The South is just kind of a mess. I think Russia, like I'm still +1. Like, I think they're the kingmaker, but they're not doing a great job of showing their intent for a game mode that's all about signals and kind of giving an idea what's going on. I will know that I've like played a bunch of games with Roy. I think I have a read on how he plays Gunboat, and he is very much a attack person as like not a default, not an overriding narrative, but that's what he's up to. So when he's in Romania, he's like, look, you're number one. Just like give me one. Just give me one. That's why I was extra not worried about. Just give him one. He'll put a unit down somewhere else, and he'll probably go off and wander and ruin someone else's day after that. You can always get that one back. I think this shows that too. He's just kind of like, should I be helping Germany? Should I be trying to get something out of this game? I guess I'll go to St. Petersburg because I'm in Livonia. It's like, it's a little unclear. He's trying not to ruin things. And yeah.
But Andrew, I think you might have a piece of knowledge our players did not. My understanding is that these games were anonymous until after the results were played. So do keep that in mind. But I think that the advice could apply more generally, even if the specifics did not. Fall of 1908, what are we looking at, Andrew?
What a mess in the South. I'm not sure there was any other way than forward here. There's some guesses around Aegean. It's really all about, you're just trying to get Italy to give up one unit on either side, and it really just comes back to regretting the recovering of Romania more than anything else. Because if they'd gone down to 2 armies, then you can force over the top. If they'd gone down to 2 fleets, you can probably force the fleets to the bottom. I think Turkey might even end up with 7. I guess only 1 rebuild, so at least you won't get screwed in that regard. And then maybe weirdly enough, there's an argument for fleet Ankara and just try to like concede space back to Italy to draw France back down, maybe. But you're running out of time to really do that, so I don't think maybe that's that viable.
France is overcommitted at this point in the North. They couldn't reposition if they wanted to. I will say, I think this was a missed opportunity for Turkey. The fact that the FG war front sort of stabilized more to Germany's favor than it was before gave Turkey a chance to take back command of this game, but by being nice to Russia and just leaving Rome open, trusting and taking Vienna. But the fact that he hasn't done that means that, again, it's another year of stagnation. It's another year of uncertainty about Russia's allegiance. And it's really hurting Miletsky's position now, even more than it was a couple of years ago, arguably.
So is it fleet Ankara? Is it? It really sucks. But is it? You kind of need it, right?
Let's find out.
Amazingly, it can get somewhere quicker. It can get somewhere useful quicker than Army Ankara. Then, so yeah, I like that. Okay, Spring 09. Russia still a very cagey move. Supports to Ukraine. The Balkans are red arrows except for Albania, which is dislodged. I would say that's it's a decent use of Turkey's time. Put some more pressure on Trieste. So. Not too bad. Aegean sneaks into Bulgaria south coast, but that's a horrible place to land in a spring turn while surrounded by hostile units, because what's going to happen to it, Andrew?
Bye-bye.
Oh, boom. So that's going to be an easy piff, I would say, although maybe Italy can pull it back into Greece, depending on what Albania does and other units. Meanwhile, in the west, things get even messier, if that was possible. I do like the cheeky move of English Channel to Wales here, so that the next time London gets kicked out in the fall, that German army is gone from the English mainland forever. Huge long-term benefit for Jonathan. He also gets to retreat into Denmark out of North Sea, which is really nice. I don't get the logic behind Denmark and to Sweden here. I guess you're worried about Russia going up, but again, it's the same deal as with Turkey against Italy. Russia's a potential friend or a potential enemy. The other guy is your guaranteed enemy, so you should keep defending against them. Another principle at work there, but not the worst turn for Germany. Like, they still get North Sea back, they get into Belgium, so they're making progress somehow, just less than they maybe could have if they blocked that retreat. All right, and then in the fall, they lose Norway to the Russians anyway because Denmark cut Sweden, but they do get Denmark back, so it's not the worst concession of position to France. But you're losing North Sea, you're losing that army on the mainland. You are keeping Belgium, so that is something. That means you're. Does that mean you're denying France a rebuild?
No, France gets the rebuild, but
Right,
because they
yeah.
pulled Denmark, but that's a tough one.
Yeah, definitely. So
I was gonna ask
again,
about that too. That's a lot of work to get that fleet all the way up there, and then having it on the inside. That's such a delicious unit. That had to be a really rough decision.
So immediate advantage France once again after a bit more doubt in 08 about that position. And then, of course, Bulgaria in the south goes kaboom. And so does Ionian, actually. I'm really surprised by this. Of course, you want to hit Ionian with 2 if you think you can afford it, just to make sure you know what Adriatic's doing, so that you know it's protecting something that's not Trieste, so you can take a better shot at Trieste. But instead, they've just gotten in there. They have done it at the cost of some position in the Balkans as they lose Romania to the Russians. So Russia actually has 2 builds here, as Michalis points out. And yeah, they're a real player in this game again. Yeah, the fact that this IT war, Turkey missed some clear opportunities to make it to strike a more decisive blow. And now they might be making one with Ionian, but it's a day late and a dollar short, you'd have to say, with Russia being a real player now.
Winter of 1909, we've got Jonathan Sons, France topping at 8 centers. We've got a rising Roy Rink in Russia. And they are going to find out, do they have an opportunity? This is Russia being a very boom or bust kind of player in face-to-face. Will that be the same in Speedboat? Take a look at those adjustments as we move into 1910.
Yeah, Triple R. I still need to watch that movie. It's on my for later, I promise. I think the question really, though, is should St. Petersburg have been the mover and risk not getting the center at all? Because I think you're rising a little bit fast, and you need growth potential beyond 6 if you're going to top this board. France is really never going to go below 7 in a hellscape, and somehow you've eaten Germany. Realistically, 8. I know there's tiebreakers in play, these sorts of things. So you need to figure out where your 8's coming from. And I got to say, it's not in the south. There's really just no way with that fleet in the Black Sea and taking Romania that Turkey decides that no. Now, I think Russia deserves to get my centers instead of, Italy with the way they behaved. Besides that, retreating to Tunis, I think it's pretty reasonable. It's all, I'm just regretting the French raider. I really think retreating to Helgoland might have just been the key to unlocking a lot more potential. You break through Belgium, you have taps on Kiel and Holland, and I think that decision might have been the game for them. Not that they can't still win, though.
Yeah, I will say I'm quite disappointed by the German support into Norway here. I get it, you don't want Russia to go to Finland, but I think if Russia wanted to be in Finland, they'd have just taken Norway from St. Pete instead. And you want to put the fleet in Eddie here, because forcing France to use that super valuable North Sea fleet to kick Eddie out, if they want to do that, is just so good for your fall options. But instead, no, France is still in North. They can cover Eddie now because London moved up to Yorkshire, and they have the guarantee on piffing the fleet in Belgium. Well, they don't have the guarantee on piffing. No, they do, because London supports North. So they can pivot. Still not guaranteed, but they can pivot. And if they do, then Germany's left on 2 fleets. And in an FG war, in this mid-game stage, you can't be left on 2 fleets. Like, you're just going to completely collapse from there. So really unfortunate turn for Tristan in that respect.
All right. So Michalis asking about the tiebreak in the spooky season spirit. We're going to hold that information back until we actually have a tie, or we get through all of our games. So we'll hold on to that as we go into fall of 10.
All right. And then, oh yeah, Andrew, still your ear.
It's whatever you want. I mean, the only interesting thing I think I had to add was, should Tunis actually go to Western Med? Is that actually the right thing to do? Because realistically, if you, as you did, even before I got to see the next moves, you were already like, Belgium's a force. That is gone. It's downhill here from Germany. Maybe as Turkey, if I see that, I'm like, it's not ideal to not pick up a center, but is my best hope actually to just have a way to limit France? Probably not. But the things you think about when you have too much time. Yeah.
I think the Russian Raider really means Turkey needs those two armies more right now in their home centers, and that's what Tunis enables. So yeah, without Armenia for sure, I'd agree with you, but otherwise, this is kind of forced by the position Roy's put him in.
Yeah, I mean, besides this, just looks like a wrecking ball for France. Like this is the French position that you top from.
All right, spring 1911. Italy will get Tunis back here, but they're sort of just exchanging their core centers at the end of the game here. Turkey does get some important position in the Balkans, though, by getting into Budapest, so that is going to give them a guarantee on one of those two centers in the fall. But again, things are complicated by Russia lining up on Sev, which is, that is guaranteed for them with 3-on-2. So not much of a point in fighting that. If you're Miletsky, I don't think you will. Just focus on protecting Khan here from the Fleet and Aegean, or protecting all your centers here from the Fleet and Aegean, because that is a very annoying unit. Actually, Greece moves up to Albania. So if Miletsky wants to give up on Greece for now, he can take both Vienna and Trieste, and I think that might actually be better for him with his current unit composition, because those are the holdable centers. Meanwhile, in the West, we see more bloodshed. France gets their Fleet in Belgium PIF this time. Little missed opportunity not to. Not really missed opportunity. Just it was going to happen there. They had the ability to do that, but they punish it by getting into Holland. Norwegian Sea goes to Clyde to the delight of Mona's hand, and it is good for keeping that French army in Eddy tied down instead of getting convoyed somewhere. So that's at least something, but still Germany's slowly getting rolled back here, and it's not going to stop.
So we're coming towards our likely final year. Could potentially draw here, but I doubt it. What if you were in this stage of the game? You're in contention to win. What are your priorities tactically here? Like, what are you trying to accomplish to give you the best chance of success?
You're trying to, well, obviously you can say your priority is to keep taking as many centers as you can. But besides that, you want to shenanigan-proof yourself, right? Because Italy is going to kick Tunis out here. It's going to retreat to Western Med, most likely. You want to shenanigan-proof yourself against having to make any guesses around Mao and Spain, stuff like that. If you're Turkey, you want to get that army in Armenia out, preferably by making it go up into Sev in order for Sev to be taken. So just making sure that your master plan that you've already probably made at this point in the game will be executed without some other random units screwing it up.
Yeah, the other half of that is you want to execute as many shenanigans as you can. You need to own things that you don't hold, that you can't hold. That's the idea, right? A lot of, normal tactics is about, all right, I make this grab, I do this, I take this at this time. The whole solo conversation we had in VDL was like, okay, what can you take now and hold on to in order to get to 18? And in the last year of this, it's about, no. What can you walk into?
Yeah, so by the way, what do I know? Tunis actually disbands instead of going to Western Med, so clearly Miletsky has other priorities, probably to rebuild his army in Khan to take Greece back in the final year, which is fair enough. And then in the West, Russia is very clearly showing their anti-Turkish bias by this point. They maybe not anti-Turkish bias, but bias towards getting their home center back. Let's put it that way, to maximize their score. So we've seen a couple different reactions to being out of contention in a winner-take-all game. Catherine's reaction was sort of to give up in their last year of play. Jonathan's reaction was to just flee into someone else's center and live. Roy's reaction is to just keep playing for the best result they can, and that's totally reasonable. Meanwhile, in the West, Germany gets into Burgundy, but again, they also get into Eddy, actually, and that's going to be difficult to retake without being in North Sea right now. So a little bit of hope for Tristan's position here, and the possible second place at least.
We've got a comment about good tactics by Miletsky. Miletsky is one of the best tactical players that I know. Definitely have lost to his tactical decisions on more than one occasion. Seeing that displayed here in this game as well. Winner of 1911, entering into what is likely our final turn. Tied with the 9 centers between France and Turkey. Who will win this semifinal game? Who will advance to the finals?
Critically, I think it's all about, again, what can you own but can't hold? What can you exchange is sort of a subset of that question. And here, Trieste is not something you're ever going to be able to hold, even though you currently own it. But if you can exchange it for Greece, you're going net zero. You can reserve some units to defend Sevastopol, and you can pick up Vienna for net +1, putting you on 10. And as long as Germany does their job, that's a Turkish win. That's all I have to say.
You covered it all. You covered it all. Go ahead.
From there, well, I guess we get to find out what the tiebreaker is. I'm laughing about Edinburgh. Sorry. It's like, Turkey, it was like, Germany, you had one job. It's to decide that the person you've never interacted with all game, deserves the top. That, wait a second. They took back Trieste? Hold on now. Hold on. But they didn't take Greece. So I guess it's all this 50-50 that bounced the con. Yeah, it's all the same wash. All right. Come on, Brian.
All right, so game ends at the 10 center tie. I don't know if this is the game where there was confusion or not. Some people believed that it was.
Also, Patrick, we were both right.
Paris method, but the tiebreaker was in fact based off who achieved the tying center count first. So in this case, it looks like would that be Turkey? Is that right? Or does it's the 9 center tie, so that would have been France.
Yeah, it's the first part where they don't convert. So France gets the tiebreak. I believe there was no confusion in this game because even if it was Paris, Jonathan would get the tiebreak based on picking. I don't remember what the seeds were for this game, actually. It was weird.
The fun part about an EG meta, right? France. Yeah. It wasn't picked first in Paris?
Yeah, they went on count back, but even with the other system, it was believable that they'd have won, so I don't think it really came up this time. Well, when you get to finals, you'll hear about the controversy. But
count back is a great phrase. That's good.
I like that too. Yep. Awesome. So, okay. So I am wrong about all of that. You were correcting highest ranking and standings. Eber, was that just for this game or for the semifinals, and then the finals is different?
No, it was the same for both, but it wasn't really properly explained until the finals. And again, we'll get to that.
Got it. Okay. So either way, Jonathan advances, correct?
Yes.
Yep. So well done, Jonathan's son. I love a play-in game, so exciting to see and ready to do it again. So we'll take a look at our players here, and I believe, Andrew, you get a break, and we're going to bring Michalis back on. Michalis, welcome.
Hello again.
And Patrick, have you introduced our players, and then we'll get right to it.
All right, so first of all, let's introduce the lower seeds that only have this as their single chance game. In Austria, we have Spiros Dovas, of course, the legendary new tournament organizer who's already hosting World DipCon as his first major tournament over in Athens. You guys should go to that. I'm planning to go to that. It's going to be a wonderful time. And then in Russia, we have Morty. He also goes by Halzing on the Nexus server. He is much like Catherine, I would say, in that very new to the game relatively to a lot of other players here. But in just 2 or 3 seasons has really upped his game quickly and gotten some really good results.
Sorry, I got to click the right button here. And Michalis, Patrick, why don't you lead us off in 1901?
All right, so Spring 1901, the first thing to note in the West is Brest to Picardy. This is sort of a weird modified Belgian gambit where you put 2 units on Belgium, but neither of them are, but one of them is a fleet. This has a lot of weird potential tactical implications. If you put the fleet in Belgium, that is a very flexible unit unless someone takes umbrage to it and piffs it before you can use it for anything, which happens a lot, especially with English fleets in Belgium, so I don't personally do it. But either way, it can still work. Meanwhile, in the East, we have a very notable meta thing, again, which is nobody goes to Galicia. Obviously, it's not agreed because it's gunboat, but this has been happening, I'd say, more this calendar year, in both gunboat and speedboat than in most years, because there's been a lot more variety in terms of Russia opening north in order to deal with, in order to preempt EGs a bit more. And then as a result of that, they don't go to Galicia. And then as a result of that, Austria likes to defend against Italy a bit more, which is great because Italy likes attacking Austria a lot right now as well. So Makes a lot of sense to see this board state. It's pretty indicative of where all that is. See the bounce in Trieste, so going to be just some disagreement over that in the fall, maybe. And then the formerly, I used to call incorrect Turkish opening from Roy, but yeah, it's a decent opening, and it works even better in gunboat, I'd say. And then in the fall, supported convoy to Norway, of course, forced by the Russian Northern opening from England. So this could be an argument for an FG. I think France wants an FG for sure. I think Germany wants an FG because they support Spain, obvious signal. And France moves Spain to Portugal, which is, again, very pro-German, especially when it's not accompanied by Mao to Spain South Coast, which is arguably pro-English more than anything. France takes Belgium with support, unopposed. Italy goes up to Tyrolia and Venice. So they're clearly continuing on the anti-Austrian tack. But that's going to be difficult for them because Russia puts the fleet into Romania, and Turkey seems like they have a very flexible position right now. I think Turkey's going to be the one that really decides how to play this east because AI conflict is already there. AR can't really fight each other that well, but Russia can't really fight Turkey that well unless they build fleet Sev. So interested to see what Turkey does here.
And this is lining up quite nicely for an IT. If Turkey just puts an army down, you can make a very strong signal to Italy. Italy looks like they're committing against Austria. So there's an opportunity, I think, for Turkey to sort of try and shape the way the game goes in the builds phase, which is always a nice thing to be able to do at this point.
So question, why Denmark support Spain rather than Paris for signaling purposes?
Because Paris is empty. You can only support provinces that have units in them on Backstabber.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Winter of 1901. Take a look at that.
I mean, that doesn't look like FG builds to me. So the highlight there is the two French armies, which I kind of suspected France was actually looking more at EF when they put the army into Belgium rather than the fleet. The army is the way to line up and still be able to project power into Ruhr. Whereas if you're really wanting to go after England, I think you'd rather add the fleet in there, just saying to Germany, I'm not coming after you. Use that fleet to do stuff to North Sea, just tie up more English units in a way that the army doesn't.
Sending your fleet to Picardy in Spring 01 is one thing. Keeping it there in Fall 01 is another thing. And then not building fleet Brest to follow it up in winter is even more interesting, especially after you signal pro FG moves in the fall. But anyway, we move on. Michaelis?
All right, so spring of 02, Turkey did build the army, signal anti-Russian moves. They have got up to Armenia, but they have lost Bulgaria, so Austria seems like they're attacking Italy and Turkey, maybe preempting that IT. They've tried to force Tyrolia, hasn't worked, but have got into Bohemia. Russia fails to take Black Sea because Turkey correctly cut the support on Rum. But this is looking pretty decent for AR in the east at the moment. Elsewhere, Russia also moves up towards the north, which is bad news for England, who also has bad news from Germany going to Helgoland. So Germany is still anti-England despite for the French builds. EF not really making much progress. Yeah, England's into Skagerrak, but at the moment that doesn't achieve an awful lot. We'll see sort of where the guesses go with the Russians and the Germans and what they do about Skagerrak. Fall of 02, correct guesses are made everywhere, so essentially no one progresses anywhere on the board. England doesn't get into Sweden, Russia doesn't get into Norway, Germany doesn't get into North Sea, and France doesn't even try and force Ruhr. They are now in English Channel, so maybe they're deciding, you know what, I've had a year, I've tried to look pro-England, but I'm building from Spain. I'll just build my fleet now. So nice delaying tactic from Jonathan. I quite like that. It's gone quite nicely for him. And then in the east, Turkey correctly guesses to defend Black Sea, which is always impressive when you've only got one fleet and Russia has two. And Italy just gets into Adriatic, but otherwise doesn't really do much. So yeah, not an awful lot happening except for that one key French move.
Yeah, this is the somewhat rare but very funny board state where everyone is just doing these different one-on-one conflicts that aren't really going anywhere, and then there's just those one or two countries that are free to do whatever they want. And right now that's France. So I want to know what Jonathan's going to do.
And Jonathan decides to build Fleet Marseille rather than Fleet Brest, which I don't think fools anyone.
I assume that was meant to fool England into thinking, no, I'm not going to take the guaranteed convoy to Wales after moving to Channel. I'd never do that. I'm your friend. I built double armies in 01. I'm cashing in that cred, okay? That shows you. I'm real. I'm legit. But no, England appropriately responds to the threat of the French. But the fact that Germany has 3 fleets down and Russia's gotten into Norway now means that England's going to be playing a very defensive game for quite a while. It's going to be hard to recover from this, even if they do keep all of their home centers. They may lose North Sea and Norway as the price of that. Meanwhile, in the east, we have a lot of very little, actually. The Italian fleets disengage from Austrian territory. Sorry, hiccups. But the armies don't go anywhere just yet. So clearly some very cagey stuff from Moletsky, but he is signaling, and Spiros is signaling to him as well, that they should probably do something else that'll actually help one of their positions. Meantime, Russia still is unsuccessfully trying to get into Black Sea. It's a bit difficult with that Turkish army in Armenia. It's always probably the greatest enemy of a Russia who builds Fleet 701 is a Turkey that goes to Armenia and is able to stay there. So that's quite a static front still right now, and it's benefiting AI, who are slowly disentangling, I'd say.
Yeah, it's a pretty terrible turn for Turkey for Italy to back off from Austria. It probably signals that Turkey will just lose to AR.
And then as soon as I praise Roy for getting in Armenia and frustrating Russia so much, he feels the need to cover Smyrna with that particular unit, and as a result, Black Sea falls and there's no consequences. I suppose it was kind of guaranteed anyway because Ukraine goes to Sev. Russia now seems to trust Austria enough to not support Rome all the time. So good stuff from Morty, actually. Kind of inevitable for Roy with the circumstances and how everything's playing out right now. Moletsky's doing some interesting stuff. He's still attacking Trieste, but he's also going to Western Med and tapping Greece as if Austria is just going to walk out for him. Listen, Moletsky, it's reasonable for you to want a build here to make the relationship with Austria a bit more even, but at the same time, like, Austria doesn't really gain that much from giving up a center to you and giving up a build that they have. Like, they have leverage and they're using it, and you can't do much about that right now. Sometimes you got to accept that. And I suppose he partially is by moving to Western Med, but still could have been a more productive turn, I would say, for Italy if they moved further west.
I think Moletsky missed the boat to get involved in an AIR, and the problem with backing off from Austria, he did it in a way where he went to Western Med rather than to Eastern Med. And if he went to Eastern Med, you can then make an argument that you're crucial for taking down Turkey. He's not crucial for taking down Turkey. AR can take down Turkey without him. So what use is he to them? Yes, he's sent a fleet west, which is going to mildly annoy France, who's having quite a good game so far, but that's sort of it. I think that AR would rather.
And one more thing, if I may,
for themselves.
If we go back to the fall, I want to shout out some incredible tactics on both sides in the British Isles, real quick, because naturally, after the convoy to Wales, you see that there's a strength 1 threat to Liverpool, strength 2 threat to London. England can cover both of those. They made a point of convoying back so that they could cover both of those. But at the same time, France knows he's not going to get into either of those because England can cover them. So he goes to Yorkshire instead and plays for position. But England realizes they don't need to cover them either because France is going to say, "Oh, I don't need to go for those because I'm not going to get them." So he doesn't cover Liverpool, which allows him to bounce Mao, which means it's a really fun fight where both are really thinking very deeply about their tactical paths. Although it is kind of disrupted by Germany taking North Sea, so France is probably still going to win.
It's good news for Germany to let France not taking anything gives Germany a chance to catch up in a way that if France had already got 1 or 2 English home dots, that FG isn't really an FG. It's just a big F, and Germany is sort of sat there between them and Russia waiting to be squeezed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thinking deeply with only 5 minutes on these timelines too. So good quick reads there by our players. 1903.
Not loving the fleet anchor rebuild.
I don't think Turkey has a good rebuild. But spring 1904, Turkey decides to go back to Armenia, so they're going to keep trying to be a pendulum. Italy is continuing to annoy the Austrian by going for Trieste. This time they're tapping Aegean, not successfully, but not really an awful lot happening in the east again. Meanwhile, Russia built Army Warsaw, probably expecting that Austria moving to Galicia was a signal that they wanted to go and do something anti-German. And Galicia doesn't move. Galicia just holds, which is interesting, actually. I'm quite surprised that Spiros hasn't used Galicia to be a little more proactive. Russia is going all out on this attack on Germany. So they've gone Prussia, Baltic Sea, Sweden. They're really lining the moves up. They've got a possible force on Denmark, possible force on Berlin. All can be cut depending how you want to do it. You don't really want to put the fleet into Berlin, which is the only guaranteed way to take it. France, guess wrong. Does not manage to take London because England braces it. So good defense again from Tristan. And that's, again, giving Germany a little more time to catch up. Now they're in Norwegian and North, which means they've got Edinburgh. Of course, they now have a Russian problem, so they don't. But yeah, everyone's going to have to make some tough decisions in fall. And France has had to pull Channel down to Mao to deal with this annoying Italian unit, which means that their ability to project a lot of power into the north and get all those centers for themselves is greatly limited. Fall of 04, and Germany does take Edinburgh, which was guaranteed, and France gets nothing again. England wants more, working out a way to keep their centres from the French, so a pretty terrible year for Jonathan in France, actually. Russia takes Berlin and gets to take it with the army, which is significant, and a mistake on the German part, really. Like, Denmark should just be cutting Baltic rather than holding. There's no reason not to. So, yeah, that's good news for Monty in Russia, but they have less good news in that Spiros has plumped to try and take Romania. So that move to Galicia not moving on Germany was a signal that Austria has decided maybe they don't need the Russian, which is good news for Turkey, who gets a new lease of life, doesn't lose any centres, doesn't get Bulgaria retaken, though, as looks like Russia and Austria sort of realised the writing was on the wall at the same time. Russia tried to support Turkey to Bulgaria, it doesn't work. And Italy has got away from the Austrians. So right at the moment where they might have had some support, some help on fighting the Austrian, they've gone the other way and they're committing more against the French.
I think it's a serious miscue here from Catherine to take Edinburgh with the fleet instead of Norway. I get it. You don't want England to tap Norwegian or North and mess that move set up. But I think Tristan's made it pretty clear with his moves so far in the last couple of turns that he's more committed to defend against France because, you know, he's got 2 armies on his mainland. Kind of have to respond to that. And I think taking Norway actually, it doesn't give Morty a build, which means he's more stressed about his southern position now that Austria is hostile. And it just gives him more problems in general. It gives you a way to counterattack and sort of make up for the loss of Berlin in a more active way. Whereas here, Morty's getting a build, their position is actively improving, and you're not really helping the defense of your centers by staying even and not taking away that build from Russia. So I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity there, and it's going to hurt Catherine quite a lot in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't actually mind taking Edinburgh, but I think you have to cut Baltic if you're doing it. I think Denmark hold is just the wrong move in either way. Like, yeah, the risk of Russia putting the fleet into Berlin and walking into Denmark behind is pretty low. And if you think that that's what's going to happen, then you should go for Norway instead. So, yeah, missed opportunity for sure.
Army Moscow for Russia. I think that's what they need right now, given the uncertain situation in the south. Spring 1905. More very awkward RT play, because who knew that running an RT with 2 southern Russian fleets is kind of difficult. Kind of not big surprise there. Ukraine is bounced. I'm not sure why Warsaw doesn't support Moscow to Ukraine. I guess to cut a potential support into Rum, that's fair. But having the army in Ukraine would have been such a coup there. And Romania has a retreat this turn. I guess you don't know if Turkey's going to bounce black, but still. Ukraine's such a useful unit that it's good to bend over backwards to get in there sometimes. Meanwhile, England completely changes tack, now realizing that defense against France is futile, so they just walk out of their remaining centers, and it looks like they're going to line up on Eddie, maybe, and take a shot at that. Maybe they'll survive there. Who knows? If Jonathan supports the correct English fleet into Eddie, then that could be a really powerful play for Jonathan to consolidate the north further. And elsewhere, we see a really, really great unwanted support by Italy into Spain, so sneaking into Marseille. They're not going to hold it, but now if France kicks them out, they have a possibility of guessing to get into Spain, or they can retreat to Gascony to make life even harder for Jonathan. So really solid guess there from Moletsky. I think he gives more successful unwanted supports than anyone else I've seen in Gunboat, to be honest.
Too passive again from Germany. Holland and Munich self-bouncing Kiel. Holland's doing nothing for you unless you're about to like take Belgium and just ignore the Russian, which would be kamikaze. Yeah, you've got to just get that back to Kiel to do something to try and retake Berlin here.
All right. In the fall, we see Eddie. France, did they support Eddie? It looks like they supported Eddie. Okay. Yep. I guess that's fair. So they're doubling down on dealing with the Italy problem, which I guess does make a lot of sense. Italy does get a build out of this from Spain. They also take Greece, although Austria is now an Ionian, so not really sure if that's a net positive for them, especially with North Africa to deal with as well. So it's a messy position for Moletsky, but he's moving it forward somehow, which is more than you can say for Germany still, as they simply support bounce Kiel. There is a world here where France could have supported Clyde to Eddie, Norwegian cuts North Sea, and then that enables Eddie and Denmark to fall. He's very lucky Catherine, that that Italy chose to go west at this time. Otherwise, his position would be fully cooked. Warsaw goes to Silesia, so the position might be fully cooked anyway, because Munich is now indefensible. But that's a subject for 1906.
Yeah, and there's some interesting swaps going on. Like Austria's lost Bulgaria, gained Romania, but Austria is net down 1 overall, and this is a pretty bad year for Spiros. This is going to be hard to sort of re-establish a strong position from. Yes, you're in Ionian Sea, you might be able to take Greece back, but the real winner from all of this chaos is probably still Roy in Turkey, who maybe needs to find a way to flip his fleet into con to actually take good advantage, but at least the complete chaos of fighting around him is giving him time to make some sort of comeback later on, because we know what Turkey can do in any game where they don't die early. If they sit in the corner long enough, they can always spring back near the end.
What are the builds we're predicting for both France and Italy?
Army Paris and 2 fleets from Italy.
I consider Fleet Brest. You can plug Gascony the same way, but it's just more useful going forward. So I think I might look at Fleet Brest. And yeah, I think it's probably 2 fleets, but Greece and Ionian. If you've got to worry about Austria actually lining up on you, maybe you have to put an army down. I don't know. The problem with the army is you're basically giving up on Tunis, but you could try doing that and hoping that Austria and France bounce each other out.
What, you mean lining up on Venice? I don't think that's a serious concern, especially with Russia where they are.
Neither does Miletsky.
There you go.
Well, Miletsky does have Spain blown up, so that's not overly surprising. France takes Western Med rather than going for Tunis, and there is an AI war. Like, they're fighting over Greece and Ionian, but for the moment it's Miletsky who makes the correct guess. Elsewhere, Russia covers Sevastopol and now tries to take Romania back, but doesn't succeed. Will have an attack of 3 strength in full, though. Spiros is going to have to decide whether to do Greece or Romania. So yeah, bad decisions all round for Spiros. I think you probably missed a trick not supporting Con to Bull here with Rum. I think that would have been a much better use of that support. It was like there was no reason Turkey probably wouldn't do Con to Bull. Like, maybe they exchanged the fleets around, but they hadn't tried to do that yet. So I think you just support it and try and blow the Russian up. Elsewhere, Russia takes Munich, unsurprisingly. Germany is just losing that war, and they've got to go Eddie to Norwegian to deal with the Russian, but that just means that they're even more vulnerable to the French, who have basically solved their Italian issue and will probably start looking at German dots sooner rather than later.
This is quickly turning into a race between France and Russia, given how much the Italian attack has fallen flat and the German defense is not exactly great.
Well, fall of 06, it turns out Miletsky should be worried about Venice. He walks out of it and Austria walks in, so Spiros is given a new lease of life. He does, however, lose Romania in a way that was not guaranteed at all, could have defended it, so that's unfortunate. So up 1, down 1, but complete chaos continues. Turkey does get Bulgaria now and gets to build, so that's exciting for Roy, who is officially back in this game. Germany is into Norway successfully. They did it in a way that was guaranteed, which I think means that Russia probably should have attacked Denmark rather than trying to defend Norway. I think that was a missed opportunity from Morty. France hasn't yet dropped the hammer on Germany, but like Mid-Atlantic to English Channel does not spell good things for Germany. Sooner or later, France is coming for them, and the one relief they've had is that Italy has actually gone back on the attack, but Austria's taken Venice, so the Italian attack is a lot worse than it might have otherwise been.
This is a real missed opportunity of a turn for Russia, I would say. Norway was always guaranteed, so the way to counter that is not to try and support Norway anyway. It's to stage an attack on Denmark that they have to respond to some other way, because Kiel can support Denmark, but you can cut Kiel with Berlin, and then that also guards Munich, because if you lose Munich, then you gain Kiel. So it could have been a lot more active there in the defense of the centers in the fall. I think Morty should be building in this position if he plays optimally, but instead he's going to be thinly spread in the south for a little longer, I fear.
So at the moment, looking like a 2-horse race between Jonathan Frank's France and Morty's Russia. Patrick, am I hearing that you would take France in this position?
I am, yeah. I think the fact that Austria just got into Venice and forced an Italian disband is kind of the nail in the coffin. especially with Russia not building here, which means that strengthened Austria is even more magnified on the Russian front. And then Turkey building, that's a huge white elephant for Morty's position as well. I just think much like the other Jonathan's son in the last game in his France, he just had no way of being rolled back really after a certain point, but he had enough growth to slowly creep forward and get ahead of anyone else who might get something even in their best case scenario. So that's what I see here, sort of all over again, but with Russia as the competitor instead of Turkey.
I really don't think that it's just a 2-horse race. I think that Italy is pretty cooked now. I think that there is a chance for one of Austria or Turkey, more likely Turkey, to make a comeback in this game, though. Like, it's only 96. We're only halfway through. Turkey sat there in a way that Austria and Italy seem quite annoyed at each other. Austria and Russia have stabbed each other. I don't think anyone's to be that mad about Turkey getting into dots. I think they've got a realistic chance of getting Greece and then Serbia, making progression that way. And neither France nor Russia is in a position to run away with it. Like, the problem with the Turkish comeback is if you're on 4 moving up to 6 in 1908, but someone's on 13, you're probably not catching up. If the two leaders are on 8, 9, that's very, very catchable for a late charge. So I'm not counting Turkey out at all.
What do you build if you're Roy?
Fleet.
I agree.
So does Roy, and Jonathan also putting down a fleet. And here we go, spring of 07.
Yep. So the Fleet Brest allows. Sorry, did I do last year? I'm misremembering now.
I think you're on odd ears.
Okay, great. So yeah, France doubling down on the north now since Italy is no longer a convincing threat to them. Natural progression of his game at this point. Supporting Catherine into Munich, also a really good move. Just prop up the Germans in any way you can because you're not the one getting German dots yet. It's still the Russians who can get them. So take advantage of that. Another new player, small mistake here from Morty. Baltic is not adjacent to Skagerrak. It looks that way on this map even, and on the Backstabber map sometimes, but it is not. So unfortunately, that's going to really hamper Morty's chances in the north of continuing to grow. And in the meantime, Austria is continuing to attack Russia by lining up on Warsaw, which is now almost guaranteed, virtually guaranteed, I'd say, since Berlin is probably being tapped to prevent a brace. So that's even more bad news for Morty. And all of a sudden, yeah, you're right. Turkey looks much more like the convincing competitor to France as they walk into Greece. They are going to be able to take advantage of Austria moving armies away from the Balkans in a big way, and potentially Austria losing Venice here as well. So it's looking better for Turkey, a lot worse for Russia because of some unfortunate tactical errors that are now adding up.
And Russia didn't support Turkey into bull there, which I think they should have done. Like, Austria is your enemy. Get Turkey to be putting the pressure on Serbia sooner rather than later. As soon as Turkey built a fleet rather than an army, you could make a safe assumption that Turkey is probably not your enemy in the short term. Yeah, in the long term, they are your enemy, but the long term doesn't matter if you're already down 6 centers. So you need to do what you can in the immediacy, and by not helping Turkey take bull, Austria's kept Serbia, which is just not good news for Russia.
Yeah, that's a good shout as well. And now Russia does help Turkey into bull, but they also go into Black Sea while Turkey's building. So it'll be very interesting to see how Roy responds to that, because for the first time all game, really, he has a chance to suddenly control Black Sea if he wants to. Whether that's the best play for him is another matter, with Tunis juicily lying on the table for him, along with Serbia, but we'll see next year. Meantime, France, again, still moving fleets through the north, just getting in position, trying to prop up the Germans as much as he can until he, and not Morty, is in the position to take most of the German dots, and he's lining up on Eddie, Norway, Holland, so Munich. So there's clearly a lot of growth in there for him, and I think he's managing that position really, really well. So still liking France here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's almost more of a race between France and Turkey than it is between France and Russia. That year went so badly for Morty that I just don't see the growth to make a comeback here. Berlin is hanging in the breeze. Germany is going to get Sweden back, and France is going to get 2, 3, 4 centers out of Germany. So the only other person I think who has that kind of growth in this game is potentially Turkey.
Fully agree.
And man, this disband is going to be difficult, I think. My temptation is the fleet in black, but since you just moved to black, now Turkey's going to be potentially moving against you. So this is a tough disband. Michalis, what are you disbanding here if you're Morty?
I might pull Sweden. I might try and give Germany a lot of room to stop France and just give up on Sweden, Berlin area. pull Berlin back to retake Warsaw, hope that you can make a comeback later in the game. But because if France drops the hammer on Germany successfully, Russia is never catching them. So I think I would try and give Germany space.
When you're Russia and you need to turtle up, I think armies are what you need. Fleets are the luxury. So I would actually convoy Sweden back to Livonia here and pull black, which is exactly what Morty, I assume, will do.
It's just the problem with doing that is you don't. Like, if you pull Sweden, you make it really clear what you're doing to Germany, so they don't have to waste time supporting moves that you're walking out of, like they do right here. Like Germany supports themselves to Sweden, supports themselves to Berlin. If Russia had already signaled that that's what they were going to do, then Germany might have been able to keep more units next to France in a better position. So that's the downside of pulling Black Sea. The other downside, of course, is that Turkey now has Black Sea. Austria takes Rum, while Turkey takes Serbia. Again, could have been prevented if you just got rid of Serbia a year earlier. So I think that this is all crumbling very rapidly for the Russians. Elsewhere for Turkey, they're into Tunis and they're going to hold it because Italy has decided to cover Naples. They're more prioritizing the Austrian. France is going up to Tyrolia and really surrounding those German centers. France is getting themselves next to a lot of dots, which is very important. Can they control Turkish growth at the moment? Turkey's only building one. They probably can get a second, but Austria and Russia are so enmeshed in a war with each other. Turkey's not got a lot of dots to catch France. If France is on 13, it's still not very doable for Turkey. So what Germany does is going to be crucial now. Will they turn around? Will they take this olive branch Russia has essentially offered them and try and stop France?
Yeah, with the way Germany is going still against Russia, like France is going to win this. But still, when you're right, like, it is really fun when you can look at which of Austria, Italy, or Russia to attack, and you can just viably say, ¿Por qué no los tres?
So we've got about, let's see, goes to 1912. So we're getting towards the back end. There's still time. There's still enough dots here. I don't think it's given, depending on what happens with Germany. So what are we looking at in 1908?
So 1908, and France decides now is the time to pull the trigger, which may be a little early, may not. Maybe they realized that Germany building was too problematic, so they just wanted to get it out of the way. They take Eddie, they take Holland. They don't take Munich, which they could have taken, which I think is probably an error. I think there's no reason not to just put Burgundy to Munich in, and if they walk out, woohoo. So that's a missed opportunity from Jonathan, but it might not matter. Turkey also, I think, misses an opportunity. Serbia supporting Italy into Trieste. Now, I'd just take Romania. I think that there's no reason not to make an attack on Romania there. So, like, you don't have enough years, and if France is going to get far ahead, you just need to be putting the units down now to project power as rapidly as possible. So, missed opportunities from both, but France is the one who has the advantage. They can afford to miss some opportunities. Turkey can't.
Yeah, sensible builds from everyone. Spring 09, we actually see France pulling out of Norwegian, so I guess he's hoping that Germany will double down and push even further into Russia if he makes further concessions in terms of position. Maybe thinking, oh, Holland, you weren't going to be able to put down those builds anyway, so I might as well take them. But that is not how Germany sees it. Germany is pulling back and making sure they can keep what they have left in the West. So might have been better for France to just double down there, support themselves to North Sea, and fully put the knife in, but they're still well in the lead, and at least with Germany turning back towards you, that means Russia is free to keep focusing on Turkey, which is pretty good for you as well. So not really that problematic. In the meantime, Turkey's positioning further in the Med. Austria is taking Serbia back, but Austria and Russia are still fighting, so Turkey isn't really going to care that much, I would say, since they can still take it back and fall, especially with Italy lining up on Trieste.
Yeah, it's still Turkey is really behind on initiative, and even if they retake Serbia, they're still 3 behind France, right? And maybe 4 if France gets Munich.
Yeah. Oh, they take Naples instead with a convoy.
Naples is good.
That's pretty nifty. Yeah. But they're about to lose Tunis now. That's going to be That's not going to be guaranteed soon, but it's going to be very likely for sure. And France doesn't gain anything, but again, Germany hasn't advanced any further towards them. In fact, they almost completely NMR. I wonder if that was a late submission thing that they ran out of time. But yeah, I mean, France can kind of just do nothing and win because the East is holding Turkey back for them. So why bother intervening? Just help by taking Tunis.
I like that convoy to Naples. It gives you a chance of taking some more dots, and that's what Turkey needs. They need, like, if all Turkey can take is 1 dot a year, it's really obvious what that 1 dot is. It means everyone knows to defend it. Now Turkey's looking at some other dots. People have to think a bit more about what the Turks going to do. Makes their moves just a little less predictable, and you need to be unpredictable if you're going to be able to catch France here. All right, spring of 1910, Turkey now dips back into Serbia. Does lose Tunis. It is blown up, but I think they prioritize going for more Italian dots, which I think is quite a reasonable decision, actually. So knowing that Tunis was lost, it's not the end of the world. They've defended Ionian Sea, so Ionian's not a problem yet. Elsewhere, Germany has decided to go and try and take some French dots. That's crucial for Turkey's chances. Germany's in Norwegian and North. They've got 2 on Eddie. They've got 3 on Holland. France has to make a lot of difficult decisions now. They really didn't need to have to make. There's no reason not to just move Eddie to North Sea and just bounce it at worst. Like, North Atlantic to Mid Atlantic, what are you covering from? This is very unnecessary from Jonathan to let Germany have any sort of attack on him, and it could well cost in the game. Not guaranteed. Russia is still putting the pressure on Austria, and Austria is finally sort of getting put into the box to a point they're probably going to die. That could open the door for Turkey, but it could also open the door for Russia if they're the ones who manage to make the gains first. Fall of 1910, France loses Edinburgh to the Germans, but beyond that, not too much of a problem. The fact Russia's walked into Norway is great news for France. That opens the door again to Germany deciding to just punish Russia rather than actually contain this French player. So that's a dangerous decision from Morty at this stage. I think you probably could have held off on that another year. They've gone down to Armenia, which if that was an army would be great. It's not. It's a fleet, so it's probably not. But Turkey keeps Serbia.
I'm disappointed at the inaction of the Russian armies in the south this turn. I think either you need to support Austria back into Serbia or you need to take Budapest. Like, either you need to be taking extra dots now in the south, or you need to be making it easier to take dots in the south in the last 2 years. And Morty didn't do either of those things here, and that might cost him the chance at the top that he suddenly got from this German development in the west.
Yeah, and I think that taking the Austrian dots is what I'd have prioritized. Like, Turkey only has 2 armies in the Balkans because they did that convoy. So every army that gets pulled off from the Austrian is a chance for Russia to jump into the power vacuum and try and take more dots.
Mm-hmm.
So spring 1911, we've got 2 years left. There's a 3-center gap between Turkey and France. I doubt that we're going to see that gap close. So I'm going to move through this in speed mode a little bit, but we'll just pause, take a look at it. If anything stands out that's particularly noteworthy or particularly good tactical decision, go ahead and call it out. But otherwise, we'll move through these last couple turns quickly.
Russia's walked into Scandinavia. That's not insignificant, the fact Germany hasn't really reacted.
It's business as usual. It's business as usual in terms of who wins in a winner-take-all game. So, underlay. Russia takes Budapest. That's nice. So they do get the 2 builds this year, but again, too little, too late, I would say, especially with Germany going back up to Norwegian. So I think France is probably going to seal the deal by either taking Eddie here or something else. Yeah, Russia can't quite get there. It's a shame because I think if they took Budapest last year, they might have had a chance.
Turkey got Rome. That's not completely insignificant in terms of that's a centre that France doesn't have an easy way to take now. And if Turkey can take 1 centre while France maybe loses Holland, it's not completely out of the question, but it's unlikely. But France's best news really is the fact that both Russia and Turkey went up. Because if only one went up, the other might have been like, fair enough, you can win. The fact that they both went up means that both of them are going to be fighting each other to the death. All right, spring of 12. Not a huge amount happening anywhere except Turkey blows up Armenia, which means they do now have a guaranteed hit on Romania. And Russia's chances are over. They've lost Budapest. So it's Turkey or it's France. Turkey gets Sevastopol, does not get anything else, and it doesn't matter because France hostile supports Germany out of Munich to take Munich themselves.
Nice.
To just have that nice little guarantee, even if Turkey had managed to take a second one, they'd still have won. So nice play. Well done, Jonathan.
Jonathan Frake kind of holds on for this victory, but it was a hold from a pretty dominant position. So well played, Jonathan. Congratulations, making it into that final spot. Patrick, what was the story of this game?
It was really, I think, again, this game was kind of almost decided when Russia went on Germany that early, and then didn't really follow through to the extent that they needed to. They didn't take the little tactical risks that would get them further ahead. They would get them more dots quickly, and as a result, they got bogged down, and that just allowed France to position forever, especially with the weak Italy due to the AI conflict. As soon as Germany was put out of action at that point, because England was already crippled, Italy was already crippled, you needed Germany there to be the one to hold back France, and it just didn't happen. So France rolled.
I think the reason that didn't happen was the breakdown between AR, who had been working together quite well early on. And if they'd stuck together, it was very possible for Russia to take those German dots and have Austria in the middle, projecting power into Munich. Russia projects power in the north. France can be contained that way. But instead, Russia ended up fighting Germany and Austria at the same time. And it didn't work. They didn't have enough units to do that and then ended up losing on both fronts.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to welcome Andrew back on, and I need a quick break. So if I could have the three of y'all talk through the what it would be like to set up for a gunboat champion winner take all kind of game. You've just completed your league, your season. Help us get in the heads of that, the mindset of those players. And then if you still need time, we can plug a couple of upcoming events. I'll be right back.
Well, I'm a terrible person to ask for this because I suck at gunboat. So the way that I'm thinking is, how can I throw a solo to Eustachio Raoli? That's how I go into every gunboat game. Whether he's in it or not, I will find a way to do it. So that's my takeaway.
Because nobody who isn't involved in Silent but Deadly is ever going to get that. Like, come on, that's too inside of an inside joke.
That was a Speedboat thing. That wasn't Silent but Deadly. That was Speedboat back like 3-4 years ago, where I threw like 6 solos and they all turned out to be to Eustachio. So,
oh gosh, same difference. Okay,
Is that EVR, right? It's like that's a throwback name.
Yeah. The thing about this final game specifically, as someone who was in it, like it took so freaking long to schedule. This is the July-August final, right? So you'd expect it to happen. You'd expect the final to happen in like mid-September, maybe after the semis have happened. You've had a couple weekends to figure it out. This game didn't happen until after Weasel Moot. So
the moment you explained the format to me, I was like, "This is why I've seen conversations in the back channels for like a month, just trying to get people together because you've managed to design something that, while confusing enough to seem equitable on the surface, is a TO's nightmare." And Ebert did it to himself, I assume.
Yeah,
that's how genius. That man's
pretty
a genius.
much. Don't want to bag on Ebert too much, but anyway, yeah. Because of that, the way I prepared for this game is that I just showed up to it because like it'd been so long. We just need to get it over with. Who cares? I will say I came into it, just to humble brag a little bit, as the defending champion of the May-June season. So just a little context there, since they're not showing that season's final on here. But the fact that I've won it before probably means that, you don't need to feel as pressured to defend it because you've already proven you can do it. So you're a bit more prepared naturally.
So was the top board Paris?
No, it was not Paris. All of the top boards in Speedboat since Revival were Paris before this, or some modified gunboat form of Paris, obviously. But this time, people just picked their countries in seed order, and it was as simple as that. And tiebreak also went to the highest seeds. But that wasn't really explained well before the game. And there were even people asking questions about it.
Worse.
It's Paris, but worse. And people were asking Ebert questions about it before the game, and they weren't getting straight answers. So blah, 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 blah.
So it's like Lamont?
So basically, everyone, it was seed-based. The highest seeds get all the advantages, but some people were playing it like Paris. I was playing it like Paris because that's what the precedent was. And it was just a bit of a mess. But we'll talk about that after the game. All right. Yeah. Probably better.
All right. Well, with that, Patrick, we are going to give you a break on this one, so you're not covering the game that you were in. But then we will ask for some feedback at the end once we wrap it all up. And let's get to the championship game of the July to August finals for the Nexus Speedboat League. Let's see, McCallus, I think this one's yours to call, so go for it.
All right. So in Austria, we have Jonathan Frank. In England, we have Jonathan Sun. In France, we have Sigurd Stardust, who I think is also a Sigurd who played in the Summer Classic and has played some virtual. So I think that's another split name in the database. Germany is Patrick Jacobson. Italy is Darcy Morris. I can't wait to see how he manages to come forth in another top board. Russia is Max Gurinas, and Turkey is Jeff Wang. And looking at the eclectic mix of locations, I know Sigurd is Swedish or Norwegian. That's a lot of time zones, and that explains a lot about why they had so much trouble scheduling this game.
Man, I'm looking forward. So Darcy has been, as far as I can understand, the spearhead of the problem around Trieste, and so him getting Italy is just chef's kiss for what's about to happen.
All right.
I'm assuming that this game was anonymous, given that it. Oh wait, no, it was. So it was sort of Paris, but not. So they do know who's playing what country.
It is Paris, but the players were anonymous. They, my understanding is that they submitted a preference list, and then based off the preference list is how they ended up getting the Paris method seeded. So it wasn't a true Paris method like we'd be used to. It's more of just a seed order preference list.
Okay. So it is anonymous. They don't know who's playing what. That is interesting.
Yep.
You can read into it though. This just smacks of Speedboat from 3 years ago.
All right.
Things never change.
Spring of 1901 of the Nexus Speedboat Finals. Here we go.
I'm assuming it's me. So we will look at the West, where we see England jumping straight into English Channel. They don't follow it up with a move to Wales, so this could still be backed out of quite easily. But at the moment, looks anti-French, not the best news for Sigurd, but no other hostile moves. So Germany goes to Tyrolia and doesn't get bounced, which I hate if I'm Germany, but Patrick might like. Italy goes straight into Trieste because it's Darcy, and that's what Darcy does. And Turkey does a Sunstrom, which is excellent if you want to do an aggressive IT where you support, say, an Italian convoy to Greece. So the follow-up is Austria perhaps sees that that's a possibility, so they take Greece from Serbia. Problem is that isn't what happened, and so they just end up missing out on Serbia, which is neutral. Looks like Turkey is just anti-Russian, gets Black Sea, bounces them out of Romania. Russia does get their build from Sweden, and Germany stays in Tyrolia. They find that, well, having gone there, they decide to do nothing with it, which is an interesting decision in and of itself. Italy is up to Venice and taking Tunis with the fleet, which is still probably anti-Austrian. That German army perhaps gives them a little bit of cover for that. And England and France bounce each other in Belgium. France doesn't cover Brest and guesses correctly that they don't need to. So nicely recovered for Sigurd.
I'm just looking at the Russia build. That was primarily what my focus was here is, are you going to commit to a northern game and try to fight for a more volatile opportunity? Or do you think you can try to establish something in the south given how weak Austria's position is? And I'm on board with Warsaw. I think it's worth trying to play for that. Turkey's pretty committed to you, which means they're not committed elsewhere. Italy with 2 builds, of all the gunboats to vaguely see a wintergreen coming out of. I could see this happening.
It's possible. Turkey building the fleet, signaling that they don't trust that it's an IT, that Italy hasn't made enough hostile moves to Austria for them to want to do that, so they're going to move into the Med.
Oh, I mean, and with building that, I would have loved to see a move to Greece to bounce because Austria is just trying to do anything they can to rectify their position. I think it's fairly predictable. And if you're not going to trust, then you might as well try to take Greece for yourself to start, at least initially. There's no kind of a power sharing agreement that you've got. So getting into Sev, let's see, I think you're guaranteed to pick up one now because of doing that in the fall, as long as there's no Austrian interference, which I think, but Galicia, it's just it's a little bit of a messy position, and given how strong, how many armies Russia has, I don't know how much you want to actually commit to trying to take that way versus that way right now. I'm liking what Italy's doing with rotating. I mean, there's like, you always kind of want to get the jump on France, so I think it's fine to just look at the Austrian position and be like, yeah, let's try to make it worse. The question is Patrick, and it's unfortunate he's left us because he could just, resolve a lot of the confusion that I'm having around the plays here. Because it's, it's, what is going on? Let me see fall.
But the backup to Bohemia suggests that Germany is pro-French. Like, he's moved all his armies away from France. And if you're pro-France in this position, that means you're anti-England, right? So this suggests that Patrick's looking for an FGR. And the fact that Russia has lost St. Petersburg means that Russia's not really likely to be a major player regardless. So maybe you do take Sweden, but I think you're better off just taking North Sea.
And they agree. Up the FG into an excellent position here. If you're this France, there's no reason to turn this down. These are free centers. It'll just take you a couple years, and in a winner-take-all game, all you want to do is get to 7, and you always have a chance. Germany, I mean, I think it also is reasonable given how much you've committed. You're sort of betting that adding this volatility, this chance the position is going to benefit you, which I think is a reasonable thing. He didn't say it in his prep because he said, I just show up and play these games. But I think it can be something where it's if you trust your tactics more than the rest of the people on this board. I mean, yeah, sure, it's a top 7, but and especially if you think it's a pro-German meta where people aren't looking to punish naturally, this is a reasonable way to maybe try and take advantage of that. Takes Vienna. Really, just this looks like the end of the road for Austria already.
Yeah, man, I was a big fan of Germany moving to Bohemia and then doing stuff to influence the East. I always love to see it. And I think Vienna's a really nice unit to take here because it's unlikely that Wintergreen are going to combine to take Vienna in this position. Like, there's just other centers for them to take. Now you get the chance of, do I want to work with Italy? Am I scared of Turkey or not? That's sort of the overriding question. If I'm scared of Turkey, I work with Italy. If I'm not scared of Turkey, maybe I don't. But the fact that Turkey's blown up the Russian fleet means Turkey can now back out of that attack on Russia. You can turn this into a more traditional juggernaut with the no Southern Fleet Russian position. So it's not over yet in terms of Turkey being locked into a fight with Russia. And you could still see some sort of juggernaut form here, I think. All right, spring of 1903. This makes it a bit less likely that a juggernaut will form, I'll grant you that. So Russia is going down and they're taking Turkey with them. Well, that's their hope. So they've lost Moscow, they've lost Sevastopol, but they're in Armenia, so maybe they can take one of Ankara Smyrna. Probably not, though. Turkey can cover both. Elsewhere in the east, Germany has gone pro-Italian, anti-Russian. So they've entered Lycia. It looks like they're just going to try and take Budapest for themselves, maybe, which is fun. You don't get to project multiple armies into the Balkans very often as Germany. Does leave you a bit vulnerable to France, who has not done anything with their units this turn. Looks like some sort of convoy misorder. Maybe they meant to move to convoy to Wales and failed. So that's bad news for Sigurd. Yeah, so 2 units convoyed Gaston to Wales, but Gaston didn't move to Wales. So maybe Sigurd just running out of time in the speedboat format. Tough one for France, but not the most costly. Germany also didn't make any progress, so it's sort of splitting the difference rather than meaning you fall well behind. But yeah, not the best of turns for France. England is, despite the fact they're under attack from both Germany and France, somehow presently going +1. It's unlikely that stays, but if they manage to get another unit down, England might frustrate one of France or Germany long enough to get them to stab each other. fall of 03, and Russia takes Norway with German support, and Germany backfills Sweden. Very nice. No reason not to do that. Love the tactics. Germany also takes Budapest, having signaled that that was their plan in spring. So cool. Great year for Patrick. France does now convoy onto Wales successfully. Patrick's in Rouen, potentially suggesting that they're looking at the French dots. I don't think it's quite the time for that, though. And Italy up in Tyrolia now means that you've got to have some concern over your Balkan position. This is the reason why you might have gone anti-Italian, is that Italy is likely to start wanting those centres you presently own. Turkey keeps Sev and defends Ankh and Smyrna, so Russia is down to 2 centres in Warsaw and Norway. Turkey could work with Italy, maybe not. So yeah, options for sure.
Definitely excellent tactics from Patrick, knowing that that was, in my mind, England did the defense that I was like, yeah, that's a pretty reasonable defense, exploited it perfectly. That's the Italian army. Yeah, and now all of a sudden it's I mean, it's 2 for 2, but you've kind of just helped accelerate IT. I don't know if that's the best thing.
Yeah, the fact that Turkey pulled the fleet back means that IT is really on here, and Turkey was sort of forced into building an army from the fact that their fleets cover Ankara and Smyrna, and you're not really going to want 3 fleets in your home centres at this stage of the game. So, yeah, IT is very on.
Well, let's look at the rest of the South. So, IT is immediately off. Very sorry, limited time offer. I think it's a reasonable thing to do because the Italian position, normally with an Austria that's this dead, Italy would be +2 and a real threat. And maybe you just have to be like, hey, please don't kill me now. Go take advantage of France. But with Germany there and another army coming down, this is a reasonable prediction on Jeff's part to think maybe I can take advantage of the opportunity here. Maybe stuff won't be defended. Serbia, I mean, was guaranteed anyway, so you might just walk in. You could even say that I was expecting a bounce in Aegean after the game. You can be like, well, I mean, who knows what could happen. So that's pretty solid work. Supporting Moscow as well. You might as well. There's no reason to put Russia back in this game. That can only hurt you. Then in the north, it's decent coverage from England. I can't really complain. It seems like you've rolled a bunch of people that are committed to FG, and you don't have any kind of an ally to help you. The closest thing you can get is maybe Italy will be willing to mess with Munich in the fall. Kind of intrigued by that. And the support into Burgundy, this is like the awkward consequence of moving to Ruhr, which I don't think was necessarily explicitly wrong, but you've now validated, incentivized, encouraged, provided an excuse for France to line up closer to you. And given, I think England is just really playing to see if someone will stab and they'll have a game. So I'm not super worried in that regard. You can cover your hold in Norway. You have the current Scots. You're going +1. It's all good. It's all still good. But you got an eye out.
So England, they tried to frustrate and hope that the alliances broke. It didn't work. So now they're in a position where they can try the second tactic, which is unbalance. Let's say that France is getting the gains and Germany isn't. Can I break the FG that way? And Germany gave them a little bit of help, I think, moving to Ruhr, like forcing France to Burgundy, just ratcheting some tension up. Germany has also picked a fight with Italy. They made their unsuccessful attack on Trieste there, which means that Germany's got quite a lot of problems if France decides that actually, you know what, maybe I will take this English offer. Maybe I will work with them and go after Germany here. So I think Sigurd is in the driver's seat more than Patrick is now for the first time. The sort of initiative has switched between the two of them.
Yeah. All right. I'm seeing the comments in the YouTube. This IT is not back on. This position is too good for Turkey. I think Italy maybe thinks that they have a chance. I see the move to Vienna. I see the complete collapse of the German position down there. But like where the growth comes from, they're going to need to put down. God, I mean, so it's Army Venice, and then you're fighting forever. Is this like the 4th game where we've just seen an IT that then has to end up fighting each other? And how many times does the Italy come out on top there? I'm not cursing the alliance. I love the alliance. McCallus loves the alliance. Everybody loves the alliance. I'm saying you need to provide a reason that Turkey doesn't come out ahead in the alliance. And as it is on this board, I'm not really seeing it. This looks like another fighting it out situation. Then in the north, it's a good guess. I don't think the retreat to Helgoland is going to be that big of a problem, to be honest. You don't really have an excuse to put down a fourth fleet, so that it's like a little uncomfortable to defend against, but ultimately I don't think it's a big deal. I think the moves to not fully go against France are good. I don't actually want to be in Burgundy. I want to give France the chance to make a build in Marseille, pull some Italian attention, maybe rebalance the south a little bit. See if from there I can use that momentum, a little bit of a swing back to consolidate my holdings. Maybe I could walk into St. Petersburg because it seems like everybody's doing that this game. And then because Moscow will still be held, figure out something where I can seal the top and then come down and get an advantage when I actually want to go fight France.
France is the reason why the IT might stick together, though. Like, Turkey might look at this and see that England has now retreated to held land, and it looks like France has accepted their offer. Like, they went Wales to Yorkshire rather than making any sort of aggressive follow-up against England. If France gets the upper hand against Germany, Italy is the only power that will be able to counteract that. And if Turkey thinks that way, then maybe they want to stick with Italy. Maybe they go, you know what, yes, I could attack Greece. But we've seen every game, as you said so far, where IT have started fighting. Italy hasn't won, but neither's Turkey, right? It's not worked out for either of them doing that, just letting someone in the West win while you two fight each other. So sticking together and letting Italy stop France is a reason why the alliance may continue. Because Turkey does have growth that doesn't come through Italy. Like, Russia's pulling a unit off the board and Germany is now in a war with France. Galicia is probably going away. You can go up. You can take Warsaw, Moscow. This is really how I would like to win as Turkey in an IT. Turkey stabbing Italy before they have Warsaw, Moscow doesn't usually win you the game. You don't have enough centers to beat somebody else, whether that's Italy themselves, if they've taken loads of France, or a Western power. And once you've made the attack on Italy, you don't have the spare units to go and take Warsaw Moscow later. You have to get them first as Turkey to be able to win in that position. So I think if I'm Jeff here, that's my priority. It's go up. Let's take Warsaw Moscow. It's weak. They're held by two different powers. Both of them have a lot of problems elsewhere or nowhere if they're the Russian. So I think that's my priority if I'm Jeff, and hope that Italy will go and do something about France.
Are you willing to support yourself into Galicia from Budapest then in the spring? Because I'm worried about Bohemia coming around and curling around. Like, are you willing to go down maybe 1-2 centers, possibly risking Serbia in order to seal Warsaw and Moscow next year?
I think so. I think that you need Italy to go west for that to work, obviously, and the Italian build will matter for that. If Italy builds an army here, that suggests they're progressing into the Balkans. If they're building a fleet, they're looking west. So I think maybe you decide once you see what Italy builds.
I mean, as Italy, final question, I swear, as Italy, why are you not building an army? Even if it's in Rome, I just feel like you have this many armies is asking to lose the war later.
I agree, but I also think that you... for the same reason that I think Turkey wants to have Italy go west against France, I think Italy should want to do something about France here. I think France has a better position than Germany because England's on their side, and England and Germany are very unlikely to unenmesh themselves and go after France from this position. Unless Helgoland gets piffed, which is not in a position to do so at the moment, I think that you need to be very worried that you get stuck in that stalemated war with Turkey. You take one centre and France takes 5, you don't win.
Winner of 1904, we're 1/3 of the way through this game. We've got an 8-center Turkey, which is pretty powerful position this early in the game. Is this a given? How does Turkey, or how does someone else besides Turkey top this? Is it France? Or I guess we'll play Who Do You Like a couple times with this game.
I mean, I don't think Turkey's position is at all secure yet. Like, yes, it's a good position. They're going to be a contender, but they are not well ahead. Budapest and Serbia are vulnerable. Italy, if Italy goes against Turkey, that's not only is that bad for Turkey, but it's huge for France. So I like them more. Can I see Germany turning it around? Yes, it's not impossible that Patrick can make the right guesses for a year, and he only really has to make the right guesses once. Because if he makes the right guesses against England and England disbands, then Patrick's problems mostly go away. If Italy doesn't go away after the fight they've already had, then that's a much bigger long-term issue. If Italy is really mad about the attack around Trieste and Vienna and all of that, then Patrick's chances are not 20%, they're 2%. That's a real problem for him in the long term. But as long as he can build some sort of relationship back to neutrality with Italy, then I think Patrick has a path. He just has to beat England for a year.
So I'll ask it explicitly. Who would you like in this position, McCullis?
I like France most at the moment, I think.
And Andrew, if not France, who's your pick?
I mean, we just went over how every IT has managed to bungle it, so I got to pick Germany then, right? I think McCall's really laid out where the opportunities are, and it's if people see them and if they made the bills to enable them here.
Okay. And get Tanglewood saying Italy can top Marseille, Spain, and Munich. And then I talked about Jeff in Turkey. So lots of players have a chance, get a lot of game to play. Take a look at these. And spring of 05, McCullis.
Spring of 05. England has lost Moscow to the Russian. That is pretty fatal for their hopes. Even if they now hold Russia there and Russia somehow builds, I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think England is... Those are disbands coming. And France has taken Liverpool as well, which is good news for Patrick, weirdly, even though he's fighting France. Like, the English units going away is just really good news for Germany. He's also into Belgium, which isn't necessarily holdable. He's lost North Sea, so that's a bit of a nothing move for now. But the big news is that England disbands are coming, and that is really good for Germany. In the east, Italy is not going west. Italy has, after building the Army Venice, committed to going against Turkey. And this is what I said before. Like, Turkey has mostly ignored Italy. They've hoped they go west. They've gone up to try and take Warsaw, Moscow. But, well, we'll see now whether this time IT don't get bogged down against each other. Maybe this game breaks the pattern.
Third time could be the charm.
Exactly. All right, fall of 05. England takes Norway from Patrick. That is a correct guess from England. That's bad news for Patrick. They have lost St. Petersburg to the retreating Russian, though. So that was always the problem of doing it this way, rather than taking it from Norwegian. So it's not really a net win for England, who is just on Eddie and Norway and nothing else. So there are still a lot of disbands coming. France retakes Belgium, unsurprisingly, but Germany hasn't got a win anywhere. Like they managed to have England disband, but they haven't managed to take anything themselves. And this is just a really good year for France as a result. Even better news for France is that Italy has already bungled the attack on Turkey, because whilst taking Serbia, they've lost Trieste, and Turkey's taken Moscow. Russia's building, which is actually a problem for Turkey more than anyone else now, but that's not what Italy needed. They really didn't want to be stabbing Turkey to be even on builds whilst Turkey gets their units back into a better position. Bad turn for Tarsi.
Woof.
Yeah, no line either.
I think the only thing I would ask is, like, do you want to try to take Warsaw on purpose instead of Moscow and guarantee that Russia goes down the center, possibly keeping England around? That's the only Turkish thing, and I'm like, but this is a top board. This is a Germany that's already shown they're willing to mess around. I don't trust that Silesia doesn't somehow support Moscow back into Warsaw. It makes me too nervous. I don't think I would. I think I'd take the guarantee.
Yeah, I think it was better for France than for Turkey, but it was an okay year for Turkey. I don't like that build, though. Where's that going? You're not getting out of those fleets into the Med. So where's Fleet Ankara going? You didn't go sit it in Black Sea. Cool, you could have built an army.
Maybe they go to Syria. Maybe they don't. So decides it's more important to defend Bulgaria, which I think is reasonable, taking back Serbia. And then this is the awkwardness around Russia being back on 2, is now you have someone that's actively hostile towards you. I think there's I'm glancing at the tactics for 30 seconds, so I don't really know. I mean, they only had 5 minutes. I think there's value to killing off Russia at, again, the cost of ceding some room to Italy for now. Because ultimately, you could end up in a position that's, let's see, I'm going to count to it's, everything that's Romania, Bulgaria to the east, hold up to the top. That's 8. St. Petersburg would be 9, which means that Italy holds the rest. God, counting is so hard. That's 9, which is going to pull French attention maybe eventually if France can't get it, German attention. And the things that you're holding with that kind of a Turkish position, you're never going to lose them. You'd say it's just given the time of the game, the number of armies that you have flying around. So I think there's killing Russia, I think, should have still been priority number 1. There's still time. I guess you're not in Galicia anymore, but there's still time. But now it's awkward because you've got 2 units tied up that can't do anything. Not to mention Romania could go to Ukraine or Sevastopol and just really. Yeah, I mean, you got to take guesses. I don't think it's a bad thing not to cover Kiel. You have to try to pull back some kind of a momentum advantage against an England that wants you dead, not France. This is reasonable. You get the retreat to Norway. That's nice. That retreat's really nice, but it's tough.
England getting into Kiel is really problematic for Germany as well. It's the only way to kick that out. You have to cover Berlin as well. You have to cede so much position to France, who's taken North Sea in the process. Yeah, this could be the end. If Patrick doesn't get this turn right, it will probably be quite hard for Patrick to make some sort of comeback. Whereas if he can get it right, I don't know. He'd have to win so many guesses against France from now on. Like, France's position is monstrous.
I don't know what right even looks like, right? Because if Kiel holds, like the only way this goes bad is if it goes to Berlin and you can actually dislodge it and then they disband it. But if it just holds, it's bad.
Michael corrected this to dipsy doodling, but I think this case on this board that could be actually more accurate. Fall of 06. Andrew.
Yeah, it's just truly a mess. I think pulling Sweden back to Baltic is smart because if you're going to recover this position, you're going to have to clear that out. Now that it's going to hold Kiel, it's not going anywhere. The rest is good. I think the question in the north is, should you just try to pick up Edinburgh anyway? Isn't that a unit you'd rather have in your hands? Norwegian, I guess, is going to hit that over and over. Then they can stay on. I guess you're going to keep them on 2. It's just like Italy is never going to be the one that puts the brakes on you. And if it turns out you needed that unit to walk from like, I don't know, Marseille to Piedmont to Tyrolia, or from Brest to Mid-Atlantic to now, like you need so it's going to be 07, 08, and then it's in an action in 09 to get you maybe to push you to 11, 12 and make it so that no one in the South can really win. That's from Edinburgh is worth it. Then looking on the other side of the map, and then they were worried about the cut of Ukraine, so they made moves against that. Honestly, it's too many arrows for me to figure out what's happened. I just
So Turkey has taken Romania back from Serbia, whilst also getting to backfill Serbia because Italy tried to move Rum into Serbia. Italy and Turkey then double retreated to Sev, which gets them both blown up, which is probably better for Turkey than it is for Italy, because Italy is not getting that army over that side back. Italy is therefore net down 1 for the year because they've lost Vienna and Serbia whilst gaining Trieste. Turkey is therefore net +1, except that they've lost Moscow, so they're net even. I think that France actually not taking Edinburgh is the right move. I think that the problem with building in Marseille is you might spook Italy. And the last thing you want to do in this game is spook Italy in any way whatsoever. The nearest Italian fleet to you at the moment is in Adriatic Sea. It's so far away from you. All you want to do is let Italy fight Turkey. Let Italy fight Turkey, and yeah, you can just win the North at your own pace. And if England's your Janissary, then great.
I'm just worried about pace. That's the only thing I'm worried about. You're totally right. I think Marseille, bad idea. But I'm just worried about, do you actually have enough time? We're halfway through the game. I can see Brian's itching to ask us who's going to win again. It makes me stressed out too. It just takes so long to get the fleets around.
Andrew, we're going to save that prediction for 1908 in this game. So you've got a little more time, see whether or not our players give us a little more clarity as we go into 1907.
All right, 1907. There was actually an interesting question here for what Russia would do now they were sort of viable again. As they got back up to 3, would they continue pushing on Turkey? The answer is yes. They could have gone and done something against Germany, something elsewhere, but for the moment, they have decided to continue the attack on Turkey, which is even more good news for France. Yes, they have defended Germany and Norway, but it didn't matter because France didn't actually help England at all. Germany has finally blown up that English fleet that's in Kiel, which to me signals that now's probably the time to take Edinburgh. I think you don't care that much about Norwegian Sea, especially when Russia's going to defend Norway. But France gets into Helgoland, gets into North Sea, and also makes the correct guess on whether to support themselves to Belgium or to Burgundy, which is really crucial little tactical move there that is just bad news for Germany. Germany has lost a lot of initiative yet again. Turkey's also in Tyrolia, which is an interesting position for a Turkish army to be. I don't really get why they're there unless they thought they might bounce an Italian army. Yeah, that's... You don't really want to be walking away from Vienna. You don't want to be doing anything to Munich that isn't pro-German, which is just not touching Munich in the first place. So, yeah, I think another good turn for France.
Yeah, this is the kind of turn as France where you're probably just waiting for that timer to come through, like with so much tension, because you're like, man, I could be in such a good place, and then such a sigh of relief once you see the results in this game or this turn.
Andrew has disappeared, but I shall continue on valiantly regardless. So Russia is really anti-Turkish to the point where they don't care about St. Petersburg, which is probably not the right decision. So St. Petersburg is lost to a German retreat after Russia goes to Galyuk and Moscow. That's unfortunate for Max. England gets into Norway and does survive. France chooses, actually, I am going to support them. I don't care about the fact that Helgoland's going to get blown up if I do this. Not sure that that's the right decision, but hey. They do get Edinburgh, though, and they've also moved English Channel to Irish, which is to go up to North Atlantic to get around and provide an extra fleet around that way, which I think is smart. The loss of Helgoland is annoying, but what's more annoying for Germany is they didn't actually take Kiel back. Kiel remains English, which is problematic. So they're not going to get a build. They are even for the year, right? They've gained St. Pete, lost Norway. They haven't got to get the build down, which also means they still have to take Kiel in future, which is just really annoying. Not a great turn, unfortunate. Elsewhere in the east, not a lot happens. Turkey has taken Bulgaria this year, so is +1 at the Italians' expense, but isn't really in a great position to take much more. Yes, they can take Greece, but if Italy just backs out of Greece and pulls back one, it's going to be really slow going for Turkey. This is what I said before. They didn't take Warsaw Moscow when maybe they had the chance, although Italy attacked them, so maybe they didn't have the chance, but it's just so hard to get a lot of centres as Turkey out of this fight with Italy.
Winner of 07, we've got Jeff putting down Fleet Smyrna and Sigurd building Army Marseille Fleet Brest. And Jonathan has a build, but no centers to build in. Rough disband in Galicia. So we go into spring of 08.
All right, so spring of 08, and Turkey is now going up and looking at Warsaw Moscow. Whether they can get it is a different matter, but Russia has moved to Livonia and Moscow and therefore has to make 50-50 on defending Moscow or Warsaw. So that's good news for Turkey. It gives them a path. Everything else is even in the east, except for Turkey getting into Eastern Med. So eventually they can start forcing a breakthrough. Greece will be forced. Italy's chances are pretty much over now. They've lost the war. It's just a case of how quickly will they lose. France, meanwhile, doesn't move Marseille east. They decide to just prop Burgundy up, which I think is quite a sensible use of the unit, but they don't get the correct guesses around Holland or Belgium. So despite defending North Sea, they do have a bit of an issue there. Yes, they're up into English Channel, which should hold that, but it's not all come up good for them. However, England's in Sweden and is annoying to deal with still. So that English Janissary unit is just causing Germany so many problems.
Yeah, it's not even going to be easy to pop it out of Sweden because then it can retreat into St. Pete. It could go to Berlin. Like, there's all kinds of squirreliness that it could do.
All right, fall of 1908, and that's even worse news for Germany, is that Russia has prioritized just taking St. Petersburg rather than taking the 50-50 on Warsaw Moscow. They've gone, you know what, I could lose that 50-50. This way I can probably guarantee I'm even for the year by just taking St. Pete. Yes, Turkey could have taken both, but they didn't. So, okay, that's bad news for Patrick. He has now taken Kiel, but yeah, things are not going great. France is into Norwegian Sea, which is not insignificant. France has also defended England and Sweden by convoy into Norway this turn, which is a nice move. Yeah, this is another decent turn for France, but they are pacing-wise losing a little bit to Turkey here. Turkey has now taken Greece, is up to 10. France is still even on 9. Turkey's on 11, so they've got Moscow as well, and Warsaw is there. So this is how Turkey wins. This is how France now really needs a year to catch up. Turkey.
So, Andrew, it is gunboat. We just saw Turkey surge ahead, going up 2 in a face-to-face or virtual or press game. You start to see players talking about balance of power. They coordinate to kind of pull back. How does one stop a Turkish position like this if you're the rest?
I think it's just a race. Sorry for disappearing. It's been gusting all day. I'm assuming something went down, but at least my lights are on, so that's not bad. I don't have to break out the candles. It's just a race, right, between you and France. There's not much more to do than that. I don't think Turkey can tactically screw up this position anymore because it's Aegean guaranteed the line. It's just, yeah, with Warsaw, so that's 12. So if you're France, you're like, well, where's my 12? I got to go +3. They're in Helgo and Bite. Even with a hostile Swedish fleet, it looks really hard.
12, will it be enough?
What Russia does matters, actually. Russia's just taken St. Petersburg from Germany, which to some degree helps Turkey because Turkey's at Moscow, but it also helps France a lot. If Russia keeps attacking in Scandinavia and goes anti-German, maybe decides that the best way to punish Turkey isn't holding out in their own centres because they don't think they'll win, but if they can help France catch up, that would be potentially significant. Because we know Italy's fighting Turkey to the death. We know England's fighting Germany to the death. We know Germany's fighting France to the death, most likely. Like, we already know what all of those three are doing. What Russia does, we don't know 100%.
All right. Andrew, we'll go ahead and switch years because of the break. So why don't you take 1909?
Yeah, sorry, I messed everything up. So we got to see what Russia decided immediately, which is good to see. They've decided that Turkey doesn't deserve any happiness or fun, and that they just want to ruin their whole day. I think that's totally reasonable. I think that they attack you early and often, and if that's where you decide this wants to go, it's clear enough. I think it's more the question of what Italy has done here by convoying back to Naples. I find quite interesting because they've also said, you're not going to go any farther than what you have. I'll be able to defend and hold. And France has excellently also moved to Piedmont, which is that's there to support hold. So when the army in Trieste gets pulled, there's still really a lot to go before Turkey can crack open the mainland of Italy. And particularly its time. If this is endless, then the Italian centers are going to fall. But at this point, you're going to be in Ionian, but then you won't even have a convoy guess for another year. Retreat to Tunis, self-bounce. I guess there's not a fleet in Naples. It's just...
I really don't get that convoy to Romania rather than to Sevastopol. That's just such a weird place to have convoyed there. Like, you knew Russia might be fighting you and that you'd have to get a third army up there. Why wait? Why not go straight to Sev?
Yeah. Yeah. And then I think you might as well throw an attack on Moscow, because if they take it, you're in better position to shift up and all that. I think the final thing you're doing as Turkey here, it's like the motions around Italy are what they are. Hopefully you've been here before. With a Turkey this size, you know how to take it. I think the question is, when you jump to the line and try to steal Munich and Berlin and maybe get that little bit of a pop at the end, and Tyrolia just makes that so much more uncomfortable. So it's more good work from the French to just make the position that much harder for Turkey to get in. I think it's pretty excellent tactics from the late game tactics. You don't get to practice this a bunch. This is an example of you can still mess around with the other side of the board, even if you're not really have a presence there.
Well, also, France not taking Edinburgh earlier, you asked what it got them. It got them England surviving another year. It got them England to Sweden, it got them England to Baltic Sea, and now it gets them Holland. That's the long-term payoff. 3 years later, England cuts Kiel here, which is the only reason Holland falls, which could well be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Germany. Yes, they've still got 3 fleets, but they can't rebuild. They're down to 2 armies, and that's really weak in the center. And Turkey isn't yet in a position to come and actually make up for that weakness, because they still have to take Trieste. Italy has prioritized Trieste over Ionian, which I think is the correct decision. And Turkey still has to take Moscow. So they don't really have a lot of armies free to come and prop up Munich at this stage.
A game of tactics, a lot of times it's the small stuff that makes a difference, and Sigurd seems to be getting the small stuff right on a more consistent basis than the rest of the board. Winner of 1909 kind of giving them an advantage. I did kind of skip a year. I probably should have done it a year earlier, but we will go ahead and play Who Do You Like? As we go into our end game, we've got a tie between France and Turkey. I don't know the tiebreaker based off of standings. I think I do have that information and we'll look it up. But
that's that order. So it's just top, but first wins the tiebreak rather than last, because it's reverse Paris.
But they're not using Paris for that. So that's what some of the players on the board believe it to be. So keep that in mind, but that doesn't necessarily mean what it is. So I am going to look that up while y'all are doing analysis so that I can make sure I answer correctly on who ends up winning if there is a tie. But our players, or at least some of the players, believe that. I think maybe some of the players might think it's based off of the back also. So lots of fun on this board as we go into the end state.
You want to do this?
I do. I want to
like,
right? Yep.
Right. I'll let Andrew pick first.
It's not much to pick from, to be honest. I mean, it's got to be France. The only way I can see this going wrong is if Patrick, as Germany, makes the incredible tap Burgundy, bounce Munich, tap Holland. You'd have to slow him down so much in Sigurd to get Turkey to have a chance here, because I'm doing it in the wrong direction. I'm sorry. Turkey's got Moscow, that's 12. Trieste is 13. Western's there to plug Turanian. And I just think that it's a pretty clear 14 from France.
Can you go back a year and show what Italy supported with Ionian Sea? Because they did a support towards the French in fall of 09. And I can't see what it was. Were they offering Tunis with Ionian Sea? Supported Maltatis? No, okay. So they're not yet offering to throw dots to France, but that could make a big difference. I think that at the end of the day, France currently has 7 units helping them. They have their own plus the Italian plus the 2 Russian, and Turkey has 5 helping them, and 7 is a bigger number than 5. So it's how long is the Russian going to stick around? Probably only 1 more year. But the problem Turkey has is if Russia just lets France take St. Petersburg, it's going to be really hard for Turkey to take St. Petersburg later. And if they have to send armies up to try and take St. Petersburg, those are armies not going to the center towards Germany. They just have to make too many decisions with not quite enough units. I think that convoy to Rum rather than Sev last year may well have cost them the momentum that could have won. That could have been game changing, because if they got Moscow in this position, it's just so much better. It just gives them way more options of now you can go into Germany. You don't really care about St. Pete that much, but you can put some pressure up towards there. And it makes it really hard for Russia to throw St. Pete as well. So that one convoy could well have been game changing.
I'm actually shocked they moved into St. Petersburg given the treatment of Edinburgh. And just how much usefulness you can have by just Russia sticking around. But ultimately, you just need two to hold it, right? So you can just take it if you want it. I feel like it kind of gives up a play on Sweden, which Patrick would have bounced, to be fair. But I don't know how necessary it is. I'm glad I get to see the resolution of the guesses in the center. It's a hard position for Germany. I think this is a reasonable choice, especially if you've got such a stronghold and you don't think France really has the fleet to break open Sweden and Denmark to eventually get to Kiel and Holland. This is a way you can survive, and you can at least give Turkey a fighting chance because Munich and Berlin will be on the line. And maybe you get the kingmake and say, hey, Turkey wins because I'll tap behind your lines just like England was doing it. So I think that's a pretty reasonable play for Germany. It's like thumbs up for me. The rest, Trieste was guaranteed, but Tyrolia moving, and I would have cut that too, is just such an unfortunate retreat. You've at least won the guess around Warsaw and Moscow. That massively simplifies things, and that happening this year versus next is huge. Again, for just you can repurpose Warsaw next year to go towards the line. That's very crucial. Even the Vienna thing's not the end of the world because you're in Adriatic, and that's pretty good. It gives you a real play on Venice with Tyrolia leaving, which is sort of the unfortunate consequence of maybe not wanting to be in Munich. You know, this is actually a bit more wide open than it looked the previous turn.
Yeah, Venice is really vulnerable because of the way Italy defended. I thought Darcy was just going to pull the armies back and just turtle, but Darcy has tried to spread out and instead left himself in a pretty bad position. What he could do, however, is make it easier for France to take Tunis, which if France gets Tunis, that could well be a crucial center at the end of this game. But yeah, Venice is probably lost now, and maybe instead you give up Naples. Maybe that's the way to be anti-Turkish here, and you let France into Naples. Because if France ends up with Rome, Naples, and Tunis, or even two of the three, that's probably enough to win, regardless of what happens with the German dots.
I like that. I like that perspective, but it doesn't seem like he wants to throw. Maybe all that throwing on top board's reputation is finally getting to Darcy and coming back to haunt this unfortunate France, who really deserves to just be handed everything. I think let's see, the other part of the South I'm interested in. Let's see, they cut all the stuff. The Venice, yeah, I think that's fine. I think it might have been maybe interesting to force the disbanding of Albania if you just wanted to simplify the next year of tactics, but I don't know. I think it's a bit of a mess. I also think I would have maybe shuffled to Warsaw and tried to do like a sneaky little grab and offered support into St. Petersburg. I know everything is a guess here. I think you could pretty reliably say Livonia's never moving to Warsaw. It's either going to St. Petersburg, hoping it gets support, or Moscow for the same reason. So I think you can get a slight little one turn faster, do some movement. But on the other hand, this is good because you know that Sweden's going to cut Norway, and at least you can have some play in the north. And now, like the lack of fleets to really seal out the north means that North Sea is going to be able to be cut as well. So St. Petersburg and Norway are in play. Is that an unreasonable thing to say?
The problem is the German disband, right? Germany guessed wrong this turn in a big way. So not only did they lose Munich, but they lost Berlin as well. And yes, they're in Holland, but Germany is disbanding, and if you disband Sweden, then St. Petersburg doesn't fall. If you disband one of the other fleets, North Sea's not at risk. And if you disband one of the armies, then Holland and Kiel both fall. So there's not any good disband for Germany here that slows France down. And that one move, I think it was a game-winning move for France getting into Berlin there.
We've got a winner of 1910. We've got 2 game years left. France up 1 center at 13 over Jeff Wang's Turkey at 12. Definitely a race, both building, one building more than the other. Look at what those adjustments are. And we'll head into the final stretch of this finals game. Spring 1911. We're going to take it back to turn order. So, McCallus.
All right. So, Germany moves to Finland for reasons I don't really understand. France gets Holland and Kiel. Germany goes up to Scandinavia. Maybe they're trying to hold Sweden to the end, but not cutting Norway is problematic. I guess they're blocking the retreat off, so they're trying to make sure that France doesn't have a retreat. But I think that it's too little too late. France also gets good position by following up into Munich. Styrolia doesn't block it. Styrolia feels the need to defend Piedmont from the French, which, whilst an accurate prediction that France was going to move there, is that's not taking a centre for France and for Turkey, and it's not stopping France taking a centre because they've got all of the German dots in the middle. They will get Denmark before the end. They might not get Sweden, depends on some guesses still, knowing that St. Petersburg is lost, but I think this is probably enough for France to win. They do bounce Italy and Naples. Italy doesn't let them in yet, but I suspect Italy would still rather France won here. Turkey gets Vienna, which is nice, but they don't block the retreat to Galicia, which they probably should have done. I don't know why Ukraine's gone to Warsaw rather than to Galicia. And as a result, now they've got a cover of Romania, which is another annoying unit to deal with. Italy's also retreated Albania into Trieste because you didn't backfill. So, Turkey's just got to make guesses everywhere. France's only guesses now are, will I get Denmark and Sweden? And fall of 1911, Turkey makes the right guesses. So they do get Trieste, and they keep Vienna, and they don't lose Romania. And it doesn't really matter that Serbia's got in either. So that's pretty good. France, however, despite losing St. Petersburg to the Turk and not getting Naples still, does, other than that, sort of move everything into place in Skagerrak and North Sea. So Germany does not guess correctly on blocking that, and as a result, France will, I think, get Denmark. Probably Sweden, possibly at the cost of Norway. That might be a difference maker at the end of this game. And I'm a bit surprised that Mid-Atlantic's gone up to North Atlantic. I think, well, actually, I guess you want to go to Norway to defend Norway, so maybe that makes sense. Turkey getting to Apulia is not irrelevant.
Agreed. Very much agreed. That's it. Not only do you get to cut Rome, you get a real guess on Naples, especially if the bouncing turns into real miscommunication. Because this feels like one of those situations where Italy in the last turn could be like, crap. All right. No, France, I do want you to win. Here, let me support you into Naples. Like, it's fine now. And France goes, oh, okay, look, you don't want me to get it. You want to hold your centers? That's fine. I'll support you in the Naples. And then Turkey gets it.
Well, once again, heading into the final turn, this game could not be more tight. We have had basically neck and neck since 1906 between our two board leaders. This year will decide who wins this game and who wins this final. Let's play out our final years. And Andrew, you have the call.
Immediately, I think it's interesting to have Tyrolia as the mover into Venice. I think that it's reasonable to have the convoy to Naples with horde because you can say, hey, look, you two have to coordinate a defense of this. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying you probably won't. But I think you can then reliably cut Piedmont as a better option. And, well, I guess it's not the mover. Does it give you a play? Because now you can cut. Well, they can move to Naples. God, this is so complicated. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's what I talked about with the English fleet like a couple of games ago. It just makes the guesses way more confusing. I think if you stick around in Tyrolia, you don't really have any play on Munich though, so I don't know how big of a deal. I don't know why you're self bouncing in Prussia.
It's
That
to
doesn't
stop the
make any
Italian retreat, right?
Prussia?
Yeah.
To Prussia?
No, Delicia. Well, I think he had nothing better to do with the units, right?
I think it's probably better to pull back to Moscow, where it can't theoretically be cut from like Bosnia or Baltic and like a weird Germany. It just it doesn't. I don't know.
There was a world that Silesia and Berlin happened though, so I don't hate that. I think France has made a mistake not defending Venice there. Actually, I think that's like Piedmont could have just defended Venice. Now you've got to take Rome to be even, which you're not likely to do. You're also not really in a good position to defend Rome. So this is a problem for France. Yes, taking Tunis is the right move, but I think I'd have done it in full. And I think that either way, you should have defended Venice. Not defending Venice, I think, is an error. Made the wrong guesses in the north, but there are guaranteed ways to take all of those centres come the end of the game, especially as Munich's not at risk.
All of 1912. I have absolutely no idea what is going to happen here. Who of the two leaders has the better shot at topping? Who's got fewer guesses? Who's got the easier path?
Is Rome guaranteed for Turkey?
It can be. You'd have the problem is you'd have to risk Venice to guarantee it. I think
You can make a supported move into. It depends. If Rome makes a malicious support, then no.
Yeah,
I think it is right.
So let's say Venice cuts Tuscany, and then you have Apulia support Naples in, but then you're not guaranteed Naples. To make Apulia the mover, France cuts it too easily. Like Turanian just cuts Naples and Venice gets cut, so that doesn't work. So Apulia has to be the support because it can't be anything else. So if Naples is the mover, you risk Naples. If Venice is the mover, you risk Venice, which means that the right move for France is support an attack on Venice and move to Naples, and then either Rome doesn't fall or you get one, or rather one of Venice or Naples doesn't fall. But the problem is that Turkey's still +2 from that, and France is only +1. Denmark's guaranteed. Norway and Sweden can be braced. St. Petersburg could support Sweden to Norway, so that one could make the difference. That could end up being crucial.
And we've got Turkey having to cover a lot of units from that Ukraine position as well.
All of that can be covered, though. Galicia support holds Warsaw, Livonia to Moscow, Armenia to Sev, Budapest to Rum. Like, there's no threat to anything else, and the support hold on Warsaw stops the two coordinating.
All right. Well, I am going to let you know that both Turkey and France believe they have the tiebreaker going into this game.
It'd be funny to let Italy walk into a center then. Oh, man. No guesses at all? Boo.
Well, it's still a matter who has the tiebreaker then, because Denmark is not taken. Denmark's not taken, Sweden is, so it's a 16-16. So who actually has the tiebreaker?
So 16-16, both players believing they have the tiebreaker were willing to not play as aggressively because they both thought they would win if the game would tie. Turkey looked at the Paris method order, FIGTRAE, thought that they would beat France. France believed that they had it based off of the standings Standings was the official rule, but it was not communicated very clearly. So Eber made the decision to jointly split the title between the two of them because of the failure to communicate. So well done to both Sigurd and to Jeff for their play on this game, making this thing as close as it possibly could, and creating a very entertaining game for all of us. So I believe I got that right. I'm going to bring Patrick back on. Keep me honest. Is that the gist of it, or did I miss anything?
Yeah, it is. They're co-champions. This all could have been avoided if Eber just made one big rules post before the finals game began just to review. But oh well. They both played really well. I think my mistakes in this game were really just not communicating enough to Italy that my Balkan presence was pro them initially to get the pro, and then just attacking them in 04 was the biggest blunder of the game. Because again, Germany and Italy, they're strong together. You know why? Because France and Turkey are scary, and you can help each other against those guys. And that was on full display here, for sure. And then also when I moved to Ruhr on follow 4 and didn't really follow through on that provocation against France, that gave them the upper hand. So it happens.
Yeah,
it was a fun game.
McCallus, story of the game.
I think that Jeff did an excellent job defending from Darcy's premature stab, turned it around and got himself to a point of being a joint winner. Well played by Jeff. I think Sigurd took the initiative, created his chances really nicely, managed that English Janissary beautifully, which was game-changing and making him break through against Patrick. So really nice play from Sigurd. They're co-champions, so congrats to both. I think that out of the two, maybe Sigurd will be a little sad he's not sole champion, but I don't know. I think that they both played great, and it was nice that there wasn't like a direct throw to either at the end. Like Darcy did play to survive, and Russia did keep playing to survive right to the last. Same with Patrick. So cool, good stuff.
All right. Well, McCallus, your break time, if you would like. I know it is extremely late or early, depending on how you look at it. So if you would like to sign off now, we will say thank you for your service. So as always, much appreciated. And for everyone involved, everyone watching, McCallus has been just working like crazy this month of October to help get coverage. We would not have the coverage that we have had here on DBN without his help. So McCallus, for that, I say thank you. And I believe we are all in your debt. So thanks.
Cheers. Good night, everyone.
Good night. All right. With that, we are going to go to our final game for League Night. We're going to return back to the world of the Virtual Diplomacy League. I just need to correct one item on my screen. Give me a second to get this set up. And let's take a quick look at where we are with our standings after the games that we just saw. So bring that up to the stage. So after rounds 1 and 2 tonight, this is what our top 7 looks like. Justin, Jamal, Jason, Patrick, Christian, Cody, Claire. So we did have a little bit of movement, and then let's take a look now at which player is going to be playing our final game tonight. And Patrick, I'm going to have you as lead for this one. Introduce our players.
Okay, we have Shayquaza, which I assume is a screen name. Great Pokemon reference, by the way. In Austria, love to see new players. Darcy Morris in England, the proverbial game thrower. Kidding, mostly. John Jameson in France, the proverbial convoyer to a certain province in the southern part of the map. Christian Brown in Germany, who's fighting for a spot in the top 7 right now. I believe he's in 5th currently, so looking to bolster that cushion a little bit to 8th place. Mikkel, someone I'm not personally familiar with in Italy, but apparently they've played here before and in some of the BB&I events. Liam Bennett, the eternally fun to play with Coloradoan in Russia, and Ryan Talbot, who we saw earlier in Turkey.
All right, and here is our map. Take a look at that, and Patrick, take us away.
All right, so in the West we have some pretty standard moves. I see John going for the old-fashioned Maginot opening, supported to Burgundy. Doesn't have to be anti-German; it can just be billed as neutral/defensive. I really like using it whenever I just haven't really played with the Germany before, and also Christian Brown in Germany is someone you got to watch out for as well. In the East, the most interesting thing to note is that Russia gets into Galicia. I would assume that is a broken DMZ until proven otherwise. You don't see a lot of people in the habit of letting Russia into Galicia as Austria, but we see a bounce in Trieste. So maybe there's just an early agreement between RIT at this point that Austria is the new guy. He's not really giving any of us good vibes, so let's just split him up.
Makes sense. Certainly looks like the fall is a continuation of that plan. Although, yeah, that's a supported bounce in Greece, which is basically the thing you don't want to see if you're Austria. Also, an offer of support to Budapest from Galicia. Was that
From Serbia?
On Serbia? Yep. So it's just all looking real rough to start for this Austria. The one thing I'll say, you're building. It could be worse. Then in the north, covering Munich is pretty straightforward. France is going to have a hell of a start from this. Oh, God, and so will England. This, I mean, I'm going to have a lot of reasons not to call this an EF that's going to stick together. This looks really good.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Toby Harris convoy to Denmark. This is why I really don't love the convoy to Greece as Italy when you're not in Trieste. Like, clearly Austria is most suspicious of you here. Their spring moves indicate that. As Russia, you can at least still, riz your way into saying, oh, I'll just move Galicia into Romania and we can disentangle, or, it's friendly to you, it's here to help against the evil Italians. But if you're Italy, Austria thinks they know exactly what you're doing, and that's attacking them. So you got to just get your build at some point instead of making risky plays like that if you can't guarantee them.
It's also interesting that Turkey's ended up with Ankara open, which makes it all the more awkward. Because I immediately started looking, well, I wonder if there's a way to walk into Black Sea still and just play everything to your advantage as Russia, but that's uncomfortable. Uncomfortable as Turkey too, to be honest. I understand the reasoning behind putting that down, but is Russia cool with that? Are you going to go to Aegean and then play it from there? Look, as Russia, I accept.
In Gunboat, I really like, as Turkey, when I give Russia Black Sea, I normally don't like doing that, but when I do, I like to follow it up with an Army Ankara build to play a bit more slowly. Maybe this is a similar thing that they're going for from Ryan. Wouldn't be surprised. And then as for the other builds, pretty sensible across the board. I'd say the main thing to note is the wave from France. Oh, Tipcast went down. Brian, you okay?
Yeah.
Not me this time. I'm innocent.
All right, we'll get it up in a second, folks. The technical difficulties tradition continues. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, not sure what just happened there. My
where was that wire?
browser just crashed.
Was it internet or was it Dipcast?
I think it was my PC.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We got it up now.
1902. Here we go.
All right. Guess
Looks
I'll
like
keep doing
nothing
springs.
even happened.
Oh,
go spring. Go for it.
All right. We see a bounce in Armenia in the south. Turkey supporting Austria into Romania. So clearly there's a bit of hostility all of a sudden between R and T. And there's also a lot of hostility between R and G, which is really going to bite Russia in the butt now that both of his southern neighbors are against him. But he does have a guarantee on Berlin here if Denmark taps Kiel for one more turn. So that's quite nice. The convoy to Denmark is actually a great ER opening. So I understand Liam's desire to capitalize on that as much as possible, because it is easy when Russia attacks Germany early on for that to just enable one or both a BF. So you want to get that bag early, but it just was, the circumstances weren't there this time. Meanwhile, Italy goes to Tunis with the fleet and their convoy order, but they go to Greece with the army. So that's going to be another headache for them to deal with in the fall, although they can just get the build anyway, since Venice is not under threat. And France, interestingly, supports themselves to Mao instead of shuffling out to Spain and Mid-Atlantic Ocean from Brest. So maybe John isn't quite as pro-English here as the early moves might have suggested.
So, question: when you are Russia in this kind of situation, like if you're in Liam's position, are you pulling your units back? Or are you just going to keep going and hope that you can make up for any losses with accelerated gains against Germany?
I mean, you've put your units in such a place where you can only get a build from one place this turn, and you need to kind of follow through on that. Otherwise, you're just going to lose even more to your other enemies. So I would say still take Berlin here.
All right, fall of 02.
Ooh.
And this is a nice look for that, because I was going to say, yeah, there's peace to be made with Austria here, especially with an Italy that seems intent on doing like slightly not what they're saying to an extent. That's my interpretation of the missed convoy from the spring for Ionian, is that they switched what they were saying to people and then switched again, and then they ended up confusing themselves. I think the supported move to Armenia is like, this all makes sense, opening stuff up and making some kind of a play. You just helped Austria into Romania, and there's no reason to really do and set up anything else. Bulgaria holding. I think if you wanted to move even faster, you could have held Romania and said, go support yourself, or go to Galicia with support from Romania and really put the pressure on. That might have looked better. And then maybe you could have even done some kind of like an Austria, Italy, Turkey alliance coming out of this. That's like not a crazy triple based on the way that things have just sort of filtered from here. Then in the north, is that just like a trade, three-way trade then? Because St. Petersburg, Sweden, Denmark, I think ultimately that's all right. But I really wish you could have negotiated for having Kiel get cut and taking Berlin. I think that's a better situation for you. And then what's kind of happened here, because this again looks like something where maybe England changed the plan halfway through, and now that's why you've got a fleet in St. Petersburg. It's just not that clean. Greece was a green for me, but Austria thought I was putting the fleet in. I put nothing in. Well, you got something now, so don't feel too bad. You got to build. And it's an army. Let's just make the South more crowded.
Now we run into the classic Austrian problem of having a center, an important center, awkwardly open because you couldn't put down all your units. So we'll see how that affects 1903. All right, Spring 03, John's caginess suddenly signals he follows through on what he was sort of been signaling to do for a little while, which is going on England. So goes up to Irish Sea, bounces English Channel. He's going to have a guaranteed convoy to Wales here if he wants it. So all of a sudden, things just got a lot more complicated for Darcy. Meanwhile, Germany goes to Helgoland as well, so he's got problems from multiple sides. But so does Germany, because Austria and Italy going to Tyrolia and Bohemia. So Munich is under threat, even with Russia backing off. And Turkey takes Sev. Russia retreats to Romania, but that's the easiest unit to kick out in the world because it's a fleet. So not many retreat options there. And Italy is doing a whole lot of not much besides that support to Bohemia. Tunis to North Africa is a token, hey, I'm doing something about France move, I guess. But I think after France makes this significant amount of progress against the English invasion, he might regret not moving to Tyrrhenian now.
And Darcy Morris reminding us to all go to World DipCon in Greece.
Yes.
That order. So good reminder there. Fall 1903.
Oh, that was a fleet in Romania. Okay. I got all scared. I was like, it's going so well. The triple that I thought might formed. It's perfect. It's beautiful. But no, the retreat, you'll have to cover Serbia. Never mind. That's all going well. I think it really is going well. I think loading Trieste makes sense because if you've got Italy on board now, they need another fleet if they're going to do anything. France is fully committed north. This is an infrequent opportunity where Italy really has the play to be made. To be honest, I don't know why Tunis versus Tyrrhenian. I think you prefer Tyrrhenian because you can have a play on Marseille next year in the fall. This is only if you want to give France an excuse to bounce you in Western because you don't actually intend to go after them, which is an option. It's not unreasonable, especially if you're getting loaned Trieste. I think it can go somewhere nice, but I don't know how much you get from just like going after Austria here. I think you really would just end up enabling Turkey to either keep going north against Russia or come west and end up the powerful. I think the triple, but I also like things that are different and fun, so I'm very biased.
Two things. It's interesting that Austria chose to retake Romania instead of taking Warsaw, which was guaranteed, and letting Turkey take care of Romania, which was also guaranteed. So maybe a bit of mistrust there in terms of letting Turkish armies closer to his centers. Makes sense. And then the other thing is North Sea offered support from Holland to Belgium, to Germany, but Sweden went to Denmark. Presumably he made pitches to both Germany and Russia, and he entered the order for Germany, but Russia was the one who was actually receptive to it. So bit of an awkward moment there for Darcy. I feel like Germany kind of made their bed when they went to hell, so maybe go with Russia instead, but easy to say in hindsight. The Fleet Smyrna makes the triple slightly more complicated with the AIT, but it seems like they're okay with it because it's just a bounce with Austria and Aegean for now. Meanwhile, in the west, Germany does get into North Sea this time with French help. That was guaranteed. We see a range bounce in Western Med. Very risky for Irish to follow back up to Mao, because if Italy doesn't follow through on that, then you've given up your guarantee on Liverpool for the fall. But it works out for John, so still a really solid position. What makes it a little less solid is Herolia to Piedmont, but again, you have the materials to cover that right now. You'll just have to leave Burgundy for the time being, which is unfortunate, but you still got good position on Germany with Ruhr, which they seem to be okay with. And then Liam is making a last-ditch attempt to survive in the north. They do have a guarantee on St. Pete if AT don't interfere. I don't think... Well, the question is, should they? Because I guess there is an argument to cut the supports here against Russia, which is basically you want England to keep as many senators, keep as many units as possible to fight the FG with. But at the same time, what is the English fleet in St. Pete really doing for you? Whereas a Russian army in St. Pete could maybe do a little bit more against Germany in the long term, but we'll see how they handle that.
It's definitely it's a hard question because you also don't necessarily want to accelerate Turkey more than you have to as the Austria here in this triple, because I get the feeling that you need to be at least a half center, if not a full center up on the Turkey. Otherwise, there's no reason that you just don't get eaten later. And like the bounce in Aegean is only so satisfying. If they put down Army Khan, there's nothing stopping them from just supporting themselves into Bulgaria. So yeah, maybe you say, hey, let's let Russia try to like work their way towards. Part of my opinion, though, is because I thought England had a pretty solid defensive structure. My bad. Not so. They're going down to 3. Not that anything could really be done about it, but I thought there was going to be more of a negotiation or a commitment to defend against Italy and cover those units. And so they only go down to 1. And in England on 4 is actually, I think, pretty okay from here, even if Germany is pretty dedicated against you. But now it's really hard. Now it's you and Russia competing to stay alive in Norway and St. Petersburg is what I'm seeing. Walking into Marseille is the last little like spicy bit of this turn for me. I think it's reasonable, but not ideal. I don't know how much like you care about holding Munich. Yeah, you've traded that for Kiel, but often this is like and not falling up to Mao. I think there's like two. Again, it seems like a thing where 2 move sets sort of got like one half of one half the other, but the tastes they're not so great together.
Well, maybe I could clarify that for the FG moves because it does all look broadly arranged. I think this is the only way. I know Ruhr to Holland versus Ruhr to Kiel is a little weird, but I think this is the only way that France could have been net +1, so they get an extra army in Paris, send down to Gascony, and help with that defense. And you can't really follow through to Mao because I assume if Germany's going to agree to that, he's also going to make sure, hey, you better guarantee me London so I don't pull. It's not like freaking horrible. So I assume that was the thinking there. I think it makes a lot of sense. I guess Kiel would move forward to Berlin to patch that hole against Silesia. That would make some sense as well if Denmark moves down to retake Kiel. It's a very entangled position, but that's kind of how they got to play the game from now on with this triple moving so quickly in the east. And then besides that, Sweden, what did Sweden do? Can we look at the orders? I think Sweden, it supported Holland to Norway. Interesting. So they were hoping Germany would cut St. Pete for them so they'd get St. Pete themselves. But like Germany's in an FG. Their main target is England. They want to get an English home center, right? Because that is Scandinavia is the easier thing to take later when you're in an FG, right? That's why you attack Russia after you're done with England or the English mainland, right? And I think it just makes a lot more sense for Russia here to cut Norway themselves to make sure that Germany isn't just giving them lip service while they're actually doing something else. Because in this case, Germany had a very good reason to do something else because it's getting them the guaranteed center from someone they trust more. So a little bit of a misstep there from Liam that might cost him a survival.
I like what we're seeing from John and Christian. It's definitely not easy. I don't know if it will last, but especially for John, like you're going to be sitting on keel, and as long as you've got Austria and Italy pressuring Munich, there's not a lot that Christian's going to be able to do if he wants to hold on to Munich. Like they're going to need that unit, and even if it does end up having to retreat back, like there's always Berlin. Like it's just a great place for John to be. I don't know if I like it combined with the not going to mid-Atlantic as much, but I do agree with your analysis on why that happened. So it's a gamble. I enjoy it, I guess I should say, more so than like it. I can't wait to see how it plays out as we go into 1905. But before we do that, it is time for Who Do You Like? Patrick, you get first pick.
Well, first of all, can I just say, I feel like this is a situation where they had to choose between who gets the build to figure out will the German position remain solvent or will the French one remain solvent. And Christian is the kind of player who, when he realizes he can't win anymore, he's very willing to go out of his way further to help someone who's been good to him. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the thought process there. But besides that, in terms of who I like, I mean, Turkey's on 6 centers. They just built another army. They have no threats anywhere. The nearest hostile fleet potentially is in Spain. Italy's all the way committed west. It's hard to not like that position, especially with the West in such disarray. Like, we're kind of picking between the AIT now for who do you like, I think, because the West is just so entangled and so on the back foot. And of those three, I like Turkey without a doubt.
I'm going to get a little crazy. I'm actually going to pick France here for their position.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they didn't put down the army in Paris, but maybe I was discounting how well you could coordinate things after all those gumbo games in a row. But they just showed a lot of coordination. You're telling me this about Christian Brown in Germany. He's willing if the position is solvent. And the reason I was so uncomfortable with the way they did those moves is because I wasn't sure whose position was going to be solvent. I think France's position comes out a bit stronger. You can actually stall the Med out, the Mid-Atlantic, and you'll eventually dispose of England. And I think by that point, part of the other thing that just drew me crazy, that army in London is so far from home, and with no build, you don't have a stalemate line. But if Germany is willing to collapse England over the next couple, I mean, you can finish them off in 2 years, France gets a decent share of those builds. I think there's a hold around, you can at least hold on to Portugal at minimum, if not play for Spain. I think it's somebody in the triple is going to end up getting cut out in a way that I think maybe France ends up get on top.
Oh, there's going to be some chaos with that North Atlantic fleet potentially. Lots of ways that this could break down depending on what Darcy decides to do there. That's what I'm going to have my eye on as we go into spring of 05.
All right. Now, John, he can get a little hot under the collar, but sometimes. But he is a very stand-up guy, great sense of humor, and I'm sure he'll appreciate the irony in getting beaten by a convoy from North Africa after you constantly like convoy to North Africa. Marseille is piffed, so that's very good news. That's very good news for John, at the very least. But that army in Spain is going to be pretty much impossible to kick out. In fact, it will be, because it's got those 2 support holds on it. So, and the fact that Gascony is a fleet, this is why I said he should put an army Paris down, because now Marseille, he just has no play on it. He can't possibly hold it because Munich is there to cut Burgundy. Gascony's not there to support Marseille. It's only there for play on Spain, but you don't have play on Spain right now because you can't retake it. You don't have enough units there. So it's a difficult situation for John. It seems like a bit of a slowly sinking ship at the moment in Iberia. Other than that, the Austrian and Turkish units are all just moving away from each other. Although the Turks are running out of space to move units away from Austria, but they haven't quite ran out yet. Armenia and Syria were still open, so why not just put an army and a fleet there? Yeah, you don't need them on the front line right now. Just chill out. Chillax. And if you're getting Austria to move out of Armenia and Greece in exchange for doing that, then you better do it. So really, really good turn for Turkey again. Especially when he has the opportunity to convoy across Black Sea.
Yeah, that's what I was about to
back and play.
Like the devil on my shoulder is starting to whisper in my ear about a convoy from Armenia to Romania.
This almost feels like Shea thought he was being clever by negotiating all the Turkish units away from him, and he thought, oh well, Black Sea, it can't get into the Balkans. Most of my centers are landlocked, so it's not really a threat. But it is because of what it can convoy. So Ryan has kind of pulled the fast one on the new player here by keeping his most valuable unit in its most valuable position.
Yeah, we'll see whether the timing is right. That's the big question. Not today.
I mean, I was going to say, I might invite the fleet to park in Black Sea because if I'm Austria, this might be the best stab I get on Italy all game. The closest unit to their own home centers was in Piedmont. And assuming everything was the same in the West, you could have walked into, I mean, maybe not Venice, but at least Trieste, and then just walk your way down for the stab and make this an AT. And if I'm Turkey, I say, great, go, have fun. I have real play in the north, although I've negotiated my way out of St. Petersburg, which is quite interesting.
If you're going to walk out of St. Pete, shouldn't you move to Finland to enable further growth in Scandinavia off of Sweden? I'd be deeply concerned about that if I was Austria.
Yeah, I don't see where the place, because I think I spent a lot of time advocating for stabs that look good and would have been, and then people play lines playing. I think that's great. This is like the first time in a long time I'm like, Turkey, you just don't freak people out. Go to Finland, play the long game. You've got a lot of development here. The centers will come later, or you'll have a really fun game, or you can cut out and play an AT where Austria gets all the bad blood and you can come in later and get fed builds from behind. I think there's a lot of moves here to work out. I think it all works out. England is almost dead. Certainly they'll come in close, and not being in Finland makes that a lot harder. So they putting down the army, another fleet from France. Okay.
It's what he needs to keep control of his territorial waters, but the retreat to English Channel still pretty painful for the French, especially with the fleet in Marseille getting piffed. So Marseille and Spain are now fully lost forever, I think it's safe to say. Portugal is still under threat as well, but he'll have to get back into Mao first before he gets that. Albania to Ionian is interesting. I wonder what Shea is trying to accomplish with that, along with Vienna to Tyrolia. Budapest, not to Trieste, to be honest. So he doesn't have the guarantee on Venice, but he still has he's keeping the really good 3-dot stab on here if he wants it. Trieste, Venice, Berlin, in addition to guesses in the Med. So, gotta wonder, could we see a situation where Austria stabs Italy and Turkey stabs Austria at the same time and Turkey just runs away with it? That is a serious possibility, I think. Also, why does Germany convoy to Norway and then not support it? I guess they were expecting English support, maybe?
Liam's saying misorder, so
okay.
There's supposed to be a move out. I don't know.
Maybe there was an agreement to try and move to St. Pete to kill England off, and then he takes Norway behind. Yeah.
Oh, and I don't have orders here. So from our players involved, does anyone know if the game drew, or I may have a technical issue here?
I am checking the VWDC channel right now where it took place. It's going to be slight spoilers, but oh well.
Tell me if the stab happens, but not which one. I mean, I agree with your thing about eventually Turkey could come in through upframe.
I'm not seeing.
It's fine. It's not drawn yet, so
okay.
I'm going to go ahead and relaunch Dipcast. Let's see if it will download the updated orders here.
Okay.
Yeah, I know I just spent the last term advocating for no stab. I'm going to do it again. I don't think Austria should stab the Italy here, because I just think there's actually a lot of play for this triple, and it's just going to end up with the France that I voted to come on top. So I'm going against my own interests here. But I think it just really encourages them to actually have a decent game. Germany's like, they've lost Munich, they lost Berlin. They don't have the armies to long-term hold Kiel. You've got the army in Marseille, so you can actually cut Burgundy. You can actually maybe force yourself to have safe taps on Ruhr. There's growth in this triple that is hard to get. And if, VDL, maybe you can run the board. Maybe you can 12, 10. Like, what do you think? You feeling that?
I just think Austria has to work way harder for their growth in this triple from here than Turkey and especially Italy do. Like, Turkey has Scandinavia potentially with an English Janissary. Italy has all the stuff in the Atlantic seaboard, but what does Austria have? Kiel? Well, okay, let's find out. They're supporting. Yeah, go ahead, Pixie.
Well, exactly. So this is, but I mean, this is absolute perfect point about the growth. I was thinking like maybe eventually you're going to want to pop Berlin and make that yours as Austrian instead of Italian, and then just because again that convoy to London put that army, it hasn't come home since. I think it's moved permanently. It's a Darcy situation. He's just there for school. Really, he's not going to stay. So it's in the move to Burgundy, like the growth is there. I think the Ionian move was all about the shuffle. I would have rather Italy move to Tunis, and then you can push the Austrian fleet around and through and away from your home centers. But I'm reading a lot of trust from this triple that I think is great. I think they should keep it up.
Yeah, I guess they're going to push the Austrian fleet through to North Africa here through Tunis to stop the French advance, which makes sense. And then
Italy's in North Sea. Like it's kind of the world is your oyster at this point.
Yeah.
So it is not actually a triple; it's a quadruple. So that is a lot of fun. And I want to say, as somebody that got really, really bored of triples the first couple of years in the Virtual Diplomacy League, because we saw them so often, we've not seen one in a while from the East that has gotten this far across the line. So it is a little fun to watch. I am very curious, though, to see how they sustain Ryan and Turkey's growth to keep this thing balanced. That's, for me, the sign of a good triple. Is like, I'm all for it as long as there's tension. There's always pressure. And the question is somebody going to break away? And if they break away, can the other players punish them for making that choice, bring them back, or are they going to run away with it? So that's what we'll watch as we're going into the back half of these games. Winner of 1906 puts down a fleet in Naples, and spring of 07, Patrick.
Okay. Italy moving that new fleet to Ionian instead of Tyrrhenian is interesting. I'm not really sure what it indicates. Maybe there's an agreement to swap Greece for some reason. I'm not quite sure. But either way, Austria gets into Kiel. It's very good. Because the Italian fleet in North Sea was able to cut Denmark, which is a sentence that is completely normal to say. I don't know why you're looking at me funny for saying it. Livonia tries to go to Baltic because apparently Ryan is an Era of Empire player who thinks he can transform his fleets and armies into fleets in winter when they're on the coast. But no, he needs to support himself to St. Pete, which he does not do. Maybe he'll do it in the fall. Bounce in Sweden, not much else to say here. There are still opportunities for an Austrian stab, even without Dennis or Trieste. Like, he can take Berlin and stay in Tunis here, but I'm becoming less and less convinced, just like you guys, that he's actually going to do that.
I think it's a turn where I'm starting to think about what am I asking from my allies. I think as Austria, I'm asking Turkey, do you mind putting the fleet in Ankara? It's not like you don't need it to convoy stuff over. You can, whenever you get builds, you can put an army in Smyrna and you literally have a little continuous chain. You're not slow at all. If you wouldn't mind, that would make me feel a lot better, right? And then as Italy, you've already asked for the fleet. The Austrian fleet's like, hey, can it just leave? I'll send it along. It could do something useful. So I think in that regard, actually, they've got a pretty stable bit. I think if I just see that move from Black Sea, I'm really hyping up this like 10-10-10 something train. I think they could really make a lot of progress. That North Sea fleet cutting, I guess, so it cut Helgoland because it could have held Holland. So now they're in Holland and Kiel. This looks great. I think the last little piece of the puzzle is, can you get the English fleet, which is helping you, into a more helpful position? Because Finland being clogged and that whole little bit there, there's 3 centers that should be split up between you 3. So that's what I would be trying to work on next as this triple.
I'm bitterly disappointed, I will say, that fleet in Syria is still in Syria, because I want to see the maybe first time in diplomacy history spectacle of seeing Austrian, Italian, and Turkish fleets all getting past the Strait of Gibraltar in one game. But, oh well. Sometimes you can't have nice things. Oh, there's the draw. With Italy solely on top.
I don't hate it. This is a game, very chaotic game. There's definitely opportunities for several of the other players, but also, so much risk with it as well. 1908, only probably 2, maybe 3 game years left. So opportunities running out. If I'm Italy, I take this every single time, obviously. Patrick, since this was your call, if you were not Italy, is there a player that you say, nope, I probably don't take this?
Well, real quick, we have Michael in the chat, our board topper, providing some context. Austria and Turkey were happy with me topping. Around this point, Austria had requested to sub out, and because of the tension, I did not want a new Austria, so we drew. So that sucks when substitutions play a factor in the outcome of the game. It always contaminates the waters a little bit. But at the same time, I think that makes a lot of sense because Austria and Turkey are both new players. This is their I think this is their VDL debut for both of them. Maybe Mikkel has played one. Maybe no, Mikkel is the one who played one game before. The other two are completely new. So I think it makes sense for them to have just run a good alliance, built some social capital, had fun. That all makes sense as motivation for people new to a league, and I wouldn't fault any of them for approaching it that way. Now, if I were in one of these powers, I would just clean Austria out as Turkey. I want the entire Balkans. But at the same time, I'm not a new player. I'm not new to VDL. Like, people would not accept this position with me in Turkey because I have very different motivations. So I think this end state makes sense with the people who are there.
Yeah, I'd say the other interesting argument is that if somebody does vote this down, most people will probably be looking at Turkey. So I think that is perhaps a reason to say yes if you are worried that the rest of the board might be able to react. But to that point, I would say come and take it, because there's a lot if you were to move now. But I would say if you're not going to take this draw, even if you didn't vote for it, if I were Turkey, like let's say someone else, say John, decided, hey, I'm gonna vote this thing down, I think it would be go time as Turkey, because everybody would be assuming.
I think you'd have to, absolutely. And then from there, I really don't know who benefits the most, because there's so many Italian units in the West that I don't think France can easily turn this into veto the draw, cause a freak out amongst the triple, regain Spain and Marseille, take the top, right? It's not that simple because of the North Sea fleet being Italian.
Yeah. So much fun. Liam may not have won one of his favorite games, so happy to see that. Also, congratulations on the solo. So well done. And thank you to all of our players. This was a very, very chaotic game, one of the most chaotic I've seen in a while, and it was a blast. A lot of times analyzing literally hundreds and hundreds of games at this point. There are some patterns that emerge, and when you find a game like this that does not match an existing pattern, it's always entertaining to cover. So thank you for that. Yeah, 6 colors around North Sea. Well done. All right, let's take a quick look at our standings. Check out what the result of all of our games were. At the end of October, Justin Lohr continues to lead. Jamal, Jason, Patrick, Christian, Cody, and Claire rounding out your top 7. Darcy Morris at 8, Zoe Cameron 9, Joshua Crowther closing out your top 10. We will take a quick look at those next in line. We won't read through their names, but just take a look here. A couple players like Michael, for example, only 3 boards played, so there are some points to be had for Michael. Some of these other players will need a pretty good score in order to move their points up. And anything either of y'all would like to comment about our standings?
Yeah, not a lot of movement tonight other than... can you bring it back up?
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, not a lot of movement tonight at the very top, except for the one crucial thing of Claire with that great Turkish board talk from the start of the stream. knocking out her bitter frenemy, Darcy Morris, for the final transfer spot. So I think both of them will be playing again for sure quite a bit in the next couple of months as we round out the season. Zoe is another person who's also only played 3 boards so far, but all of them have been pretty good, or at least 2 of them have. I remember she had a really, really good England game early on that carried her for a little while. So she is definitely very much in the hunt. She could surpass, I think she could even surpass me, let alone the guys below that with a decently sized board top. So very much feasible for her. And then of course there are others in the 11th through 20th range that could still get it done if they put the work in, I think. Particularly, can you go back to that for a sec?
Yep.
Just wanted to see how many boards a couple people have played. Yeah, particularly Mikko, but also Micah Blum as well, because I know she's had a couple of good games, a couple of bad games. So I think if she gets a new best score, then that's going to rocket her up pretty quickly, even though the total doesn't look very good right now. And then, of course, a couple others with 4 boards like Karsten. I still think Karsten's a dark horse, let me tell you. And let's not forget Marcus Loan, who is coming off his win at Fandango. He'll be hoping that he can translate that a bit more to virtual if he plays again in the next couple months, although he hasn't played VDL since May, I think, was his last game, or around there. So maybe he won't, but I hope he does.
That was a strategy that Christopher Ward used last year to his advantage, squeaking in the final game in December, playing 3 games, and in the final turn of the final game, managed to squeak his way into that top 7. So lots of games left. Well, not lots left. 6 rounds left. So 6 more chances for players to put on some games. But you have to be one of those Iron Men that I am not in order to play that kind of schedule. Realistically, it's probably just 1 to 2 chances per match day. So time running out, but still opportunities to be had. It's always a really, really fun part of the season. Before we go, I am going to bring up a couple of, we're going to go to our schedule page. We can just take a quick look at some of those opportunities that are coming up to play either in the Virtual Diplomacy League or to get involved in a upcoming tournament or some other event. So here we go. And coming up next, October 26th, we have the Snake Pit Virtual League.
That's incorrect. It's been pushed back since to the 8th and 9th, which I said it earlier. Yeah, it's a recent thing from Josh.
Got it. Okay, we'll try and get that updated on our site to correct it. Then we've got November 7th, the European Diplomacy Championship. Next Virtual Diplomacy League is the 15th, Australian Open on the 21st. And do we know if Snake Pit is also the 30th?
For the top board, I forget if it's the 16th or the 30th. I think the most recent announcement said 16th, but why would he move it 2 weeks up? Not really sure.
We'll double check the Snake Pit and get all that correct. And then just a couple of other highlights that we want to call out. We mentioned BlazeCon coming up and World Diplomacy coming up in May of 2026. So hope to see you at a diplomacy event soon. Anything that anyone else would like to end this broadcast with?
It's been an absolute pleasure. I think I learned a lot. I think I'm surprised that we've had yet another session of learning about ITs from McCullough's, but at least we've moved from it's good in the early game to no, it's still good in the mid game, and you should keep doing it. So I think we're advancing as a community.
All right. Well, I want to thank both of you and to McCullough's as well for joining me. Love League Night. This is just so much fun to be able to celebrate League play. So much fun. Thank you most of all to all of our players for allowing us to cover their games. I do learn every single time that we do one of these broadcasts, so always grateful for that opportunity. Patrick, would you like to sign us out for tonight?
Absolutely. Hope you all enjoyed the games tonight, both the virtual and the boar. And I'd like you all to stay safe, stab well, and join me tomorrow morning with some other fine folks for the Carnage stream that I was actually scheduled to do. I was just a substitute here.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Y'all have a good night.